Open for more Fan Headlines. Go to 937thefan.com. The Fan of the Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The 2024 high school football season kicks off in style with the KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. 5 exhilarating high school football games all at the historic Wolverina in Turtle Creek on Friday, August 23rd and Saturday, August 24th. McKeesport battles Ohio Power Uniontown Lake. Woodland Hills versus Erie McDowell. Steel Valley versus Clairton. Pittsburgh Central Catholic versus National Power St. Francis Academy from Maryland. Westinghouse and Beaver. The KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. For information on tickets, visit KDKA.radio.com.
In a world where paying high retail prices is dumb, you need a hero. Someone who knows how to save money.
You. Yep, it's you. Saving tons of money with your MacBit app.
Up to 80% off retail.
Okay.
It's an auction-packed summer.
Get it? Not action-packed, but auction-packed?
They get it.
It's clever.
It's good.
You.
Versus evil.
Think he means the people you're bidding against, or maybe big retail. I don't know.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid or on the free app.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in these uncertain economic times, you struggle to guard your life's work against unexpected challenges. But can it withstand the sudden disruption of a divorce? In divorce, financials are scrutinized and the company itself could be in jeopardy. When your hard-earned work is at risk, count on our experience and advocacy in handling these matters at Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3-putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cabali.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams I went 0-2, they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm sad. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Callis. And it's the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe buys like a pro. I'm sad for a couple different reasons, and we'll touch on each a little bit. In just talking about really the two biggest stories in Pittsburgh right now. The Pirates really starting to collapse, really feeling like the pressure has mounted too high. And Brandon Aiyuk has been apparently traded to the Steelers, though there's no official acknowledgement from the league or either team about a deal. You can call on either topic, by the way, this morning, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. Two different ways to talk to me, the typed out form on X. I usually don't check the text line this early in the morning, but if I say anything goofy, you can still text in as well at that same number, 412-928-9370. Anything that I say sometimes will get to Adam Crowley on the text line, and he'll jump in. Kind of like the mistake I made yesterday on identifying the wrong Billy Bean. So it happens, but we move forward. The Pirates, so either way, Pirates or Steelers, whatever you want to talk about, call in 412-928-9370 or talk to me on X at Callis_33. The Pirates are not in great shape right now. And yesterday was a tough one. Indeed. And just checking where they are right now in the standings, it's see how far they've fallen down now. Well, they're still 4 games back. They just got jumped over by the San Francisco Giants. The Giants were below them after yesterday. The Giants lost. Pirates are also on a losing streak, a rather significant one for the first time in a little while. They've lost 3 in a row. I think that's happened. They haven't been on like a streak. They've lost consecutive games, but I don't remember the last time they lost 3 in a row. Last time they got swept. Who cares? Doesn't matter right now because they are falling further out of the standings. The Braves have lost 4 in a row. That's the team to beat right now. The Mets, Cardinals, and Giants are over the Pirates. But it really is just starting to feel like, with the way these games are being managed, I mean, these just feel like big opportunities, and the Pirates have been, I don't want to say exactly they've been backwards, but like it's been an interesting season in terms of how some of these things have gone. Like Pirates have, I don't want to say lost games so much that they could have won, but I mean, that's what happens when you kind of circle over and over again. Maybe you win 2 in a series, you lose 2 in a series, you don't really get swept, but you're kind of hanging around the middle. That's kind of what happens when you do that in games that maybe you should be winning more often than not, and then you play some series against teams that you're in direct competition with in the standings. And that's just kind of what the Pirates are suffering with now, and Derek Shelton seems upset, and Derek Shelton's trying to explain it away. He's got post-game press conferences he's obligated to attend. The people want to hear the answers from the manager. And, the manager, he's frustrated. He's talking to us like, he's always got a plan, that he rarely makes, mistakes with these guys and how he uses them. And, a lot of the times that's frustrating to listen to, and then watching it unfold on the field, like he was doing a whole lot right 2 weeks ago. Joey Bart played hero in Arizona, and he's been your offensive option. Now, they used Yasmani Grandal in yesterday's game, and that's fine. You give him a start. You can't, catcher is a special position where you give those guys extra rest because they're taxed probably the most, I want to say, on the field at any given time. And Grandal went 0 for 3, and you're in extra innings, and you're in a run-scoring spot. And Ji-Hwan Bae and Yasmani Grandal, They're up to make 2 of the final 3 outs of the game. And to me, that just doesn't really make the most sense in that situation. So, I mean, there's plenty to get into. There's plenty to talk about. And I want to continue to vent after I take this break here. 412-928-9370. Go ahead, give me a call. Talk to me. We'll go over it when I come back here. But it's tough. And, I mean, are you out on this team? What do you think of Derek Shelton as the manager? How are the players right now? I'm still a big fan of Andrew McCutchen, despite a lot of what you guys have called in and said and what people have said publicly. So we'll get into that. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zang really here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products and brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird, too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Let's go, guys! Hey, did you guys know that kids who play sports earn more money when they grow up?
Of course. I knew that.
Hey, did you guys know that kids who read books have a bigger vocabulary?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Wow, jinx. Did you guys know that friendly children have more friends?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's true. I knew that. Did you guys know that winter babies are better at music?
Everyone knows that.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
obvious.
Oh, hey, guys, did you know that most people think they're using the right car seat for their kid, but they're not?
Huh, I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure I knew that.
I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Parents who really know it all know for sure that their child is in the right car seat at the right age and size. Visit safercar.gov/the right seat to make sure your child is protected. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is Nnamdi Asamoah. I play football for the Philadelphia Eagles, but what I do off the field with United Way might be more important. I'm a volunteer tutor and mentor. Why? Because over 1 million kids a year drop out of school, and that's not okay. It takes 12 years to create a graduate, but it takes about the same time to create a dropout. And the difference between a child becoming one or the other could be me, or it could be you. Studies show that if we get to these kids earlier, their chances are better, and kids who read well by 3rd grade are more likely to graduate. So join me in United Way. Suit up and take the pledge. Become a volunteer reader, tutor, or mentor, because when a child succeeds, we all succeed. Give, advocate, volunteer, live united. Take the pledge at unitedway.org. Brought to you by United Way, the Ad Council, and the National Football League.
Many websites selling medication may look professional and legitimate, but the vast majority of sites selling prescription drugs are doing so illegally. Have you seen websites that don't require a prescription or offer to ship medicine internationally? Then you've seen a rogue website. Often they sell fake meds with too little, too much, or no medicine at all. Criminals use websites to sell counterfeit medications that may contain life-threatening toxins. .Pharmacy is a website verification program that helps you identify safe and trustworthy online pharmacies. You know where .com is located in a website address, right? That's where you'll find .Pharmacy. And because it's part of a website address, .Pharmacy cannot be faked. Think that a seal on a website means safety? Only .Pharmacy websites are fraud-proof. Purchasing medicine online doesn't have to mean risking your health. Finding a safe online pharmacy is easy. Just look for pharmacy to the right of the dot in website addresses. A public service message from the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cams showing mainly steady traffic on the Mainline Parkway North, and the HOV lanes are open. Meanwhile, some utility work wrapping up on the inbound Parkway West. Watch for possible lane restriction now between the Carnegie interchange and the ramps to Route 51. Parkway East is in line right around Edgewood Twistvale, a little heavy entering the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Ericalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe buys like a pro. Got callers on the line now. I want to talk about the Pirates a little bit, talk about the Brandon Aiyuk situation that's going on, what is developing, what isn't developing, what I know, and what I've heard. But we'll start with this caller on the line who wants to talk now. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Tony.
All right, Tony, what's up?
Not much.
Are you the same guy that called me out? You remember, because last season I said they'd win 84 games. This is you?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Yep. So I remember who you are. There you go.
Hey, I think in the ninth inning, when we had Bay up, I thought we should have tried a safety squeeze right there to win the game right there on the spot.
That all?
Yes.
Tony, thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that, too. I kind of think in hindsight, I'm like, yeah, try bunting, try doing something, crazy. But I also think that in hindsight, some of those decisions would look bad. So I'm going to ultimately say, because we gave Shelton a hard time for trying to have IKF bunt on Sunday, that maybe, safety squeezes or suicide squeezes are not the way to go when trying to win games like that. That's just my opinion. But also I'll say this. Yasmani Grandal executed a great bunt and set the Pirates up to score late in the game. And I remember that, and I remember tweeting about it, and I was very excited. I was very happy that they did execute. And I'm happy that they let Connor Joe swing the bat, too, and he almost grounded into a double play, but then he didn't. And so I try to rationalize how I feel about, how they went about, trying to win that game. Because they were not supposed to win that game. Like, there was no reason. They had no business being in that game because the Padres had played a sloppy game. But also, it's frustrating because if you're a team that has playoff aspirations and wants to compete in the playoffs, these are games you got to win. You got to take advantage of the Padres looking like an unorganized team out there. And saw a bunch of errors they were making, or several wild pitches, past balls that allowed the Pirates to move up. You've got to capitalize on those situations. Now, I do say you got to capitalize on those situations and also reflect on the fact that the Pirates scored 8 runs in that game, 2 of which came in extra innings. And so I think, there's a reason to reflect on that portion as well. And David Bednar could have saved the game and prevented extras. That's true. But man, I mean, if you have a runner in scoring position and there's less than 2 outs, I don't really care what inning it is. You've got 3 outs to work with. 2 of those batters should have a proper opportunity to hit a sac fly. Which is why I think in extra innings, too, it was really weird that Joey Bart didn't make an appearance after he's been incredibly clutch. So, I mean, there's plenty of reason to criticize and just try to dissect all the moves that Derek Shelton, made in this game and the execution from the players. Is David Bednar, I know that he hasn't been as electric as he was in the last couple seasons, which is also, concerning in its own right. So I don't know exactly what to think. I don't know, because, again, they should not have been in that game, and yet they were, but they still couldn't win. And it's frustrating, too, because they get 1 extra out in the top of the 10th inning. They prevent 1 run from scoring. They get 1 extra out sooner than a run scores, and they at least tie the game in the bottom half of the inning. And that's the same, reason I was frustrated on Sunday was because they lost by a run. And they had plenty of opportunities to score, but also preventing 1 run from scoring at any point in the sequence of the game gives you a better chance to win. So it's tough. Got this caller on the line now, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Great show. This is Lou from Bentleyville.
All right, what's on your mind?
I'm frustrated, buddy. For honesty, man, I don't understand some of these Sunday lineups, man. We're in a contention to try to go to the playoffs. And Cruz didn't play today. I understand. Maybe he's under the weather. Okay. One day, okay. But how come he came out and played the second half of the game? That's frustrating to me. Second thing I have to say is Bednar's ERA is above almost 6. He's just not really, and honestly, he's struggling right now. Holderman's horrible. Why not Chapman be the closer? Why not make moves to where you're saying we're struggling right now, we're going to put the best person in the best position to win the game? That's all I'm trying to say, man. I love listen, I love this team, and it stinks that we're going down in the ship that we're
Yeah, I can't use that word on the air, but no, I appreciate the meaning of what you were saying there. So, yeah, Lou got a little too excited there, but yeah, basically, what he's trying to say is that it's tough that this team is struggling. There are a lot of guys that aren't doing it. Now, I remember we were talking about Aroldis Chapman closing, and I think I said this 1 or 2 months ago that I don't think he can handle the intensity of the ninth inning. Somebody's got to be able to handle the intensity of the ninth inning to be a good team. I don't know if the Pirates have that guy right now. I know David Bednar has been in and has given up home runs in several instances that I can remember, but when he was giving up those home runs, they were in 2-run games, and so they were in 2 or 3-run games, so they didn't really bite you. You had that extra cushion to work with, and the Pirates made it out. Yeah, I'm not praising Bednar right now because he has not been great. I'm not necessarily clamoring for Aroldis Chapman to be the closer because I think he struggled in that role when David Bednar was on the injured list. So what do you do, though? You get somebody else? Do you just hope Bednar gets better next season? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, and I am scared and sad about thinking about it. So, 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line as well. Talk to me this morning. Just what's wrong with the Pirates? What's the biggest thing stopping them? The big one, though, I mean, just talking about making moves in game, like Joey Bart not playing, and Lou mentioned O'Neal Cruz as well. Cruz only played, quote-unquote, the second half of the game because it went to extras. I think he only would have got one at bat if the game didn't go into extras, so it's not like they used him, extensively. They had him in late, and the game happened to go an extra couple innings, and he got 2 at bats, 2 plate appearances in the game. 2. So, yeah, I'm not going to criticize that move. They brought him in, I think, at a proper time. There was a run-scoring spot, and when he hits the ball, he hits it far and he hits it hard. No, not bringing Joey Bart into the game when you've got runners in scoring position and Yasmani Grandal doesn't have a hit in 3 trips. That to me is a little bit of a suspicious move. Now Grandal got on base, he walked twice, but who would I rather have in the later inning? Even if you don't pinch hit Joey Bart for Grandal and you pinch hit Joey Bart for somebody else, that guy's one of your best bats and it's on your bench. Not a good strategy, not a good move there. No, I don't even know if I would have pinch hit Ji-Hwan Bae because I went to the game on Sunday and again he hit a few deep balls out to the outfield. So I'm not going to sit here and say he wasn't the right person up for the job. But the fact that Joey Bart didn't bat at all in that game is just suspicious. It's just odd managing there. If there's a run scoring spot and you need a big hit, I think you have to insert him into the game somewhere if he's healthy. Not necessarily that he has to catch. Not necessarily that he doesn't need an off day. I'm all for catchers getting rest because it's, again, the most physically taxing, consistently taxing on your body position you could play in all of sports, let alone just baseball. They need rest days. Usually Wednesday and Sundays are those designated days. But if you need a bat off the bench, he's got to be an option if he's healthy. So that's what I'll say about that. Got another caller on the line that wants to talk. 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, it's Jake from Brentwood.
Okay, Jake, what's on your mind?
So, man, the Pirates, they're closer now to being in last place in the division than being in first place in the division. I mean, they got the Dodgers. They got one more versus the Padres today, which more than likely get the brooms out. It's a wrap for this series. And then they go to the Dodgers on the West Coast, and then they play the Padres again at home. They're in trouble. The Pirates are going to be buried here. Derek Shelton, this hypothetically, if they're out of it, say they go on, they lose 12 of the next 15, and they're way out of it. Do you see them firing Derek Shelton before the end of the season? Because the collapse has started. This team is not making the playoffs.
Jake, that's a great question, and I will thank you for the call. It's sad to think that, first of all, and I'll answer your question in a minute here, but yeah, it's sad to see that everything is falling apart almost, it seems. No, I'm not going to say it's going to be a cut and dry sweep. If the Padres played like they did yesterday, the Pirates have a chance, and this team played a sloppy game of baseball yesterday. The Pirates just were not able to capitalize on all the sloppiness from the Padres. But also, the Pirates scored 8 runs. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. The Pirates scored 8. That should be enough to win a game. We were talking about how the offense was anemic earlier in the season. People were struggling. They weren't driving home enough runs. And I think the last month or two, you really can't say that. They're doing it. They're scoring. They're finding ways to get runs home. So maybe this is a pitching staff issue as well. Maybe it's the bullpen not handling the games well enough. Marco Gonzalez gave up 5 earned runs in less than 5 innings on the mound. That's not great. Oh, I'm sorry, no. Yeah, 5 earned on 8 hits in 4 2/3 innings. You can't really be doing that. David Bednar and Colin Holderman were responsible for the other 2 runs given up in the game. So maybe it's just a starting pitching issue. 2 of the runs the Padres scored, though, were not earned. Pirates made an error in the game. So, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of factors to consider. Is Derek Shelton worthy of being fired after this season? Maybe. I mean, it just depends. Like, does the Pirates front office, does Pirates management believe that Derek Shelton is capable of learning and adapting and actually having an open mindset about next season or going into next season with a winning mentality? I think right now he's not managing strategically enough to beat some of these better teams, and you're not going to go into the playoffs managing a bullpen like he has been, or sometimes even managing the lineup. The starting pitching has solved itself. I won't critique that too much. It's really just been the lineup's been questioned and the bullpen's been questioned. And if he can't manage, like every game is essential, then yeah, I mean, I think I got to go find somebody else who can manage in these tough situations and these hot seat moments and win you more ball games. Now, if he's able to learn, if management trusts that he's able to learn and from these experiences and move forward with a team that he's already been, a part of for a while now, if he's able to adapt and get better and manage differently and have a different outlook on a team like this, yeah, bring him back. But if these are the same decisions that he's going to be making into next season as well, no, I don't want him back. Some of his explanations and some of the things that he's been saying, it's just he's been just not giving logical explanations sometimes when they lose, and it's just frustrating to listen to. It's frustrating to watch when they play, and I definitely think it's a fair question to ask. I just would then ask the question: do we trust him, or does management trust him to change and get better? And that's it. And if he's able to change, if he's able to adapt in the next season and through next season, keep him. If not, get you somebody that can manage the big games. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Let me give you fan weather real quick. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 84, low of 69, overcast skies. Tomorrow, high of 82, low of 70, a 70% chance of rain. Quick traffic report, then it's the Fan Morning Show pre-show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cam taking a look at the Parkway West, where crews have just wrapped up work lifting a right lane restriction approaching the Green Tree Mount Lebanon off-ramp. Traffic still a little heavy in that area. Parkway East are heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 up to speed, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Callis behind the glass. It's a Thursday. The Steelers still don't have Brandon Aiyuk, and the Pirates are circling the drain. But how we doing?
Not bad. Not bad. I'm happy it's Thursday, but not bad. Callis, how you doing?
Sports make me sad.
That is the reality, is more often than not, you're going to be disappointed. I mean, no matter who you root for, you're going to be disappointed. Your team doesn't win every year. If you're a Pirates fan, your team barely ever really wins, so you get really excited when they're decent.
That's why whenever your team does win and you have that opportunity to experience that, which we have in our lifetime here in Pittsburgh, that you take advantage of those moments. And it's tough. It is tough, but we've been very lucky. Just not lucky as of late.
Yes, lately not so much. But here's the thing about sports. And I really realized this during COVID. When they're on, it's better than when they're not.
Yep.
Even when your team is losing, if the world is fairly normal, you're going to have 162 Pirate games. You get all your Steeler games, all your college football, all the Penguin games. And at least they're there for you almost every night.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a friend that'll put its arm around you.
And backstab you.
Yeah, that'll happen a lot, too. Callis sent me something this morning I want to get into. Some dude on Twitter named Cale Zeldin, not to be confused with Cale Berger. He is a teacher, and he's got like 4,800 Twitter followers. And yet one specific tweet of his has done 3.3 million impressions. And here's what he writes, this Cale Zeldin, who has become very quickly public enemy number one of Adam Richard Crowley. He says, quote, "Gents, it's time to let go of the baseball cap. Outside the arena of playing a sport, it is a marker of either poor style or poor awareness. Have some dignity. Just take them off, especially inside." So anti-baseball cap, this Cale Zeldin.
Wonder why. Wonder what rubs them the wrong way. What if people don't have hair? What if people have issues with their hair? What if people just want to support their team? What if you're your company? What if you're a business owner and you have baseball caps for people and you want to show your logo off? What's his issue?
I don't know, but I'm looking at his photos here, and I didn't really want to do this, but I'm going to do this. Who do you think you are, Cale? I mean, who do you think you are? He's got a nicely cropped beard, fair enough. Who doesn't anymore? He wears those thick hipster glasses. He's kind of got the male pattern baldness thing going on. I think a hat might do him some good. This is no fashion expert.
How do you spell his
actually,
name?
Cale Zeldin, K-A-L-E-Z-E-L-D-E-N. And there's a picture of him on the beach wearing a baseball hat. So I guess it's okay on the beach? Because you got to keep the sun out of your eye? It's okay. You can wear a hat. The mighty Cale Zeldin, fashionista, says it's okay to wear a baseball cap on the beach. That's one of the exemptions.
Admittedly, I didn't think you were going to feel so attacked by this.
Oh, well, come on. I wear a baseball cap every day.
Every day, yeah. This is his thing.
I mean, what if you're a sports talk radio host? Hey, it's not like I'm walking up into the Capitol building every day.
You wear a hat inside. He would be not so pleased.
He would be upset with that. I think it's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, first of all, why do people give a rip what anybody else wears ever? I mean, we make fun of, I guess, people sometimes, like Austin Bechtold for dressing up like he's, in an and one basketball 3-on-3 tournament every day.
Yeah, we make fun of them, but, we're not saying you can't wear that.
Right.
Or you shouldn't wear that.
Right. People got to be able to do their own thing. I can't. Listen, we are paid to give opinions into a microphone and to entertain. And so sometimes I know that I have given opinions like, hey, Steelers fans, you should do this or you shouldn't do this. Like, as an example, last year, Deontay Johnson was struggling. I said, don't boo the man. If you boo the man, he's going to struggle more. So I told Steelers fans what to do. I'm never going to tell people what to wear.
Right.
What not to wear. Text her. This is awful. Unless you're in the food industry, baseball hats should stop in school.
What?
What? The hell out of here. The greatest thing for me.
Wait, the food industry?
Yeah.
Why the food industry?
Well, I guess you got to keep the hair out of the food.
What?
When I went from Catholic school to public school, the best part about that was that I could wear a hat every day in school.
You wore a hat in school?
Yeah. You could wear a hat in high school, yeah.
Really?
At Lebo, yeah.
Oh, no, they didn't let us do that.
No hats?
Same.
No hats.
No
Keystone
hats?
Oak said no.
Really?
Yeah, no. Not walking into the building. You could wear it on the bus, but then you had to put it in your backpack before you walked in the
Really?
building. Oh, yeah.
We were allowed to wear hats.
Really?
I wore a hat
That's
all the time.
shocking to me.
Yeah. And
I've
I
never
love
heard
that. I like to support the team.
I think it was reasoned, what could you be hiding in a hat?
Yeah, I know that we, in certain classes, with specific teachers, if we were taking a test, they would make us take the hat off.
Yeah, because it's cheating.
What, I guess you could have it written on the bill?
No, or you could just put your head down and then look to the left or look to the right.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Cheat
not
off your neighbor.
It's not as intricate as I had it.
No.
I don't think so.
Yeah, as you see,
You
I'm
tape
looking.
a piece of paper inside and you put it on the ground, and all of a sudden there's
Oh, you could do that too. You could write something in the hat and put it on the ground. You could do that.
Yeah.
But I hadn't thought about it from your standpoint.
Yeah, so I can't see your eyes, right?
You're looking down.
Right.
Oh, man, that's a lot easier to cheat that way.
Yeah.
I can understand why you'd want to take hats off for that.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand why you would be perturbed if someone wore a hat into, like, church.
Mm-hmm.
My mom would slap me upside the head if I wore a hat in a church. I get that.
Right.
But if my place of business allows me to wear a hat and I wake up in butt crack of dawn and my hair's still wet, and if I put the gel in, it's going to be hard as a rock, like Richie Walsh's hair when I walk up in here, what's the harm? What's the foul?
I don't know. I don't see any.
It's ridiculous.
Well, here we go. Here's your reasoning again. Just this is the big line here. It's a marker of either poor style, which I don't know. I don't think you have poor style consistently.
I do when I walk in
here. You do root for WVU, so that's tough.
I don't dress to come to work necessarily to dress to impress.
Right.
Because we do a sports talk radio show, and I see what Starkey wears every day and what Pony wears every day, and I figure, you know what? As long as I smell okay and I brush my teeth and take a shower, I think that's fine.
Yes.
I think we even get a further pass because we're here around 4:30 in the
I
morning.
agree.
So, but it's either a marker of poor style or poor awareness.
Awareness.
And is your awareness bad?
Some of the best dressed people I've ever met buy hats and then we'll match them with their outfits.
Yes.
And we'll have, for example, I went to Dewey Beach, Delaware for the bachelor party, and one of the guys who we went with is one of the best dressed guys I've ever met. And he's wearing a Yankee hat one day. I was like, you're not a Yankee fan? He goes, no, of course not. I got a Dodger hat. I got a Red Sox hat in here. I got a Clemson hat.
You're right.
It's just to look good.
Yes. I don't. Like,
it's an added fashion accessory. What is this guy talking about? It annoys me when someone goes out like that and says, if you do X, you are somehow lesser than.
How about like guys like Colin Cowherd who hate backwards hats? I love wearing my I wear my hat backwards probably about 95% of the time.
I only wore mine backwards because I was a catcher. Whenever I would catch, I would wear the cap backwards.
That's a cool look.
Yeah.
the catcher with the backwards hat, and he throws the mask off. Yeah.
Bart.
But you're right.
Or Grandal.
A backwards hat, if I'm outside and I'm wearing my hat backwards and it's like a sunny day, I feel kind of like an idiot. But as part of the outfit, if it calls for it, I think a backwards hat is quite charming.
Yes.
Looks quite good.
I like it.
Here's a great text. What does this Kale, what's his name, Belden say? Whatever. F that guy. What's he think about a fedora? And do we not think that Bob Pompiani is a bastion of fashion?
Yes.
He wears a hat in here all the time.
He does.
Golf fashion is very popular.
Just about to say that.
Yeah.
But you're always wearing a hat.
I think Molsey, he dresses sort of eccentrically. I think Molsey has a very good, young, hipster-looking golf fit.
Yes.
And he'll have the nice hat. And I think you and Molsey are the most presentable of the fan hosts. We have all dressed it up. We've all dressed it down. You look very nice every day. You can go to some place casual. You can go to some place nice, even like today. That's how you dress. I think Molsey's the same. The rest of us kind of just grab whatever we can and put it on.
I think it's important to keep this in context, too. So if you're golfing, that's participating in an athletic event. So he said outside of the arena of playing a sport. So if you're playing a sport, if you're golfing, that counts. So that's
okay, but I go to dinner or I go get something to eat or go get some beers after I golf, so I have to take my hat off.
And a lot of the time, you're going to wear your golf attire all day if you're going to go golf at some point because you got a tee time, you got other stuff going on, you're going to run out, and you don't want to have to change.
There are country clubs who do make you take your hat off whenever you're done with your round if you want to sit down and have a beer or have food. A lot of them.
I don't mind that because I like the tradition of you walk off the 18th hole or you finish up and you take your hat off.
Right.
I like that.
There's no mention of fedoras or any other hat styles, though. I think it's just
the ball cap.
The athletic ball cap.
Here's a text. We love Smithers. Smithers listens to the show all the time. He texts all the time. Good to hear from you, Smithers. But I'm going to have to disagree with you here, big guy. He says, it really grinds my gears when I walk into a restaurant to see men older than me eating with their hats on. I know they were raised to know better by older people. If I go to my in-laws and we're having this nice Italian dinner, I will get a look from Nana if I'm wearing a ball cap.
For sure.
And I know in that house, the expectation is I will take the hat off.
Right.
But I don't know why it was ever some kind of act of disrespect.
I wonder that, too, because my parents growing up, like, I could not sit down at the table if I had a hat on.
Right.
And I'm like, well, why? Like, what is it bothering? What is it bothering?
Who does this hurt?
Right.
It doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah.
This hat is not offensive. It's not like the hat's got a hand with a middle finger on it or there's profanity. It's a hat.
Like, where did the hat start? Like, if we go back in time, like, where did the hat start? It had to start in baseball, right? Like, I guess baseball would be the ball cap, but just like the actual hat, because I feel like people back in like the 20s were always wearing hats.
Always wearing hats.
Top hats.
You ever seen a picture of George Washington, who we talked about ad nauseum yesterday, or Ben Franklin? Those guys always had hats.
Lincoln,
top hat.
Top hat.
Where do you draw the line on top hat, Geldon?
But what's
his name?
Well, people used to wear wigs, too, back in those days.
That's true.
Too, so that was a whole...
That's true. You could have a wonderful head of hair, but you were going to have a horsehair hairpiece.
Yes.
That you were going to have on.
It was all white.
Yeah.
There were a lot of...
Very strange that.
That is very weird.
There have been a lot of hat racks around, though. I think that, a lot of people in pictures were wearing hats in those times, but I also feel like there were always places to hang them up when you did sit down for a meal or some other...
But a wig event. in that time frame is a hat, I would argue.
I wouldn't.
So you take the hat off, and you still don't have your regular thing going. You still got the wig underneath the hat.
A hat's not a wig.
Well, a hat's not a wig, but a wig could be a hat. IMO. Here's my Google result on what was the first hat. Unclear. However, a tomb painting from Thebes, is that what it is? Thebes, Egypt, dated to around 3200 BC, shows a man wearing a straw hat.
Huh.
Which that makes sense. You're out in the desert.
Right.
Yeah. So the first hat, this is yielding a ton of results. A conical straw hat dated to around 3200 BC.
I feel like in the early 1900s and 1800s, though, like if you were a male and you went and got a full suit, the full suit would come with a hat.
Yes, absolutely.
Look at the Monopoly guy.
Yeah.
Like it would come with that. Like it was a part of the outfit, and you're wearing a suit to go places.
Yeah.
You're wearing a hat to go places.
Yeah.
And it was not frowned upon then.
If you're going to dress up the rest of your body.
And I get he's saying ball cap, but like it's evolution.
It's derivative.
Evolution.
Yes. If you were going to dress the body up, why would you not dress up the head? I do not understand this man. And we've probably given him too much time, but this Jeldon guy, or whatever the hell his name is, he can go kick rocks. I'm looking at hats in the early 1900s, and you got fedoras, you got... Everyone wore hats. You ever watch a ball game back then?
Everybody had a hat on.
Everybody had a hat on.
Stands.
Different hats, but they wore hats. Smoked cigarettes.
Yeah.
Drank beers at lunch.
Yes.
It was a simpler time.
Very simple for some people.
No Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Simpler time. Yeah. Dorn's not... You're not longing for the 1900s.
Not really. Not really. Simpler time. To whom each their own. Yes, for you and your ancestors.
Well, the Irish didn't have it good, but I will.
Don't just stop talking. Don't even say anything.
No, I was
do not even say anything.
I was just gonna say.
No, don't say it. There was nothing you could say that could justify anything.
Right, thank you, Dallas. Dallas, you get some points for that one.
Well, you don't even.
Oh, here he goes.
You don't even let me dig out of the. Dig out of the grave.
Don't.
Back in 15 seconds, bang.
No, we don't starting the show yet.
Pittsburgh.
It's too early to start the show.
From the Shorkey Mitsubishi.
The Irish didn't have it as bad as your people, but we didn't. It wasn't good.
What are you doing?
What do you mean? All right. I was just gonna say there's degrees of bad and.
Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
There's the pitch. Swing and a looping fly ball to left. Runners tag. Catch is made by Reynolds. His throw's coming home. It's on target. The tag. And the ball is dislodged. He's safe. As Bogarts goes back to touch home plate. And Grandal sacrificed that hand and wrist by sticking his glove out at the last minute to try to get Bogarts out. And it's 9-6 San Diego. And the 0-2 coming. Grandal hits it on the ground towards short. Kim collects it, flips it to first, and the Padres hold on in a wild game. Wow. 9-8 in 10 innings. San Diego has claimed the first 2 games of this series.
Yeah, I mean, we had him and Santana left, basically, and Santana was our length, so if we tie it there, Santana's going to have to finish the game with actually having volume yesterday, and he's the freshest guy. Yeah, he's also 0 for 3 with 3 punch-outs off Marone. I'm probably going to mispronounce this kid's name, Marone. And, Yaz is already in the game and has been having really good at-bats over the last month.
Oh, my God! What a debacle! It's over. You tweeted it.
Yeah.
Nail in the coffin.
Yep.
Molesy tweeted earlier in the game, oh, boy, feels like this could be over, and I just don't mean tonight. And I think Pirates fans who watched the game, and that's everyone, last night probably came away feeling the same thing. The Pirates clearly are not as good as San Diego. The Pirates, after watching 2 series against Arizona, I think it's clear they're not as good as that team. You're battling those 2 teams, among others, to get into a wild card playoff spot. And now all of a sudden you've lost 6 of 7. They just lost 3 in a row for the first time since Paul Skeens got called up. you're 4 games out of a wild card spot right now, and you are a game under 500, and it just feels like the season is like sand through the hourglass, like it's slipping away. And I am depressed, but I'm also angry. How are you feeling today about this and not about my offensiveness at the end of the pre-show?
I just have been so anxious because I just thought that they had, a decent recipe to actually make a run for this. But these last 2 series have really shown me the difference. They've shown me the difference of teams that the Pirates are in the race with to get a spot, but how those teams know how to close out games compared to the Pirates. And I kind of rested and settled with myself that they're just not there yet. These teams aren't great teams, but they are, they're in the race for that spot, and they look different than the Pirates consistently. They know how to close out games. I mean, Pirates scored 8 runs last night, and they still lose. So I don't know how I'm feeling, really. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel right now because I was feeling really good, and then I got brought down to reality whenever they had these last 2 series, and now I'm just like what are we doing? Like
I was on cloud 9 after the trade deadline. I think a lot of us were. We felt really good. This team had battled. They gutted to a place where they forced the general manager's hand, and he made 3 additions to the big league club, a left-handed reliever, 2 guys that you feel like in their own separate ways can handle the bat. And we've all thought for a long time that if you lengthen the lineup a little bit, this team would have maybe even more than a puncher's chance to make the postseason. And I think we're seeing that this team still has the requisite battle level, that this team is gutsy, that this team will fight. But when push comes to shove, I don't think the manager is pushing the right buttons, and I don't think that they're as talented as these other teams. And if you're not as talented as these other teams, then you need the manager to push the right buttons.
Yep.
And I think the bullpen management of late has been something of a disaster. I also think that guys that you relied on that were very good at times this year in the bullpen have also let the team down. I don't think you can discount when the players don't perform either. Like, case in point, Grandal did not get injured on that play at the plate that we played at the top of the show. He caught the ball. He was kind of smarting a little bit after it.
Mm-hmm.
He was healthy enough to stay in the game. He got jostled, but if you're healthy enough to stay in the game, you need to catch that ball. That is a play that needs to be made, and he didn't do it.
Yes.
You're supposed to be able to count on your closer, who was an all-star in each of the last 2 seasons, when you've got a lead in the 9th inning, to get that thing done, and he gives up a home run. You are supposed to be able to count on Colin Holderman, who had an all-star caliber first half, and yet this guy has lost 4 times in the last 8 days. 4 of the Pirates' last 5 losses, the L has gone to Colin Holderman. So I think there's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, a little bit of column C. Not as talented as these teams. Guys who had performed and are supposed to perform haven't performed, and then the manager makes a ton of bad decisions, and he's really shown his backside here in the last week or so. Hey, I saw people arguing on Twitter, and there's so many managerial decisions to get into from last night, so let's start right here. A lot of people asking, why go to Colin Holderman?
Right.
You've got Dennis Santana. Well, we heard Derek Shelton there at the top of the show says you can't go to Dennis Santana because Dennis Santana is going to be your length guy. If you get to extra innings, he's basically the only guy they've got left, and you're going to have to get length out of him. In that moment, I understand what Derek Shelton's doing. Because Dennis Santana of late also has not been good, but at least he can give you length. But where Derek Shelton screwed it up is when you lose the game 6-0 on Tuesday, Kyle Nicholas, who has been very good, you're down 4-0 when he enters the ball game. Guess what? He pitches 2 2/3 innings and throws 47 pitches, thus rendering himself useless for the rest of the series. It was Derek Shelton's bad bullpen management on Tuesday
that affected him. Yes.
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 Because yesterday, if available, I'm going to Kyle Nicholas in the higher leverage situation, and I'm not going to Colin Holderman, and then I'm also not going to Dennis Santana. Or, and I don't love it, you go to Dennis Santana, and your long guy's going to be Kyle Nicholas. Kyle Nicholas throws 47 pitches in a game that's already basically lost? So then you can't use him the next day.
Great point.
So that was bad.
You know what else annoys me, too?
Please.
If I may join. Remember that game they lost against the Diamondbacks on Friday? They had Dennis Santana throw the ninth. They did the Holderman, Chapman-Holderman. They switched it. And then instead of putting Bednar in to stop the bleeding a little bit, they put Santana in. So I don't know what he's talking about, that he's a length guy.
Well, he is a guy that can give length, but that does not invalidate your point. That was bad bullpen management as well. Just like the other day, you have Woodford go in the ninth inning. And then what happens? The guy who's not a major league pitcher gives up a home run, and now you're having to dig yourself out. I did not mind the decision in the ninth inning. As we're criticizing, I'll say, here's a move I'm not going to criticize. I did not mind the bunt in that situation.
Absolutely.
First and second, nobody out. I think the most likely outcome there with Grandal, if he doesn't lay down the bunt, is that he grounds into the double play. That's the way they're going to pitch him. He's put the ball on the ground a ton. He's slower than me if I'm on Callis's shoulders and Callis is walking to first base. So he's probably going to ground into the double play. Now, I think you can question the decision-making there and after. In the ninth inning, Hayes gets intentionally walked, bases loaded, one out. You've got Ji-Hwan Bae, who, dear God, he's not good. That is not a major league player. And so I think you can reasonably question whether or not he should hit there or you pinch hit for Brian De La Cruz. Now, if you do, the double play does become something you worry about because Brian De La Cruz does not run well and he will hit the ball on the ground. At least you're expecting with Bae, if you're considering the negative outcomes, he's either going to strike out. If he puts the ball on the ground, you're not going to double him up. So I think you can second guess that. I guess, fathom why you don't pinch hit for him. But the one that I think is the most valid, Doran, and we were talking about it before the show, and I'd love your thoughts on this, is at the end of the game, when you've got eventually runners on second and third with two outs because you swipe second base. You're a hit away from winning the ball game. You're down one run. It's your last out, and you've got Yasmani Grandal.
Right.
And you let him hit?
Where's Joey Bart?
Joey Bart's been one of your best hitters.
Yes.
I think we're past the point, too, where we're going to say small sample size for Joey Bart. No. You have to have faith in him. He's just good.
Yes.
And Grandal, according to Derek Shelton, and you heard this at the top of the show, was 0 for 3 in his career. Or
other way around.
Other way around. What, Joey Bart's 0 for 3 in his career against that reliever. So you're going to leave Grandal in there? That's the smallest of small sample sizes. That's not even a full game's worth of at-bats against a guy.
And it's a guy that's coming off the bench that's just pinch hitting and not playing a whole game at catcher.
Right. Worst case scenario is, I don't know, he hits a hard ball to right field, and so you only score one run, and maybe you get thrown out at the plate, or you only score one, and then you get out of the inning and you're playing extras, and Joey Bart's got to catch, gasp, an inning or two. And then turn around and be the catcher at 12:35 today? So the frig, what, he's 26 years old?
Exactly.
This idea that you can't have a catcher catch a few and then the next day come out and catch again? I guess the issue, if I'm guessing for Derek Shelton, it isn't just that. It's what happens if Joey Bart gets hurt and now you're left catcherless in extra innings. But that's so unlikely. Like, you're coaching scared. You're managing scared. You're living in your fears at that point. Reasonable people can all say the best chance you have to win the game in that circumstance is to hit your far superior hitting catcher than Yasmani Grandal.
You're hiding guys, and you're hiding guys in moments where you know you're desperate and you need to win. Like, that's just not a winning formula. That's not going for it. That's not being aggressive. And I understand the logistics of baseball. You got to rest guys. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to make sure guys are fresh. But whenever you have guys that are 26 years old and they are your best hitters, You don't have time to hide them. Like, you can manufacture things the next day. Worry about the next day, the next day. Worry about the next week, the next week. But you need to win games now if you want to see yourself in this. And they play scared. There's times where Shelton does get aggressive, and we give him credit for it. But it's not consistent.
No, it's not his MO.
It's not like they're out there wanting to win every game. It's not like they're approaching every game like every game is important. I don't get that feel.
No.
And that's a shame. That's a shame because they were close.
You traded for Brian De La Cruz because of his power. And I realize he's been bad. 3 for 22, 136 since he's been acquired. But you acquired him because of his bat. And you have multiple pinch hit opportunities in this game, and he sits on the bench. You have multiple pinch hit opportunities in this game, and your second highest player by OPS standards, Joey Bart, is on the bench, and you don't use him. You're managing thinking about, like you said, today, not the game last night.
Unreal.
And you can't manage that way in a playoff race. You just can't. It's not seeing the forest through the trees. It's not understanding the bigger picture. All of these games matter greatly because these are the teams that you're directly competing with to get into a wild card spot. And so now it's finally time for me to give my Derek Shelton take. And I'll do that next. Wait until you hear the statistics that tell you just how close the Pirates were to victory in 4 of their last 5 losses. And then you tell me if Derek Shelton's still the right guy to be managing this baseball team. We'll talk about that coming up next. Are the Pirates done? 412-928-9370. You want a little catharsis, you want to vent a little bit, you can with us at 412-928-9370, the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 9-8 yesterday in the second of 3 games in the series, and the Pirates have lost the series and may get swept if they lose today. Game time at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
One of the biggest rodeos this side of the Mississippi is on its way to the famous North Washington Rodeo Grounds. Mark your calendar August 13th through the 17th for 5 exciting nights of outstanding rodeo action. As seen on TV, the world champions will be competing for huge prize money. Come see all of the exciting action August 13th through the 17th. Get your tickets early and save at northwashingtonvft.com. The North Washington Rodeo is coming, Route 38 North in Butler County.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to Kickoff presented by Hyundai. First up is Kansas City, looking to become the first team to three-peat in the modern era. Of course, it starts and ends with their 2-time MVP winning quarterback. The reigning champs added a solid weapon at wide receiver that should bolster their offense alongside their Hall of Fame tight end. Will their defense come along for the ride again this year? The Journey to Kickoff is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Cloudy with a morning shower today, the high 83.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Lowe's, we know how to save pros time and money. Save 20% on 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense or Cabot Stain. Plus, save 15% on your choice of 6 or more Purdy items. And get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 8/21 while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See store or Lowe's.com for details. Must be single receipt purchase. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh is being suspended by the NCAA for a recruiting violation during COVID in 2021. He allegedly had a cheeseburger with a recruit that he wasn't supposed to be with. Here's the problem. Harbaugh is back in the NFL, and I don't think he's going back to college. This is like me being put in detention if I go back to high school. Newsflash, I'm not going back to high school, and Harbaugh isn't going back to Michigan. He gets the last laugh after winning a title. I'm JR.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush hour off and getting a little slow. And this report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Inbound Parkway West, you are heavy between Carnegie and Greentree. This as crews had been doing some overnight survey work there. They've since lifted that right lane restriction. Traffic is heavy but steady. And then again, you're heavy at the 51 off-ramp. Meanwhile, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway East. That is heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 steady from Harmer to the north side. Parkway North, the HOV lanes are open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. It's a simple question. Are the Pirates cooked? Think they're cooked, Doran?
A little bit. They're simmering.
Are they medium rare and we're waiting to get this thing to well done?
Yes.
So they're on their way?
They're on their way.
They're on their way to being cooked?
Yep.
I mean, they are 4 games out, which has you basically on the periphery. So they're not out of it. But we've seen how hard it is to make up ground whenever there are so many teams involved. Like, you lose to a team right in the thick of it last night, but now they occupy one of the first 2 wild card spots. So you actually didn't technically lose a game in the standings, but it's a game that you could have won, should have won, and you didn't gain a game in the standings. And this is where I am on all this. Here's the Derek Shelton take. If Jared Triolo plays well in the second half and just gets a lot of at-bats, he's probably on next year's roster.
Correct.
If Dennis Santana pitches well, he's probably on next year's roster. If he pitches poorly, he's probably not. You're in the throngs of a pennant race. If you perform, then you can be a part of this thing as you move forward in this Skeens era, if you will. And if you don't, well, you're not going to have any patience for guys like that. You're going to replace them. Why would it be any different than the manager? If the manager, now when he's finally in a position where his decisions are affecting games that actually matter, makes bad decisions, why would he be the guy that gets to lead the Pirates through what should be a good period? I think he should be, and I think he is, coaching, managing for his job down the stretch. You're probably in the midst now, as we say the Pirates are cooked, or at least on the precipice of being cooked, of wasting one of the 5 years that you have with Paul Skeens.
Yes.
If you only have 5 years.
Well, this is where you have to weigh all your options. Or weigh all the scenarios. And like you just said, you're wasting years of Paul Skeens. You're wasting years of good pitching, of good starting pitching. You could be wasting years of O'Neal Cruz, of Nick Gonzalez, guys, that even or in your system that you're bringing up, that you're trying to develop. You have to sit back and think, like, is he the right guy? Is he the right guy to lead us to where we want to be? And you're absolutely right. I'm sure he's being evaluated very, very closely right now. I just don't know, and you could probably answer this, how loyal are the Pirates to managers, and how loyal are they to GMs, and how loyal are they to the process of keeping the GM and manager together?
People will make the argument, and I don't know how true this is or not, that they're not going to want to pay 2 managers. And I think he's got at least 1 year left on his deal after this, and so if you let him go, you're going to have to pay him and then whomever replaces him. People will argue that the ownership is cheap and it's a small market team, and so you're not going to pay 2 guys. I don't know if that's the case or not. They waited a little while through the struggles for Hurdle before they let go of him. Anything before that's probably not worth even revisiting because they were so bad for so long. But I think with this circumstance, knowing that you've got the best pitcher in baseball, knowing that you've got the best young pitching staff, or at least starting rotation in Major League Baseball, you need to be evaluating legitimately. Legitimately. It can't be, well, this is the precipice of potentially something great, and he's going to learn on the job. I know that game to game, as Starkey brought up to Shelton the other day, didn't so much matter the last 4 years, but you can't tell me it can't teach you. Like, you should still be learning so that when you get to a place where the games really quote-unquote matter, you have this bulk of work that was instructive on what you're going to do now. I can't just say the last 4 years didn't matter. Like, you should have been learning on the job. So now that when the rubber meets the road and when the bullets are live and flying, that you're ready to go. And he's come up small of late. And just case in point on that, because I said I have these statistics. So the Pirates lost that Astros game where O'Neal Cruz made all those errors.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put that on Derek Shelton. But at their highest point, they had an 84% chance of winning that game. Lost. Against the D-backs on August 2nd, 77% win probability. Lost. 8-4 D-backs, a 94% win probability. Lost. Last night, at their highest point, 91% win probability. That's 4 of your last 5 losses. With the 6-0 rain weirdness the other night, the exception here, 4 of your last 5 losses, you should have won the game. One of those will put on Cruz. So 3 of those last 5 losses, you should have won the game. And there's underperforming and all that, but I put that mostly on the manager and the poor decision-making that he's exemplified.
Do you think he's overwhelmed?
Yes.
Do you think that's what it is? Or do you think he just isn't ready to manage in crunch time?
I think they're one and the same.
They're one and the same, yeah.
And I'm not even asking for him to be a baseball savant, to be a genius. I just want him to make the obvious moves.
Right.
And he doesn't. Like Jordan Beek should have been in there the other day.
His name is Jalen.
Son of a gun. He should have been in there the other day to face Jock Peterson, or at least force Jock Peterson to get removed from the game for a pinch hitter, because you would rather face anybody than Jock Peterson. He doesn't do it. That's why you acquire a lefty. You have 2 lefties in the bullpen, and you've got a hot-as-all-get-out lefty who crushes righties up there with the game on the line, and you stick with the guy who can't get anybody out right now in Colin Holderman.
I wonder how Cherington felt about that situation. It's like, look, I got you a lefty, and I got you a lefty for these moments. I wonder what the discussion was after that game between Shelton and Cherington about that situation whenever Cherington goes out, tries to add to this team, and tries to do as best as possible, adds a component that would be useful and immediately is useful in a moment that he is brought in for, and Shelton doesn't do it. Yes. I wonder what that conversation was like after that game. I'm sure that Cherington wasn't happy.
If I may, Doran, very good point. Very good point. Because as we understand it, and Zangrilli's brought this up, they have meetings, they talk.
Oh, yeah.
But Derek Shelton gets the lineup card. And they talk about circumstances and strategy before the game, but they don't make those calls in-game from the press box. Like, Ben Cherington doesn't get on the bullpen horn and Shelton picks it up and he says, go to Beeks here. That doesn't happen. So it's on Shelton. And you're right. If I'm Ben Cherington, I am screaming at a wall. Why did I get this guy? I got him. And when you really think about it, if you're Cherington, you got him for like 8 or 9 moments over the course of the year. Like, that's it. He's a bullpen lefty. That's what you got him for.
Yep.
And there's one of those moments, and it's not a second guess. Everybody at the game thought that Beeks should be in. It's a first guess. It's not Monday morning quarterback. It's what should have happened. And then you have Shelton say he didn't pinch hit for Grandal because, what, Joey Bart's 0 for 3 against that reliever? He's referencing that small a sample size.
He's one of your best hitters.
He's one of your best hitters, and then he has the gall, the unmitigated nerve to say that Grandal's had good at-bats for the last month? Has he? No, he's Yasmani Grandal. It's the obvious stuff that doesn't happen that's frustrating. I'm not asking him to be, I don't know who's a smart, but Joe Madden. I'm not asking him to be a smarter, better manager than Torey Lovello. I'm just asking him. I think we're all asking him to do the obvious things in the obvious moments, and he doesn't. And so if everybody else is on an audition here, why would the manager not be? This is probably the most important 5-year stretch of Pirates baseball from now until our lives are over.
Mm-hmm.
If we live to, when we're supposed to.
Right.
I have said this is the best chance the Pirates will have to win a World Series in my lifetime because they've got Jake Arrieta. They've got Madison Bumgarner.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. It's a lot like Kenny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, Skeens, much better player, much better prospect even than Kenny was. But as you're trying to make hay with a premium pick, you need to set these guys up for success. And you've got Derek Shelton, who doesn't know his bum from a hole in the ground. And you've got Matt Canada, who can't call plays and doesn't know how to drop an offense.
Malpractice.
It's malpractice.
Absolutely. It's a shame.
Hey, I'll give him the opportunity. You get him to the playoffs. Get him to the playoffs. You're only 4 games out. You're still, quote unquote, in the hunt. Oh, we're doing it.
I can't believe this.
But when I read off these win probabilities, we've already said they're not better than the Padres. They're not better than the Diamondbacks. But they had a greater than 70% chance to win all those games, and they don't. That's on not pushing the right buttons. So you're close enough to be good enough, and you've got a manager who's actually holding you back now, I think, at this point. Something that's happening on social media is really annoying me right now, and I want to throw it past you guys when we come back. And also, this umpire situation, I thought, was a total disaster in a couple of different ways, and we got to dive into that as well. We've got training camp coverage a little bit later on in the show. Pat Bostic going to join us from 8 o'clock until 9. And 93.7 The Fan is your station for complete training camp coverage. Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 9-8 to the San Diego Padres in 10 innings. And the Pirates have lost the first 2 games in the series. Game 3 is today at 12:35 this afternoon. If you want to listen, you can over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 Kitty K. Also, Andrew Filipponi reported yesterday that the Brandon Aiyuk deal with the Steelers is at a verbal agreement stage. Neither the team or the league has acknowledged that trade yet, though. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey.
That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick.
What's going on?
Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop.
But this is a jewelry store.
Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct.
But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct too.
Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct. With unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry, it's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Halloween this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We will get into what was a disastrous, I thought, umpiring situation last night in a couple of minutes. We got to do the thing. So Poni tweeted out yesterday, sources, the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and the contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. And then later in the day, Jerry Dulac of the Post-Gazette tweets, the Steelers have no verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk and are not in the process of hammering out final details per sources, and any potential deal would not involve the Steelers giving up a player. Now, Poni has made himself an easy target before, which leads to him being an easy target now. I think common sense leads us all to believe that eventually Brandon Aiyuk will be wearing a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform. Here is what I will say about the Dulac refuting of the Poni report. A, maybe it's just time for everyone to hold their horses on all this and just take a breath and just let it go and see where it winds up. But the people who are killing Poni solely in Jerry Dulac's mentions, I do want to remind them that Dulac is the guy that asked Omar Khan about Justin Fields and Russell Wilson at the NFL Combine and was laughing the entire time he asked the questions because he didn't think it was possible.
Mm-hmm.
One guy thought the Steelers would get both, and that was you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting across right now from a man who should be trusted on these things. You also said off the air yesterday that you could see a 3-team deal in the works to get Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
What was reported last night? That there could be a 3-team deal in the works to get Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh. So I'm sitting across from a guy in the know. And it's not like Dulac hasn't broken news. It's not like Poni hasn't broken news. But another thing Dulac did this offseason was say Russell Wilson's not coming here because he won't be Kenny Pickett's backup. This guy got a ton of stuff wrong this offseason. It's not been a great offseason for Dulac either. Just saying. So if you want to go, oh, Poni's wrong because of Dulac, you could say Poni might be wrong or is wrong. I just don't want you to say Poni's wrong because of Dulac because my man's had a checkered offseason. That's all I'm saying.
All I know is this, is that whether it's Dulac, whether it's Poni, and, everybody thinks that they have sources or people that have legit sources and not direct sources, but pretty close to the best sources of situations, and especially in the NFL. Now, I'm not going against anybody right now. All I know is this. This is a very, very, I would use the word tender situation and difficult situation. There's a lot of things that have to go through for this to happen. I do believe that it will happen at the end of the day, but it's going to take some time. It's not as easy as people think.
Yes.
If you have a source and in a situation like this, there's only 3 people, maybe 4 people, that know what's going on with this situation.
Definitively, yeah.
That is Art, that is Omar, that is Andy, and that's Mike Tomlin. The scouts don't know. The personnel guys don't know. There's only 4 people in that organization that absolutely know what's going on. They are not meeting with scouts. They are not meeting with anybody else talking about this situation. So unless either side that we're talking about has one of those 4 as their source telling them what's going on, I would hold my horses on who I am listening to or who is saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being honest right now. There's not many people that know what's going on, and it's probably just Omar and Art.
I think that there's a way that in being wrong, Poni can be right. And I agree with what you're saying. Like, it's tight circle. Now, there are strategic leaks. There are league sources that are sniffing around it. But in terms of in the know, there's only a few. Right. And you named them. I do think, and I used the words common sense yesterday, I do think that a deal may well be in place and that T's do need to be crossed and I's need to be dotted.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that there's room for that to take a fair amount of time. If it is a potential 3-team trade where picks are going back and the Niners are going to use a pick to go out and get a wide receiver, that's a whole nother end of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about Aiyuk wants to come here and you're negotiating the contract with Aiyuk. You might have agreements in principle, but you might need to figure out bonus structure. You're going to need to think about incentives. When you talk about I's and T's and all that, it's very complicated.
Very complicated.
And that means, while done in principle, it's not done, and then so things can change. Things can absolutely change.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel like you've got it all figured out, there's always the possibility that there's a sticking point too. And the 49ers can always change their mind.
Exactly.
The Steelers can always change their mind. So when I say that I'm annoyed by what's going on in social media, I'm actually not talking about Dulac. I'm actually not talking about Poni. I'm talking about mostly these aggregator sites.
Oh, my God.
Dude, you go to the For You tab, it used to be nudity. I miss my nudity.
Right.
I miss the disgusting, negative, both sides political takes.
Right.
More than some dog avatar telling me that Brandon Aiyuk's a Pittsburgh Steeler.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
How many people have tweeted the stupid meme where there's a guy in the airport? I'm so tired of airport meme. I've seen Brandon Aiyuk in the Pittsburgh airport. I'm so tired of it. I'm sick of it.
Did you see what that guy Chris Carter did?
Yes.
Yes, did he Photoshop him into practice?
Practice with his luggage.
We'll talk more about this coming up at 7 o'clock. I think you and I are in total agreement on he's going to be a Steeler.
He is, and I mean, you almost nailed it. We'll talk more, like you said, but I think that there's might be another component to be added to this whenever it's all said and done.
Let's go! I want another component. Because, again, I'm sitting across from a guy who, of anybody in the country, and thusly the world, because it's a North American sport, who's been right about Steelers offseason stuff the whole way. You are the only person that said, oh, it's not Russ or Fields. Could absolutely be both.
Mm-hmm.
You're the only guy who said that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get more into this coming up at 7 o'clock. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Do you think Poni is do you think he can even sleep?
Probably not.
Oh, my God.
No, he's checking his phone, hoping that he's going to be right.
I had the last 4 games of the Steelers' schedule when the whole schedule release thing was happening, and I was nervous about that being 100% right. I can only imagine. Cold sweats. All right, coming up next, umps suck, or at least they did yesterday. And then back to Aiyuk and what the national experts are saying at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 9-8 yesterday to the San Diego Padres in the second game of 3. Pirates have lost the first 2, and now are on the verge of being swept if they can't win today. Game time at PNC Park, 12:35 start. If you want to listen, you can over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the inbound Parkway West, heavy and slow from the top of Green Tree Hill, then jammed just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East are heavy at Edgewood, Swissvale. Route 28, the Parkway North remain up to speed. Out of the South Hills, Route 51 with traffic light delays at the intersection with Nobles Lane, and then again approaching Bousman Street and down toward the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products and brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey fam, your girl Emmy here with a tour of my new place. Nope, no furniture yet and no AC, so ugh. But soon this place will be so bougie. We should check out my roommate Sarah's room. She has no money. Whoa, that dresser is really cute. And I love that bed. Does she get AC? What's going on?
At Mac.bid and the free app, you can decorate your new place at 80% off retail.
Who Who is Mac Bid? Oh, did she get a man in finance before me?
Mac.bid. You're only a few bids away from bougie.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball as they fight for a playoff spot. Mike's Beer Bar is Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball teams at the Princecade Pony League World Series, August 9th through the 14th. Enjoy the Champions League game, Mascot Night, Military and First Responders Night, and so much more. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princecade Pony League World Series, sponsored by the Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency. Don't miss it for the world.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The national media circling around these Brandon Aiyuk rumors. We'll talk about that. We'll hear from some of those people coming up in about 10 minutes here. The 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's revisit that Pirates Twitter poll real quick, Doran. The question, are the Pirates cooked? Already almost to halfway to 1,000 here. 91.5%. Yes. 8.5%. No. I thought last night's game was just so terribly handled by the umpires, too.
Oh, my God.
So you've got, who was it who got hit with the pitch? Not
Profar.
So Profar got hit on the knee, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Who was the guy that got hit where it was actually a foul ball? I guess it doesn't really matter.
He had the dreads. It hit off the shaft of the bat.
Clearly hits the bat.
I think it hit his finger.
You think it hit the finger?
Yeah, his finger looked like it kind of just jerked a little bit.
Yeah, a little jerky of the finger.
Yeah, a little twitch.
Okay, so you're going to disagree with me then.
I know at first, but then I saw like his finger kind of slide down and kind of like jerk down, and I was like, if they can see that, then I guess that's.
I just don't know what we're doing with replay.
Right.
I just don't.
Right.
And then you've got the weird pitch violation later in the game where they call it on the pitcher, but really when you watch it, it was on Ji-Won Bae. I agree in full form with what the broadcasters were saying on the TV side last night. Mm-hmm. You either have to issue it on Bae or you have to issue it on the pitcher. You can't just say, no, just kidding, the count is 0-0.
Right. It has to be 1-0
It has
or 0-1.
to be one or the other. Someone
Right.
done screwed up here, and you got to put it on somebody's ledger. But worse yet, why is the pitch clock in place? So that games can move quickly. Why in the world are you taking 5 minutes to debate it and having yourself a little powwow and a hang-out sesh in the middle of the field, and then you're going to talk to both managers, and then both managers get pissed, and then you got to talk to both managers again? I thought they gave Shelton a little bit of rope there, which was fine. Like, they didn't eject Shelton, and I thought he was going to get ejected. I mean, especially right there at the end.
Yep.
He was animated.
Mm-hmm.
But they knew they screwed up, and they knew that they handled it poorly. I don't know how in that position you're umpires and you don't see the big picture here, which is this is a rule so that the game goes fast. And here we've bogged this game down in its most crucial moment to a complete freaking standstill. I wasn't yelling at my TV because my kids were asleep. I wanted to yell at the TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had the stadium playing What's Going On, which I thought was very funny. We've seen some weird stuff these last few series.
Oh, with the water.
Oh, man, the water. You had the last game of the Astros series where Shelton came out and argued, and he was real pissed off about the umpiring. I thought Holderman got squeezed a little bit as well. There were some strikes called balls called strikes. I think it's been a really poorly umped series. And the umps made the decision to try to play that game the other night at 8:15, and then they made the decision to push the thing back to 9:40, and they made the decision to start the game at 6:40 to begin with.
Right.
I don't know why you have replay if you're going to screw it up. I don't know. Just make them all robots. Just give me R2-D2 for everything. Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. Wow! What? That's my R2-D2 impression. That's pretty good, right?
No.
Like when the X-Wing gets blasted or something and he's like, wow!
Oh, that's terrible.
Callis, find the R2-D2
That's terrible.
sound, please. The R2-D2
The sound
squeal.
is just terrible. It may sound the same, but that's just terrible.
Oh, okay. You're not judging my impression.
No.
Just to be clear.
Right.
Okay, that would be offensive to me. I'm fluent in droid. We'll do the side-by-side later on in the show. Coming up next, so we got Pony's report. We got Dulac's report. Well, we've all been waiting for the insiders. What's the latest from Adam Schefter? What's the latest from Mike Garafolo? What's the latest from Ian Rappaport? We've got it for you next. And Doran has an angle, believe it or not, that we haven't covered on this whole Brandon Aiyuk saga. In, what is this now? Day 3? We're at like 72 hours. So we'll get into all of that. Jeff Hathorn at 7:35. Right now, fan weather. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Woo!
Good morning, outer bands from Tropical Storm Debbie are already impacting places on the eastern side of the Laurels this morning. The impact from Debbie today will mostly be in the way of cloudy skies for the afternoon, just a small passing shower chance. With clouds in place, highs will likely just get back to the low 80s. Morning temps are near 70 and have the mid 70s for noon temps. Heavier rain from Debbie arrives tomorrow morning. It'll have a big impact on the morning commute and be out of here before noon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile, the KTK Weather Center.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek's August demo and fitting events start August 7th with TaylorMade, Ping, Callaway, and Titleist. Call to set up your time, 412-492-9990. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market, such as the summer barbecue favorite smokestack pulled pork sandwich. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-969-7766. 800-969-7766. 800-969-7766.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries. They'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Another black and gold season is upon us. This season, celebrate in style with the Coach T collection, a collection of Coach Tomlin's famous sayings on a t-shirt. Get the training camp special by using code FAN at checkout to get 15% off your entire Coach T order. Go to kayatomlin.us.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush coming along, and this report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam on the Parkway East showing solid delays from Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 steady for the most part, then heavy past the 31st Street Bridge down toward the ramp for East Ohio Street. No problems on the Parkway North. Route 65 traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wow! Oh my goodness.
Wow!
My ears are bleeding. It's awful.
Can I interest your ears in a little Mike Garafolo and Ian Rappaport yesterday on NFL Network?
Please do.
Okay.
There is no deal. The 49ers have had those trade talks with multiple teams, including the Pittsburgh Steelers, from what I understand. But there is no trade agreement in place. There is no contract finalized. We will continue to monitor the situation.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. Been getting close for the last couple of days. Nothing is done. I would echo what Mike's definitely anonymous source definitely didn't just tell him 2 minutes before the broadcast. And here's the interesting thing for me, guys, is, you know, Brandon Aiyuk has a lot of power here. And look, teams have power. The 49ers can hold out and not do a trade. If Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, if he will only sign an extension there, which that hasn't specifically been conveyed to me, but he certainly does feel like that's a place that he would like to be, then that's where he's going, right? Because that's sort of where we are with players nowadays, the kind of leverage they have, the kind of power they have. If Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to the Steelers, then eventually that's likely where he will be going. It's just complicated. The 49ers have to get a deal that they would like. We will see whether it is with the Steelers, whether it's picks or a player. I don't know if it was a couple other teams, maybe they would have gotten a receiver. Maybe that's something still in their mind. We will potentially soon find out, hopefully, God willing. Then there's the contract, which also have to be agreed to. These are not simple transactions, which is probably why for the last 3 or 4 days we've all been telling you the same thing.
So that was Rappaport there at the end, and he wants this to be over so much he's praying. God willing, this will be done soon. It is going to take time. It is, like Avril Lavigne once said, complicated, Doran. And I do think, like they think, eventually, like we think, he's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. In another clip, at a different point, Garofalo said, yeah, ultimately he's going to wind up in Pittsburgh. And Rappaport said, yeah, eventually he's going to wind up in Pittsburgh. It's just going to take some time, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's a methodical process, and they are going to try to get what they want because they still have control of the situation. Because if they didn't have full control of the situation, it would have been done already. Like, I mean, everything else is in place from what I've been hearing, what we've been seeing, that the Steelers are okay with paying Aiyuk what he wants. He's okay with accepting that. He wants to play for the Steelers. The Steelers, and that part of it is done. But the part of, and it's a 3-part process, maybe a 4-part process, where the 49ers are like, okay, like, yeah, you guys have that done, but we need to get compensated for it because we hold all the cards and we could just keep him and have him on the roster. And just like Doug said yesterday, if he doesn't want to play, then we'll fine him. If he doesn't want to play, then he's going to lose out on money. We drafted a receiver to kind of guard for this situation. That's why they drafted Pearsall at the end of the first round. I believe he was drafted. He is hurt right now, but he'll be fine this year. But they, from what I'm piecing together, Crowley.
Yes.
They want picks and or a receiver back to replenish that receiver room, even though they have Pearsall. They want another receiver. I don't know what type of receiver they want. Do they just want a body? Do they want a fourth receiver, a third receiver, or do they want a big-time receiver? I don't know what they want, but they know they need that. So, if you are the San Francisco 49ers, you're going to wait. You know that half of this is done. Some team is going to get desperate. It's only the first week, really, of preseason. Some team is going to get desperate. Some team might have an injury and need to trade and get desperate and trade for Brandon Aiyuk. So I anticipate them waiting and a team reaching out saying, we are willing to give a first-round pick for Brandon Aiyuk because we need him more than the Steelers need him. And that could also unravel a situation where Brandon Aiyuk says, no, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. I still want to go to the Steelers. Okay. Well, we're going to get picks from the Steelers, try to get picks, package those picks up, and then send them to a third team to get that receiver back.
You just said a lot of smart stuff, and I don't want to skip by any of it. I want to address all of those things. For example, a guy that covers the 49ers, he has 14,000 followers on Twitter. His name is Brian Peacock. He tweeted this out last night. It's becoming very clear that the 49ers want a wide receiver back in an Aiyuk trade. From what I understand, a deal might be agreed upon with the Steelers. So that would actually back Pony up. But the holdup is San Francisco finding a third team to flip picks for a wide receiver. So that could be the holdup in the here and now. But I also think you could be dead on the nuts with this, Doran, where, yeah, they probably do have the framework done with Pittsburgh. And Aiyuk does want to go to Pittsburgh. But if you're San Francisco, you don't have to pull the trigger right now.
No.
You can feel really good where you are with Cleveland, with the exception in the big one that Aiyuk doesn't want to go there. You can feel great about what you've got with Pittsburgh, knowing full well that whenever you want, you can hit the button on that and it gets done. But why would you do it today? Is it so big of a distraction that you're not going to be a Super Bowl contender? No, it's August 8th. I do think that Kyle Shanahan's annoyed. There was some reporting last night where Kyle Shanahan was annoyed with Brandon Aiyuk bro-hugging him the other day.
Mm-hmm.
That Kyle Shanahan isn't exactly a huge fan of Aiyuk right now, and so he doesn't want to be bro-hugged by the guy. So I do think Shanahan's annoyed, and I don't think he likes the distraction. But is Brock Purdy not on this team? Is Deebo Samuel not on this team? Is Christian McCaffrey not on this team? Is Kittle not on this team? Do you not have a Bosa, who's a defensive player of the year, rushing the passer? Do you not have one of the best middle linebackers in the game? What's happening now in August is not going to, from a distraction standpoint, keep you from reaching the ultimate goal. So why would you, even if you've got the framework of deals in place with multiple teams, why would you? You're right, pull the trigger right now when you could wait it out and think maybe there is another team that comes to the table. And if another team comes to the table that was never in it before, maybe there's a possibility in the Niners' mind that that team could entice Brandon Aiyuk and want to pay a Brandon Aiyuk. So you don't have to do it today. Like, you absolutely don't.
If I'm trying to make this up in my mind, and this is all just me just kind of just putting this all together and seeing a scenario that could happen. And I'm trying to work through it in my mind, so bear with me real quick.
Yes.
So if they want a receiver like Amari Cooper, if they waited and found another dance partner or maybe two dance partners, you could swing a trade and say the Steelers are out of it and say that Brandon Aiyuk can agree on going somewhere else. You could trade Brandon Aiyuk to Las Vegas. You can get back Devontae Adams, who's from California. Devontae Adams is making $28 million a year right now. You could take that on. That's kind of where you were willing to pay Aiyuk. They can get Aiyuk. You can also find a trade partner maybe with somebody that you've already traded with, and that is the Dallas Cowboys, because CeeDee Lamb has not reported to camp. You've already worked with them with Trey Lance. I want to know really if the 49ers are just not thinking that he's a number one receiver and should be paid that much money, or are they financially capped that they can't pay him? That's another scenario too. Like, if they have the money and they think that CeeDee Lamb is better, then they probably would be willing to pay. If they think CeeDee Lamb's a better receiver, then they probably be willing to pay. They might just have Brandon Aiyuk as like, no, you're not a number one wide receiver. We're not going to pay that much money. I don't know what their cap situation is to do that. There could be other partners that come to the table like those two teams. And then Steelers might be, SOL, out of luck. Or you could swing, Steelers send picks. You package those picks to send to the Cowboys. The Cowboys package them to send to, Oakland or not Oakland, Las Vegas, or you could package them and send them to Las Vegas, and then you could get that back. There's so many things that could happen in this situation, depending on their financial situation, what type of receiver they want,
how you value them,
how you evaluate them, and who really wants to work, who really wants to be a dance partner. I have a real true feeling that there's going to be maybe two teams that come to the table the longer that they wait. And it's going to be significant. And I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk would ever turn these teams down.
Even if other teams aren't going to come to the table, if you're the 49ers, I don't know why you don't at least wait and see. Just wait and see.
Right.
Like, Dallas might not be involved at all. Las Vegas might not be involved at all. There might be no other teams that come to the table, but injuries happen.
Yes.
And even if injuries don't happen, sometimes you're evaluating your own roster and you're reevaluating and you're thinking, we weren't in on the Aiyuk thing before. We're pretty good everywhere else. We've got cap space to spend. Maybe we should get involved in the sweepstakes. And maybe it's a team that Aiyuk never thought about before,
right,
because they had never come to the table, and you would consider doing it. I think the Steelers have a good deal in place. I think the 49ers have a deal that they might be willing to take on from the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just don't know that it makes any sense to get it done today. Why would it?
No, I'm obviously I'm just spitballing here. Like, I don't think that this will happen. But if I'm John Lynch, I'm going to wait for the best possible deal that I can get the most back at. And if I want a receiver, and it would depend on what receiver I want, what type of receiver, I would get a receiver, and I would get the highest draft pick, obviously, and I'd be concrete on that until I get that.
Yeah, I mean, there does come a point, though, where, again, Aiyuk holds the cards, and you might not get what you want.
How? I mean, you already feel that you can make another Super Bowl run without him. So, okay, what, is he just not going to play?
I don't think that they want to hold on to him all year. While I don't think it's necessarily a distraction that hampers them from their ultimate goal on August 8th, I think if he's on the team / not on the team, if you know what I'm saying, during the year, I think that could be untenable. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan wants to deal with that crap.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we saw what happened here with Le'Veon Bell. That's a pain in the ass. Everyone in the locker room almost every day, every new week that Le'Veon didn't show up, those guys were, and I was in there, they were fed up with that. And that's annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Shanahan wants to deal with that. I think they're still trying to play the whole, we could bring him back card. I don't think anybody's buying, and I think that's part of the reason why we're at a stalemate right now. That's why, while the Steelers might have a deal in place for Aiyuk, I'm sure San Francisco probably wants more from the Steelers than what the deal would be right now.
Absolutely.
And I think Omar's balking at it because he's saying, you're not keeping him. I think that's what Omar's thinking. You're not keeping him. You can say you're keeping him. We ain't buying it. I think it's fascinating. I thought it was going to get done yesterday. The more you think about it, the more national reporting you get on it, the more we kick around all these hypotheticals, it doesn't make any sense for them to do it today.
No.
They should hold on as long as they can until they feel like it is untenable, because you've already got deals in place. You can always fall back on those deals, but you can always hold out hope that you get something more. It's fascinating, and it's frustrating, and I'm tired of it, but I really want Brandon Aiyuk to be a damn Pittsburgh Steeler, and ultimately I think that's where it goes. But God, is it going to be an arduous process to get there.
Yep.
It is 7:17 in the morning, my man. Do you know how many reports we're going to get today about this? And how many from guys with 0 followers and blue check marks and aggregator sites and people with dog avatars? Today's going to suck again.
Yes, it is.
So let's talk about it more coming up next. And you can chime in at 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Key and Peters Township. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. What did Adam Schefter have to say about all this? We'll hear from him when we come back. But first, a Callis Fan headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 9-8 yesterday in 10 innings against the San Diego Padres. Pirates had a lead when Andrew McCutchen drove home made it 6-5 game in the 5th inning. Pirates are going to play today in the 3rd game of the series. Pirates have lost the first 2. If you want to listen to the game live, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, and you can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
The intense summer heat is imminent, and if you're concerned about excessive heat pouring into your home, it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Dorn sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Summer's here, and it is hot. Don't sweat it. Stay cool and comfortable with McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your honest local experts for any type of cooling solution. Whether it's a blazing hot day or a sticky, humid night, McVeigh can do it all. All installations, repairs, and maintenance. And right now, McVeigh offering up $2,000 off energy-efficient Lennox and Bryant systems with multiple financing options to fit your needs. Stay chill this summer. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit McVeighPlumbing.com. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. N-Say-24 price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Team USA women's basketball has won 59 straight games. Yes, 59 straight games. They beat Nigeria 88-74 yesterday. Now, come on. Nothing is guaranteed, but can we just give them the gold medal already? The only thing that would have made Team USA interesting this year would have been Angel Reese and, yes, Caitlin Clark. I'm sorry. Not really. I'm not sorry. I'm JR.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will help work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush holding its own. This report brought to you by Window Nation. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at Route 28. A little heavy but steady heading past the Route 8 at the bypass and down toward the north side. The closure of Route 51 in both directions between Crane Avenue and Woodruff Street, sending motorists scrambling for alternates. One of the popular ones has been Crane Avenue, but you're looking at delays now as you head past Dagmar Avenue down toward Banksville Road. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West, delays at Parkway Center. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The latest from Adam Schefter on Brandon Aiyuk is that it is more likely than not that the Niners will trade the maligned wide receiver, but that around the league, the feeling is that the Niners are going to take their time. Now, I think the Steelers are the most likely landing spot. Mike Tomlin did an interview yesterday where he was asked if he got any big-time, interesting phone calls, and Tomlin said, well, they're not awake on the West Coast yet. That's kind of un-Tomlin-like. He makes a joke about a specific situation and hints about that situation. Mike Tomlin then in the press conference yesterday had an exchange with Tim Benz.
Are you actively looking to add to that part of your depth chart? Or?
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
And so we heard that, and our initial thought was he didn't say no. And then I watched the video, and there's a wry smile. I think he's confident that this is getting done. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen today.
Right. And I think that he's confident, and I think that people should be confident that it's going to get done is because of the access that has been allowed to directly contact and communicate with Brandon Aiyuk and his agent. It's usually just the agent in the process and then the relay from the agent to the player. But now Mike Tomlin is the ultimate salesman. Like, I mean, if I had to sell somebody something, I'd bring Mike Tomlin with me because he can get everybody to buy in. And that's the reason why Brandon Aiyuk probably wants to come here is because of Mike Tomlin. So Mike Tomlin is going to pick up the phone. He knows Brandon Aiyuk isn't up, so he's probably like, nobody's up on the West Coast right now, but I'm going to give him a call later and check in on him. And I'm sure he did the day before and the day before and say, we want you here as a Pittsburgh Steeler. And Brandon Aiyuk is like, all right, like I want to be there too.
Yes. You just need to make sure day to day, hour to hour, that guy doesn't want to go anyplace else. Because you know he wants to come here. You know that. Everyone knows that. Mm-hmm. It's not a secret. You just need to make sure that if there are other teams involved, that Brandon isn't going to say, you know what, I could see myself wearing that uniform. You know, we've talked about this so much the last few days, and you had the Matt Mayoko report from NBC Bay Area, and we talked about convenient leakage, right, and trying to manipulate here. You're not going to catch Omar Khan off guard. Because for a trade to happen, Aiyuk needs to sign a contract. Omar Khan doesn't need to pay attention to the media. Mike Tomlin doesn't need to pay attention to the media at all. If there's another team come knocking, they're going to hear it from Aiyuk and Ayuk's agent. Mm-hmm. They're going to know who's involved in all of this. So all the reporting that I trust on this, and again, to use the 2 words common sense tells you, the Steelers do feel good that it's going to happen. Mike Garafolo, Ian Rappaport think it's eventually going to be the Steelers. But so here's my advice to Steelers fans today, and I'm going to try to heed my own advice here. I'm I'm not going to, and I have the last few days, I'm not going to sit there refreshing Twitter all day today.
No.
I'm just not going to do it. Folks, listen to the fan. If it happens, we'll have it here. Craig Riley will send out one of those push notifications for the Odyssey app. We're reacting to the Brandon Aiyuk trade. You'll know, and then we won't stop talking about it. But I think my eyes are going to go, man. I have wasted valuable time with my daughters sitting there these last few days. Refresh.
Yep.
Refresh. Scroll. Whoop, boop, whoop, boop. Over and over and over again.
I would be, if I was a Steelers fan, I'd be feeling pretty decent, though.
You should.
I think it's going to happen.
Yes.
It's just not whenever everybody thinks it's going to happen.
Yes.
But it will happen.
And that's why just everybody take a beat. Take a beat. There's going to be a bunch of reporting on it today. A ton of reporting on it today. From credible and non-credible folks alike. At the end of the saga, he'll be a Pittsburgh Steeler. So everyone just chill.
Yeah, just relax.
Everyone just chill. We'll talk to Hathorn. Jeff is his name. He's our sports director. Coming up next about Derek Shelton, about the Pirates, perhaps about Brandon Aiyuk. He was at the Mike Tomlin press conference yesterday. No shortage of things to talk to Jeff about. And our Aiyuk coverage on The Fan has been brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Right now it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 9-8 yesterday to the San Diego Padres and have lost the first two games of the series. Third and final game is today at 12:35. If you want to listen to the game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of five-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will help work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
Oh, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or just reality, really, but you know what's going to be here before you know it? Four-wheel drive season. Yep, Colin Dunlap here. And I got to tell you, Schultz Ford's got everything you need. Because that weather will turn at some point. Grab that Explorer, grab an Expedition. How about an F-150? Something where you can trudge through that foul weather. Well, they've got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. How about Wheeling? That store is humming. It really is. And SchultzFord.com, always online. Go check it out. There's a great selection. You can drive up to one of the dealers and go in person, or all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory for everything that you need. And like I said, that weather will be here soon enough. Get into something that'll get you around through that foul weather. So again, All those locations and always SchultzFord.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the plum insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone constant pain. It robs you of so many different things that you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation right now. 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. QC Kinetics.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, joins us now. Beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5HELMET. Jeff on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Jeff. What's going on, buddy?
Good morning, guys. Another rough Bucco game.
It sure was. And every week I feel like we are discussing one or two games where we go, oh, that was the worst loss of the season. And we will get to that. But it hit me, and I don't want to forget, Jeff. 8-7, Crosby's birthday comes and goes, and no Crosby contract. Should we have our ears perked here? Should we be worried? What do you think's going on?
I think every day that goes by, you should at least, I think this concern should grow. Like, he's one of those guys you just can't fathom in another jersey. I mean, that doesn't mean it can't happen, though. I mean, how does he assess where he's at? Is he happy in Pittsburgh? Does he see something there that maybe some of the fans don't see, or experts don't see, or some of us that logically look at the team don't see, that he's so set in his ways in Pittsburgh? Or does he want to chase another cup? If he wants to chase another cup, I don't know why he'd sign here.
Jeff, heading over to the Pirates, I tweeted last night, nail in the coffin, and it feels that way. It feels like all the excitement has been drained, and the realistic ending for the Pirates is to not make it to in a wild card spot or not make it to the playoffs, and then you're right back to square one in the offseason, figuring things out, and you wasted a year of Paul Skeens. But does it seem like Shelton's overwhelmed at times throughout these, at least throughout the last couple games? Do you feel like he's overwhelmed in his manager spot?
I mean, he's made a couple of bad decisions, that's for sure. Maybe I do think it's more about the execution of players when it comes down to coaches or manager decisions. So many times, hey, if the players execute the play, it's not, or if you bring in a player in a certain situation, we've seen it, a ton of times where Shelton's made the right call because somebody's executed. I just think right now it's all over the place. The defensive error here or there, mental mistake here or there, bad break here or there, bad decisions here and there. And it's when you make those type of mistakes, and yesterday it's 6 2-out RBIs, and you think, okay, get some clutch hits, you're going to be able to pull it off. But if you do that against better teams, I think that's what you're saying. You can make mistakes against the White Sox and still. You don't make those mistakes against San Diego, and I think you've also learned from San Diego. They've got a really tough mentality, man. They never say die. They're hustling. They're focused. I mean, it's a good baseball team, and if you don't bring it against them, even one slight error, you're done. And then, man, Caller Holderman's a good dude.
Boy,
3 appearances, 3 losses in August.
Yeah, and 4 of your last, 6 losses are all on his ledger, too. And it's just, he hasn't been good enough, and he knows that, too. Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Does the organization look at Shelton these last 50 or so games, and what happens in these 50 or so games determines whether or not he's back next year? Or do you think, regardless of what happens, Derek Shelton is leading the ship next season?
I don't think regardless of what happens. I mean, let's see how these last 50 play out. If there are obvious mistakes, if there are things that management thinks, hey, we should have done this here or there. But I think they'll take, what you'll hear from Ben Cherington and these type of topics when we ask him is, let's go through the entirety of the season before we make a decision. Let's see how the whole thing plays out before we decide. But, yeah, if it appears to Doran's point that he looks overwhelmed or he's making – decisions that are obviously looks like he's not in the right position, or he's not ready for prime time. I guess Doran, I don't want to take your words, but I think that's maybe what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Then yeah, they could make a change at the end of the year, but I think it would have to be egregious. They've had a good relationship. They've liked what he's done to this point, and we'll see what they do in the next 50 games. Hopefully, it's a lot better than we've seen in the last 6.
Jeff, both of us, we think at the end of the day, Brandon Aiyuk will be a Steeler. Give us a prediction when that will happen, though. When do you think that will go down? Because there's a lot of speculation. I mean, there's so much speculation out there of when and what and draft picks and things of that nature. But when do you ultimately think that, and if you do think that Brandon Aiyuk is going to be a Steeler, when does that happen?
Yeah, and that's what I think the Steelers have done so well is they've been patient. There hasn't been any, we need to get him in now, or we're going to freak out and offer too much, or we're going to say we're out of this. They've been very patient in this situation. I would think by at least after the next preseason game. So you get in one type of rep, not that he necessarily needs to get into a game, but you get him in a little bit more practices. You get him a week or so before the season would start, since there's that break between the last preseason game and the start of the regular season. So I still think there's a little time. I get it. You want to have somebody in an offense and get to know guys and get to know the quarterbacks. But with a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, he doesn't need that much time. And you could simplify the offense, or at least what he does in it, if you need to. But I think the Steelers are playing this well. Continue to be patient. Let this thing play out, and don't overpay when maybe there's not the bidders that San Francisco thinks, or at least not a team that's willing to pay him the kind of money that he wants.
Jeff, we know that Justin Fields is going to start the game tomorrow now. Hey, we're here. Mm-hmm. and that Russell Wilson is not going to play. And Mike Tomlin, paraphrasing here, said that there's competition at every position. How legit is the competition at quarterback? I guess I should ask it this way. If the door is ajar for Justin Fields to enter the door, just how ajar is that door?
Not very.
Okay.
As much as Tomlin said it was a competition, and the very next answer to the next question, he said, well, you saw my depth chart. I mean, Russell hasn't done very much at practice, and yet he's still listed as a starter. So I don't foresee that changing, at least early in the season. I can't imagine a scenario, barring injury, where he is not the starter week one. And you know, as much as we tell ourselves don't overreact to preseason games, I mean, even if Justin Fields goes out and tears up a backup Texans defense, I think Russell Wilson will still be their starter. When they brought him there, they committed to him being the starter. He's dealt with a little bit of an injury. He'll be the starting quarterback.
Crosby, Aiyuk, Fields, Shelton. Think we're good, Jeff. Yep. Thank you so much for taking time with us today.
Never boring in Pittsburgh sports.
It sure isn't, pal. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. I mean, that's the biggest non-story going on in Pittsburgh sports right now that would otherwise be the biggest story is the whole quarterback thing. Mm-hmm. And luckily for us, we have Pat Bostic joining us from 8 o'clock until 9. We'll go over some of the things Mike Tomlin had to say yesterday. We'll talk about that quarterback battle, even though the door's not all that ajar. But coming up next, why, oh why, does Brandon Aiyuk want to come here? We talked about it yesterday. A national media member lent their name to that conversation. We'll let you hear from them next. But first, it's a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Padres play again in the third and final game of the series. Pirates can't win the series. They already lost the first two, but they can avoid being swept with a win today. Game time's at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush continuing to get heavy in spots. And this report brought to you by Greenewald Roofing. 51 northbound. Watch for delays as you head past Edgebrook Avenue down toward Bousman Street, and then again at that Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 just a little heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass. No problems on I-79 or the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Greenewell Roofing, your career, our commitment. Are you a go-getter with a passion for sales? At Greenewell Roofing, they're looking for dynamic-driven individuals to join their commission sales team. Enjoy unlimited earning potential and the chance to help homeowners protect what matters most. Apply today. Visit greenewellroofing.com to get started.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your 4th line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Quarterback expert, our friend Pat Bostic, joining us for the next hour from 8 o'clock until 9. The 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Jonathan Jones from CBS, national football writer, has a theory on why Brandon Aiyuk wants to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. We do not have time to play that clip because I have screwed the clock. So we can get to that with our quarterback expert. But when guys like Jeff, who we had on in the last segment, say with every passing day, you can worry more and more about Sidney Crosby, I take that to heart.
Absolutely.
Jeff is not a reaction guy. Jeff is a smart guy. I love it when he hosts shows. He gives good takes, but he's not going to go hyperbole. Jeff's not trying to stir the pot. Jeff's a logical man. And now that Crosby's birthday has come and passed and there's still no contract, I think it leaves room for interpretation on what the hell's going on here. And you do start to wonder if Crosby is pondering his future in Pittsburgh more than anybody thought that he would. Nationally and internationally in Canada, Doran, a lot of people seem to think that Sidney Crosby could wind up elsewhere. But locally, what we had been told by all the Penguins beat writers is that he wants to finish out his career here. But, you know, when you've got time and you start to think, man, and you survey the scene and you really think about your goals and you come to the realization you're not going to win a Stanley Cup here, I think that's part of the math going on right now in Crosby's head, or at least I think it's fair to speculate about that.
I think that's part. I think there's a lot of angles to this, honestly. I mean, it's speculating angles to it. I'm speculating that everything is so different. Like, Mario took him in. He lived with Mario for so long. Mario is not a part of this team at all, really. I mean, the first time he came back, or maybe one of the couple times he's come back since he's sold the team, was whenever they honored Yager.
Yep.
He's never around. I heard that situation is shaky as well. Like, I mean, due to the ownership, percentages, all that stuff. Mario's not here anymore. Rutherford's not here anymore. You do still have Sullivan. You still have Malkin. You still have Letang. You still have your buddies. But, you know, the regime is totally different. And whenever you have that connection with ownership of somebody who is an idol to you, who is regarded as one of the best players ever, and is the owner, the relationship is so different than business people coming in.
Yeah.
Like, and then you just get different messaging. And maybe, and Sidney Crosby's smart. Like, you don't get to where you're at and being that great at something without being smart. And maybe he just doesn't want to have to deal with a situation like this and to lose alongside of that.
Correct. You could put up with a ton of change, so long as you feel like you're a true Stanley Cup contender.
For sure.
That's the comb over for the baldness that is whatever else is going on. If you're winning, who cares about the rest? But you're not winning, and it's really not the Penguins anymore. You have Malkin, you have Letang, and you have your head coach. Nothing else is the same. Not really. I mean, Brian Rust, whatever, but like not really.
Gensel's gone.
Yep. Totally different
That pissed him
organization. It did. And here's a text. And I wonder what people's mileage is on this one. And this is something that we'll have to get into more in depth at another point, but I did want to bring it up. If Sid signs elsewhere after basically making them re-sign Malkin and Letang, and then they retain Sullivan probably because, at least in part, Crosby likes his guy, and then Sid leaves, the texter says Sid can go F off then. I will never get there, but hey, sign Malkin. Hey, sign Letang. Hey, I'll be there. And then you leave. I just licked the microphone. It would leave a bad taste in my mouth.
Like that?
Like that did. I went to lick my lips. I was way too close to the microphone, and I slobbed the thing. All right, we don't have time for that conversation. If it should come to pass that Crosby does not sign an extension before the season, maybe we can revisit that one. But it bears monitoring, and we will continue to do so for as long as he goes unsigned now that it's past his birthday. Coming up next, Pat Bostic going to join us, quarterback expert. What do we make of what Mike Tomlin had to say about the quarterback position yesterday? We'll react with Bostic. First, though, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 84.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only, and stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball as they fight for a playoff spot. Mike's Beer Bar is Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Closure of Route 51 between Crane Avenue and Woodruff Street, sending motorists scrambling for the alternates. One of them has been Crane Avenue, making that left. You're heading down toward Banksville Road with delays from Belasco Avenue and Beachview down to that intersection. Meanwhile, Route 51 continues to be heavy northbound as you make your way between Edgebrook Avenue and Boundsman Street toward the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. West Liberty Avenue, that is stacked back to Brookside Avenue. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains jammed now at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at Shaler Waterworks to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At what point do you become concerned about the lack of reps for Russ in the first team offense?
I'm not. Mike Tomlin, not concerned about Russ not getting a ton of reps with the first team offense as he's been nursing and they've been careful with him with that calf injury. Mike Tomlin said that Russ is number one quarterback on the depth chart. He said the whole time that Russ is in pole position, but what do we know? We know that Justin Fields is going to start the game tomorrow night. I think that's a good thing for the Steelers. They want to continue to get a look at Justin Fields. They obviously feel confident in what Russ can bring them if he does come back. When, I should say, he comes back healthy. What I'm wondering is just how much stock Mike Tomlin can put into what Fields has done just how much stock Mike Tomlin will put into a good performance, or if there is one from Justin Fields in any preseason game, and why he would have his mind totally made up at any point. Why would you not just keep an open mind about the quarterback position? By the way, Pat Bostic's supposed to be here.
Right.
And I wonder what would happen if he were late like this. He's late every time he joins us, and we love Pat. If he were late every time like this at Pitt, you think Heather fires his ass?
Probably.
I mean, what are we doing here, Pat? Pat was supposed to come on from 7 until 10. And he said, no, I'll go 7 to 9. And then he's like, no, sorry, I can only do 8 until 9. And then now he's not even here, and it's 8:04. And so what is he going to do? 8:05 until 9 o'clock?
Yep.
Or we might not have Pat Bostic at all.
Or we might not have him at all.
I did that in reverse. I should have said all those things about
Right.
Pat and then talked about Russ and then thrown that to you. Do you remember what I said about Russ?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that this is a situation where Mike Tomlin doesn't want to get himself into a situation that he was in last year. And where Mike Tomlin knows himself very well and where he should know himself very well is that he had Ben Roethlisberger for a majority of his career as a head coach. Mike Tomlin didn't have to worry about the quarterback position. He didn't have to develop the quarterback position. He didn't have to, hold the quarterback's hand. And I think with Russ, he's not going to have to do that. And that's where he's comfortable at right now. I think the whole evaluation with Justin Fields is for the future. And I think that one more year with Mike Tomlin and having a legit veteran quarterback while alongside evaluating your future quarterback, I think that he knows that he needs that because he needs to win now, but also needs a plan for the future. And he hasn't really had that experience. He's had it for 2 years with Kenny,
right,
or a year and a half with Kenny, and it didn't work well. I don't think he wants to go that route right now. Right now, he has to get his feet back on the ground, and that's what Russ can bring to the table for him this year.
That's well said, and I've said all along, I think Russ is going to give the Steelers a really good chance to win, and particularly early, I think he'd give them the better chance to win. I've also said I think Justin Fields gives them a higher ceiling if he were to find himself because of some of the things he can do, all the things that he can do athletically. One thing I will say about this whole quarterback situation is I don't trust Mike Tomlin to necessarily do the right thing. Now, I don't know what the right thing is, but I think he butchered the Kenny Pickett era. Just totally butchered it from start until finish. Clearly, last year the best quarterback was Mason Rudolph. Without question. So I'm not saying that Mason should have started over Kenny, but he damn and sure hell should have been in there over Mitch Trubisky. How do you not see that guy's clearly better after having a year plus, 2 years of evaluation of Mitch Trubisky? They should never have brought Mitch in the first place. They should have let Kenny have more reps with the ones in the first place. They never should have put Kenny in the Jets game. So I don't know what ultimately will lead the Steelers to winning the most games this year. It's my job to give opinion on that. It's not my job to make that happen. It's Mike Tomlin's job. I'm just not so sure he's very good at it from the quarterback standpoint.
And that's what I think he's admitting, Pat. I think that he's admitting that I'm going to remove myself from the situation, and I want the veteran quarterback to kind of handle things, and that's why Russell Wilson is the guy. He doesn't want to have to go through a young quarterback, developing quarterback situation, trying to figure that out alongside trying to win games and try to make playoff runs.
He's also got a proven offensive coordinator that's been a head coach to lean on as well in this process. Last year he had Matt Canada. So I think a step back not only for Russell Wilson to be the guy, but for Arthur Smith to make the decisions on a daily basis as to who's going to give them the best chance to win. So I think that's why they went that direction with a proven offensive coordinator, someone that's got experience, been a head coach. And I think that's probably lost in the equation here is Arthur Smith's input. I think he's going to have a lot of autonomy with this offense. I think he's the head coach of the offense. And I think that was a directive.
I'm sure that's the case. I do wonder, and hi, Pat.
Hi.
I do wonder how many times Justin Fields pulls the ball on a read option and scoots around the edge, though you are away from saying, oh, you know what? He gives us more opportunity to get creative, to have the quarterback run game be a part of this thing.
You mean in preseason?
I'm talking about how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop here? How many plays does Justin Fields have to make training camp, preseason, what have you, before Arthur Smith goes, hey, I know we trust Russ, But I'm having a hard time not wanting to play this Justin Fields kid.
That doesn't mean you don't have to play him.
Make him the starter.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be enough. I don't think being a glorified running back.
Well, but he's making throws, too. I'm just saying
Right.
that's part of it.
Right. But do you trust him to make those throws in a game and pull it down in the game and throw the ball down the field? Like, I trust Russ. Like, he's not going to put it into harm's way. But Justin Fields may get erratic, and things happen fast. I don't know if there's anything that Fields can do in this moment to get that starting spot just based off of his characteristics and him being dynamic that way.
I expect him to pull the ball and run around the edge. That's an expectation. That's not even like – I'm not going to be surprised when that happens.
You say that, but Tomlin said he's surprised by his athleticism.
I think that's training camp fodder. Yeah, he sees him in person. That's different.
Yeah.
But you expect him to run. I mean, you watched him for 3 years in Chicago. So I think what Doug said yesterday rung true with me.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, absolutely. While I was playing 100 holes of golf, I was listening.
We do have to get into that
we
at some
will.
point.
I'm exhausted today. But anyhow, 8 for 10. Like it can't be 4 for 9 and a near pick, but he rushes for 50 yards and a touchdown, and everyone's like, "Whoa, we got ourselves a weapon." It's got to be the consistency, and especially if this Aiyuk thing comes to fruition. I mean, you got weapons now. You've got 2 bona fide all-pro level receivers. One that's proven it, one that has the potential. And you got to be able to play from the pocket and deliver the ball. It's been proven in the NFL. Look at Lamar Jackson. You're going to hit your head on the AFC champion. You've got to be able to throw the ball consistently to win. And you got to be able to do it with explosive plays, but also you got to move the sticks and sustain drives. And Justin Fields, to this point in his career, in regular season professional football, has been inconsistent at best. The potential there is almost unlimited if he's able to get consistent, which is a big if. It's a big if.
Well, and that's why I think, Doran, you used the perfect word. They trust Russell Wilson.
Right.
You know what you're getting. You've seen him have one bad year, frankly. One bad year. And last year, people knock him. If he did that here in Pittsburgh, he would have been by far the best that they've had since Ben, and they may well beat the Bills in a playoff game. So I understand all that. I'm just wondering how long it would take and what Justin would need to do to earn trust, because the ceiling is so high, as we've talked about.
I don't even think that they're even in the mindset to entertain that right now. That's just my opinion.
This is all about Russ. This is about what Russ does or doesn't do.
Yeah, but I think, and I'm not saying I even disagree with any of that. I just think you have to have an open mind, and you have to allow for your mind to be changed. Like, Doran, you probably didn't want to like me when we first sat down to start to do a show. Oh, dang. This guy sucks.
I just think they can have an open mind, and like they may get closer together in terms of the separation, but it's going to be about what Russ doesn't do or his lack of production that allows Justin Fields to play, regardless of what he does in the preseason, regardless of what he does in practice. However, I liken it this way, and I hate to use this analogy, but it's like, yeah, the finger might be on the trigger a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you might have the gun out of the holster, if you will. But it's not fully saddled and just you're not going to touch it, right? I mean, they think they can win. They feel like they can win now. And if Russ isn't getting it done, they brought Justin Fields in to give them another option. And I think if and when that happens, that's when you make the decision. You don't do it because Justin Fields practices well and has a good preseason. Because we've seen good preseasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said that yesterday.
Oh, man.
We saw a perfect preseason.
Yep.
And Justin Fields, unlike Kenny Pickett, has game tape. Legitimate game tape as a starting quarterback with no threat of anybody unseating him. He was in a situation where they were giving him the ball on every Sunday. And it wasn't that good. So he's got to prove, when given the opportunity, that when the bullets are really flying game day, he can play.
Russ would have to lose the job. Justin can't win the job.
I think
that makes sense.
That's a very succinct way of putting it.
Yes.
Russ
would
That's why he's always late, because you just said what he said, but you said it way quicker.
Right, and I knew we had to get out of the segment, so I just wanted to wrap it up.
It's so true, though. I buy that. That's really well stated by you guys. They can be surprised by the athleticism of Justin Fields being even more than they thought and what they saw on tape. He could protect the ball. He could be making throws from the pocket in training camp, but you're not going to give him the opportunity unless Russell Wilson is not what you thought Russell Wilson was.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen 4 or 5 passes that people post on X during training camp. Oh, big-time completion. On 4 of them out of the 5, he gets roasted in the pocket. Whacked. When you aren't wearing a red jersey, that's different. That's a hell of a lot different, making those throws. And you start to gauge, does the guy have flinch in him? Does he look to bail because he's about to get hit? You can't ascertain that in practice. You just can't. You can't gather it. I've played there. I played the position. It's totally different. It's so comfortable back there because the only chance you get hit is if someone stumbles into you by accident. But when you're in a game, man, and you know, like,
Myles Garrett is coming after
the eye level can come down. And when you're an athlete, it's even harder because you feel like you can bail out of there and go make a play. We saw it with Kenny. I mean, that little punch, pivot, and spin out, that's instinct. That's fight or flight. That's not something he plans to do. He didn't practice that. You know, he may practice it a little bit, but it's not something he wants to do.
Right.
But when you got, Patrick Queen flying at you and he can actually behead you, it's just different. So I caution everybody. Well, I think Justin Fields has a high ceiling, and I would be thrilled to be where Arthur Smith is right now. Thrilled. I think he's been given a heck of a deck of cards, especially if they get Aiyuk. A great deck. I wouldn't put too much stock into training camp performance outside of the things that, frankly, I expected to see, which were freak athleticism, good arm strength, and he's been consistent, which is positive. Again, the bullets aren't flying.
I have another Russ Wilson, Justin Fields question for you guys. That was really good, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do that a little bit coming up next. Got to talk to Pat about Brandon Aiyuk. And then Pat golfed 100 holes yesterday, which if I did that, it would lead to divorce. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You can tweet us any questions for Pat and Doran. Probably not me. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Callis Fan headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Padres play again today at 12:35, third and final game of the series. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn. Maximize the efficiency of your HVAC equipment with the Southside Plumbing and Heating Technician Inspection. Whether it's HVAC equipment or a new hot water heater, Southside Plumbing and Heating will give you a shoulder to lean on. They're not just a family-owned business that's been around for decades. They make you feel like you're a part of their family from the time you give them a call until the time the job is done. Their quality and intent to get the job done makes them the absolute best plumbing and heating company in the city of Pittsburgh. Give them a call, 412-431-7455, or go to their website, southsideplumbingandheating.com. They're looking for HVAC technicians. So like I said, go to their website. If you're interested, southsideplumbingandheating.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Roman Wilson, a high school standout and college star. Wide receiver Wilson's next stop is the pro level. After growing up in Hawaii, Wilson spent 4 years at Michigan and ended his collegiate career by winning a national title. Wilson was taken by the Steelers in the third round of this year's draft, and he's set to show Pittsburgh that Roman is ready to reign.
The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. I might start with badminton. I would probably have to do a little research on that, but it's up to you at FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay and play packages with on-site hotel, easy to book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tea time, call 724-459-7191.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with 0 copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to Kickoff presented by Hyundai. First up is Kansas City, looking to become the first team to three-peat in the modern era. Of course, it starts and ends with their 2-time MVP winning quarterback. The reigning champs added a solid weapon at wide receiver that should bolster their offense alongside their Hall of Fame tight end. Will their defense come along for the ride again this year? The Journey to Kickoff is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Do you ever get so mad after a breakup that you want to prove to the other person they made the wrong decision, even though they probably no longer think about you at all? That's what the NCAA did on Wednesday, giving Jim Harbaugh a 1-year suspension and a 4-year show cause penalty. Oh no, I'm sure Jim is thinking. NCAA. Harbaugh got his title, and he's gone. He left you. Just because you joined a gym and got a haircut doesn't mean you're getting him back. Move on. I'm Bart Winkler.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West once again jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound getting heavy past I-79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy from the Route 8 at the bypass in toward the north side. Crews continue to work on Route 51 with that bridge demolition. It is closed between Crane Avenue and Woodruff Street, sending motorists scrambling for alternates. Crane Avenue itself heading for Banksville Road jams all the way back to Tropical Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got a real good show for you.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Pat Bostic with us until 9 o'clock. There's some Sidney Crosby news out there from Rob Rossi we'll get to in a little bit regarding his contract. The contract is not done. If it were, we would drop everything and we would talk about that. Bostic, you golfed 100 holes yesterday?
We did. We teed off at 6:25 and got done at 8:45.
You did that in an hour and a half?
PM, brother.
I know.
And that would have been 2 hours and 20 minutes for those.
Oh.
How did you play?
Yeah, it's so
carts, right?
Carts.
Okay.
We start off doing an alternate shot. So you get like 36, 54 holes in pretty quickly. And then we did a scramble, 2 scrambles. We tried to break 50 from the red tees like Bryson did.
Mm-hmm.
Did not succeed in that, but had a great time. And then we played our own ball for 36 holes. We played 109 holes yesterday.
What hurts the most?
Well, it'd be easier to tell you what doesn't hurt at this point. But no, I think I actually feel decent. Now the older fellas in my group, I think we're probably struggling a little bit today.
Yeah.
But Pomp sent the KDKA folks out, which was very nice of him. And it's all for Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. One of my best buddies, Bruce, his daughter Meredith, who's going to Pitt now, had neuroblastoma at 3 years old.
Jeez.
And was in the hospital, and Bruce would sleep there every night, and she was at Children's and beat it, but it's for survivorship, so it's for the families and kids that they're going to have to deal with that for the rest of their life. There's going to be implications that they don't know about even now. She's 18 years old.
Wow.
And so we'll raise over $35,000 for that. We raised $36,000 last year, so well over $200,000 for the several years we've been doing it. So Children's Hospital is just a phenomenal place, and Bruce puts it on, and we have a ball doing it. So fortunately, it wasn't as hot yesterday as it was Tuesday.
Yeah, you got no inkling that you were even in the sun yesterday.
No, it was
no burn, no tan.
No burn, no tan, nothing. It was a lot of fun.
That's fantastic.
So is it the groin? Groin hurt?
Probably his hands.
Hands hurt a little bit.
A little raw, or is it just like the arthritic kind of feel?
The sore.
Just the
like whenever you used
calluses, the calluses, the little Nicholas Harry calluses on my hands are a little sore.
Yeah, that for me, if I played that much, it wouldn't be because you're wearing gloves. It's not like you're gonna get. I guess yeah.
You wear one glove, unless you wear 2 gloves.
No, I'm like Kurt Warner. I wear 2. I wear 2 at all times.
You wear 2 gloves.
You hurt your back walking yesterday and going on a walk. What are you
5 minutes into my walk yesterday. I was supposed to have a spine appointment today. I had to cancel it. My daughter's in a show. Kids. And I canceled it. 5 minutes into a level walk yesterday, and my back was screaming so hard I thought I might cry.
Wow.
Yeah. It's no good, man.
You might want to reschedule that appointment.
Well, yeah. And I made the mistake. My wife killed me because I canceled it without rescheduling it because I canceled online, and you have to call to reschedule.
They charge you?
They don't charge you. It's just a pain in that butt whenever you got to reschedule. And I called back in yesterday, and it's going to be like 4 months.
Oh, man.
So I had to get on a cancel list. So you're going to hear me bitch about the back a whole heck of a lot, Doran.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
He'll have one of those little arch supporters on his chair.
Mm-hmm. Back brace.
When I was a kid, because I have kyphosis, it means I have a curved spine at the top. I look like Quasimodo, the Hunchback of Notre Dame. My other doctor called it bamboo spine. That's neither here nor there. When I was a kid, they said
kyphosis.
It's kyphosis.
That would be an ailment that you would absolutely have.
Yeah. They said we want to put rods by your spine. This is when I was like 12. And my parents were like, yeah, that's just let them be bent.
You got that way just from just living.
Yeah, I didn't play anything.
Nothing, yeah.
No.
Dang.
Yeah,
I think it was the punting.
Turning back on it, I would have probably gotten the rods in so that I don't have to deal with it now. But at 12, you don't want them fusing things to your spine.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
No, I think that would be tough.
Yeah. What were we going to talk about? Oh, Russell Wilson. So you guys both talked about the fact that Russ would have to lose the job, in addition to Justin Fields showing his worth. He can't do that, Russ, in the preseason, right? Like, he can't lose his job if he goes and plays preseason game 2 for a half, preseason game 3 for like 2 series. He can't lose the job by being awful in those 2 moments, right? It would have to be at some point during the regular season you're losing games because of his play.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he could lose a job in preseason. I definitely don't think that Justin could win it. So either way you go. Now, you'll feel better if he plays well.
Well, Russ isn't going to play enough to lose it in preseason.
That's probably true, too.
Yeah.
And he hasn't played half the camp. He hasn't even practiced, so he's fine.
He took 12 snaps in 11 on 11 the other day, and I think he handed off like 7 of them.
Yes.
That's not a lot.
It's a long season, man. Like, it is just a long season. And for a guy that's been through it, it's just not necessary for him to I don't think that they wanted him to tweak a calf pushing a sled, but I do think this was part of the plan to get Justin reps early and to phase Russ in an intentional but strategic way.
Well, and the way that you can, we've talked about trust being the word. He can play his way. Justin can. He can give them trust in him enough so that if bleep goes awry in the regular season, you feel confident enough handing him the reins.
Yeah, again, I think he can make the leash shorter.
Right. With
his performance and his play in preseason and otherwise. I also think that, again, you talk about creativity and flexibility. I think he can play his way into a role in this offense.
Yep.
I really do. And I think Russ is comfortable enough in his skin to deal with it. I think that Arthur Smith has experienced having quarterbacks like that. Mariota, that can run a little bit. So he's got that in his arsenal. I absolutely feel like whether it's a red zone or third and short or short yardage package where he can move the chains and run, give you an element that you don't want to expose Russ to, I think that can be a part of a winning formula. I absolutely do.
I want to ask you about Brandon Aiyuk and how transformative an Aiyuk acquisition might be for this team. We'll do that. A lot still left with Pat Bostic. He's with us until 9 o'clock. I'll just throw this out there. The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Simple question. Are the Pirates cooked? One word, Pat. Are the Pirates cooked?
No.
Whoa!
They're.
You came. I didn't want to do this, but you came. I was just reading the thing. You came all up in here, all pissed off about the Pirates and crushing the manager.
I was pissed off. I don't think they're cooked though. I think they're baking at the moment.
You guys are nerds. Like,
we're nerds.
Well, don't worry.
Yeah, we have kyphosis.
Yeah, kyphosis.
Are you going to make fun of my disability?
No, it's not a disability. You're clearly very abled. I don't think that they're cooked yet. I don't think they'll. I think it's hard for them to be cooked with Keller, Skeens, and if Jones comes back. Like, they're going to hover around 500. But are they a playoff team right now? Hell no.
Well, then they're cooked. I asked Dorn, he said they're simmering. I asked you say they're baking.
Simmering.
Simmering.
Is there a nice sear on either side?
Nice sear.
Yeah.
It's simmering in the pot. Like the stew. Like, you put it in the crock pot.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah, and then it takes like 4 hours.
I just wish they made better decisions.
Nerds.
To give themselves a chance to win.
Callis, are they cooked? Well, Adam, they're sous videing right now.
Just put them in the air fryer.
I do like food, and I think cooking.
Are they cooked?
Cooking of the Pirates, though, is not delicious. That's my take.
I don't know what that means.
We're not talking about how it tastes. Are they cooked, Callis?
Listen, it's not delicious. Okay, that's all I'm trying to tell you.
Right now, they stink. They're playing bad baseball right now.
So you're saying that they're cooked, but it doesn't taste good.
Yeah, we're not talking about eating the Pirates.
I'm not getting in the middle of this. Is what I was trying to do there. Look at Callis.
Callis is like assessing this as if it's like a 6-pack of wings outside the studio. He's like, I don't think that would taste good.
You know what? I wish they wouldn't be cooked. I wish they would be baked like a cake. And there'd be a bunch of sugar in them, and I'd be happy because they taste real sweet. There.
Oh, my gosh.
This went off the rails. Let's go to break.
Bostic on Aiyuk coming up next. Now a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Pirates lost the first 2 games of the series. Third and final game is today at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can, over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. And no further rumors about Brandon Aiyuk. Poni tweeted out yesterday that it's a verbal agreement pretty much right now, but neither teams nor the league has made any mention of a trade involving him and the Steelers and the 49ers. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Now here's Crowley.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it, available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs to get going if you've played 100 holes of golf and you need that burst. Well, how about a revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals that gives you the energy to turn the fun up to 11. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app and get a medium Sparked Energy for just $3. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
One of the biggest rodeos this side of the Mississippi is on its way to the famous North Washington Rodeo Grounds. Mark your calendar August 13th through the 17th for 5 exciting nights of outstanding rodeo action. As seen on TV, the world champions will be competing for huge prize money. Come see all of the exciting action August 13th through the 17th. Get your tickets early and save at NorthWashingtonVFD.com. The North Washington Rodeo is coming, Route 38 North in Butler County.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 51 still wreaking havoc on the morning rush. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Coming out of the South Hills, Banksville Road, stacking from Potomac Avenue down toward Crane. Crane Avenue itself, that's jammed from Tropical Avenue down to that intersection where reportedly traffic control is working the lights there. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacks at Greensburg Pike. And Route 28 heavy approaching Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Still smarting over here after the insults about my back. About my kyphosis. Pat Bostic making fun of my malady.
You slandered me that, I'm late because Doran says things more, with more concision than me.
You do that a lot.
Is concision a word?
Do what? Crowley does that a lot. He'll just he'll insult people and he'll start, a bunch of crap and then he'll just be insulted when he feels offended.
Yeah, he plays victim.
Yeah, well,
he called us nerds, literally to our face.
Listen, I sympathize with your kyphosis.
Thank you.
But you seem to be doing just fine. Got a wonderful family. You allow strangers to come to your front door and sell you windows and security systems and
ain't no stranger selling me security systems.
Guardian, baby.
Only our great friends whom we know very well at Guardian Protection. Those are the people who sell us
the
security
best.
Systems.
The best.
Simply the best.
Concision, by the way, is a noun that means to stir up, excite, or agitate. It does not mean to be concise, just FYI.
Concision, really?
Yeah. Yeah, you used the word incorrectly. And I don't think you can deny that you're always late.
No, I am.
We love you anyhow, Pat. All right, let's ask
the quality or state of being concise. Concision.
He probably spelled it wrong.
I did. I spelled it concitation, and I was hoping neither of you guys would catch it. That is...
Like I said.
Point Doran.
Doran, like I said Saturday, Doran. I point actually me. And... when you have a 2.4 average at a glorified community college, this is what you get.
13th grade.
2.6.
Wrong again.
Just real quick. So I did go to the nice pit event that you guys had.
Yeah, you were great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you happen to notice that I left immediately after I was on stage?
I did, but I will say this. You represented the station very well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
There was an element of corporate that I didn't realize you had, and I was impressed. I don't know if you were put up to it. I don't think you were. I think it was from the heart.
Well, I love you guys.
It was a great. Love
you too.
Love you too. I think Spack and Craig should be proud.
Was there scuttlebutt? Was there?
No, everyone loved it, especially the shirt you wore under the
Beat Penn State shirt.
Yes.
So people were people were happy.
Yes.
They weren't upset.
They were
Okay,
thrilled.
good. All right, very good. Would the Steelers, just apropos of nothing now, would the Steelers be a Super Bowl contender with Brandon Aiyuk, with Russ at quarterback?
They would move closer to being one. I'm not going to say they are one. I think they're a contender to win more than one playoff game. Absolutely.
Where is their holes on offense if that happens?
Listen, they still have, and I've said this so many times. At best, they have the third best quarterback in the AFC North, and the fifth or sixth best quarterback in the AFC. It's a tough road to hoe.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really tough road to hoe. I don't care who you have at receiver. I mean, Burrow has done nothing since 21 with the best receiving core in the NFL. Now, he's been hurt, but Chase, Higgins, Boyd is pretty darn good. I mean, you got to beat Mahomes, Allen, Herbert, Jackson. It's a tough road to hoe. The kid down at Houston's pretty damn good, C.J. Stroud.
That's why it's a team game, Pat.
I understand that, but it's a quarterback-driven game. It absolutely is.
So you give your quarterback the tools.
Okay. Patrick Mahomes has had different tools.
No, I understand that, but by surrounding a competent quarterback, which we all agree that Russ Wilson is, with legitimate explosive tools, can you bring your offense to a point where it can get you not on par, but near the level of offenses that you're competing against?
Yeah,
because it's all about production.
If you're asking
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I would actually go further. I would go Brock Purdy.
Yes.
But I would say this. They're also – now, again, Arthur Smith makes them more of a Super Bowl contender. Arthur Smith with Brandon Aiyuk and George Pickens may move closer. It's hard for me to say they're in the top 5 in the AFC, though.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to say that.
What about division?
Yeah, they're right. Are they a better – now, they've beaten Baltimore to a pulp. But are they a better team than Baltimore with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson? Are they a better overall team than Cleveland? Maybe. I think they're better than Cincinnati. But I don't think Russell Wilson's better than Joe Burrow. So I think it puts them in the mix.
It gives them a shot.
It gives them a shot. And if they get hot and play well, they have their chances of making it to February are much more legitimate. But I doubt it would make them I think I've seen power rankings are 19th. I don't think it puts them in the top 10 teams in the NFL.
See,
that I would handicap at this point. I wouldn't handicap them over Philly. I wouldn't handicap them over San Francisco. Certainly not Kansas City. Certainly not Houston. I mean, you start to add the teams up, and it's like you're moving up in the pack. You need some people to trip. You can't trip.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden you're there. Could they do it? Absolutely. Are they more equipped to do it? Absolutely. Like, I think Omar Khan has done an unbelievable job. If they get Aiyuk, now 2 first-round picks.
I don't buy that at all.
I don't either.
But if I'm San Francisco,
where did that come from?
I get where, yeah.
If I'm San Francisco, I'm not trading him for nothing.
It depends on how untenable the situation is there. They might not have a choice in their mind.
Only reason why I don't believe the 2 first-round picks, because if I give a call to John Lynch and I'm Omar Khan, he says I want 2 first-round picks in March, and then the draft goes, and then we're still talking. I still want 2 first-round picks. I still want 2 first-round picks. All right, click.
Yeah.
We're not getting anywhere. I'm not going to give that up.
So do you give up Alex Highsmith?
I don't think they have to. I think they just need to wait it out. I don't think it needs to be a deal that would be better than Cleveland's, a deal that would be better than New England's, a deal that's better than a mystery team.
Well, the guy's being hard to work with, too. Aiyuk.
I know, and I think that's what gives the Steelers leverage here, is that they don't want to deal with him anymore.
They gave him that leverage to be hard to work with. Like, they didn't have to let him go explore and talk to teams.
Right. I think they've butchered it from that standpoint.
Right. Like, that's why he's hard to work
painted
with,
them
because
into
he's
a
like,
corner.
okay, now I could be my own agent while having an agent.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right, but just because he wants to play somewhere, doesn't want to play somewhere, does he have to sign off on the trade?
Absolutely, because no one's going to trade for him unless they can know that they're going to get pen to paper on a contract.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I don't think that. I think it gives them a bona fide number one receiver, like proven number one receiver. But again, how much of him, and this is the doubt that creeps into my, how much of him is that offense? Debo Samuel, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey.
Follow me here, because this is maybe me being optimistic, but you would have the number one and number two wide receivers in all of football last year in terms of yards per catch.
Right.
I don't know that they want to change their stripes. They want to run the football. Well, when I got two guys that led the league in yards per catch, what are my safeties doing?
Both those teams run the football incredibly well, which allows them to get one-on-one matchups, take shots down the field.
And the numbers of yards per catch are inflated because I've been watching a ton of Brandon Aiyuk highlights, and I do have to admit this. His route running is outstanding, but he is open a ton, and that's not all because of him.
Well, you say, like, how much is he a product of the system, right, of the San Francisco system?
Yep.
You can't envision the Steelers being San Francisco light with him. I mean, you got Pat Freiermuth, Kittle, you got the running backs, and then you got George, and then you have the offensive line.
I do.
And Brock Purdy and Russ.
I do. Pat Freiermuth isn't close to being George Kittle at this point. Light. Okay, very light. Warren and Harris are not Christian McCaffrey.
Light.
Their offensive line is the best in football. Maybe light. Okay. They don't have Debo Samuel. They don't have anyone that resembles Debo Samuel. He is a wild card. He is a, like...
Yes, they do.
Who?
Cordell Patterson.
He's 50.
Like, I heard yesterday they don't even know if he might not play.
Cordell Patterson?
Yeah.
He's 50. He's been in the league since I graduated college. I love he's a great player, great special teams player. But they'd have to put it all together. I love the pickup. I'm curious to see, like, it's a verbal agreement. What's agreed upon? What are you sending out there?
We talked about this earlier.
Because here's the deal. Like, if this doesn't work with Russ or Justin, you got to draft a quarterback.
I think here's the thing. Do any of us see it not working to the point where you're picking in the top 10?
No.
And then now you're back in the Kenny situation all over again. And I haven't studied up enough on this year's crop of quarterbacks, and it's going to change. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but you're getting towards the end of your, like, rope with some of these older guys that are, like, are you going to pay Cam Hayward?
I'm starting to think no on that, by the way.
You're going to pay Cam Hayward? Like, how much? He's got to prove that he can be available. Like, they've got some tough decisions to make. I think they've positioned themselves very well for this year. Are they a Super Bowl contender, like top 5, top 10? I don't think so. But with Aiyuk, they're a darn good team. They're going to have to win some close ball games against really good teams, divisionally and otherwise.
Schedule's tough. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I don't want it to get lost. The most important thing we talked about in that segment is that the Pitt people like me.
They do.
I just want to throw
Absolutely.
that one back in there.
It was hard to even get them to boo you.
Barely any boos.
No, none.
Not even a smattering.
Nope.
It's because everyone was having a good time.
I booed.
Not even my presence could derail that event on Saturday night. Pat, this was fun, man. Thanks for joining us.
Enjoyed it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Pat.
Get in the cold tub today.
Yeah.
I'll try.
Skyphosis.
Ice bath.
You might have skyphosis now.
Kyphosis.
It's Thank you, Pat.
It is.
Kyphosis.
I think it's a made-up word. But
Concision.
Okay.
An old wooden ship.
Diversity. KYPH.
Oh,
Osis.
Skyphosis.
All right, coming up next. Thank you, Pat. More on the Brandon Aiyuk to the Steelers trade situation and the absolute latest on where the Penguins stand with Sidney Crosby. There's new information, Dickerson.
Nice.
Yeah. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 84.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 9-8 in 10 innings to the San Diego Padres, and they've lost the first two games of the series. Third and final game coming up today. Pirates the opportunity to avoid being swept if they win the game. Again, 12:35 scheduled to start. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. More fun headlines. Go to 937thefan.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family could love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Come experience the beach in the mountains. Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf now has a new beach area along the lake that offers plenty of relaxation with breathtaking views and comfortable seating. Perfect for a quick stop or a full day. You can even rent a cabana for the day. Plan to head to the beach in the mountains at Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf. Learn more at cnty.com/RockyGap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, go to mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh man, I won again!
2 in a row! It's a MacBid auction-packed summer.
Yes! Save up to 80% off retail with our summer blockbusters. Yeah,
Now bidding.
At mac.bid and on the free app.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only and stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG Injury Lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball as they fight for a playoff spot. Mike's Beer Bar is Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives and unnecessary sugars? It's time to make a change and upgrade to Stoney's beer. Stoney's is pure with delicious taste. Enjoy Stoney's beer and ice-cold drafts at Dino's in Latrobe. Dino's was also voted best wings in PA. Visit Black and Gold Training Camp and stop at Dino's Sports Lounge in Latrobe for ice-cold Stoney's beer. Come see the Fan live broadcast at Dino's in Latrobe August 12th from 6 to 10 p.m.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush, still heavy in spots. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. Heading out of the South Hills on Banksville Road, your delays between Potomac Avenue and Wenzel, heading down toward Crane Avenue. Of course, coming down on Crane Avenue to escape the closure of 51, you have delays just about back to Tropical Avenue down to that Banksville Road intersection. Parkway West, your jam near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 heavy at the 40th Street Bridge down toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Fan. Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Do you want the newest reporting on Sidney Crosby, or shall we react to something that Bostic said?
Give me Crosby.
Okay. Our friend Rob Rossi from The Athletic Story went up this morning. Crosby has told close friends he intends to re-sign with the Penguins and that he, agent Pat Brisson, and the Penguins hockey president / general manager Kyle Dubas are largely aligned about details of a new contract. However, his priority this offseason has been on training for the upcoming season. There are, quote, no issues at all, end quote, between Crosby and the Penguins, a league source said. I don't doubt Rob at all. I do not doubt Rob. I've never doubted Rob. This is not against Rob. It's just I feel like you could sign a contract, get that all done, and then continue to work out.
Right. He intends. Is the word intends on signing?
He intends to re-sign with the Penguins, yeah. He intends.
Don't want to read too much into it, but yeah, I plan on doing it. But
it ain't done.
It's not like it was like, yeah, I'm going to.
Does he ever make anything other than working out and training his off-season priority? I'm sure it's always his priority. He's always working on something. He eats, sleeps, and breathes hockey. You can't fly him in for a day and sign a contract and then get back out there? You don't have ice here?
Right.
It finds a time to work out here during the regular season. I believe Rob. I think it's going to get done.
But why not do it like a month ago?
Right. I just don't understand why they would let it drag out and why that they would allow for there to be any speculation on something like this. If the details have largely been agreed to, the details are largely aligned as Rob reports, then I don't know why you don't just meet it out and get the thing done. Or announce that you have come to terms on a contract, even though you haven't made it necessarily official.
Maybe, like, he probably wanted to just, like, get away and, like, clear his mind. I don't think he wanted any communication, just wanted to go back to Canada, and I feel like he is like, my time isn't done of clearing my mind. I'm not ready to get back in that mode yet, and I don't want to get back. I'll get back when we get back, when we have to report, and that's whenever maybe I'll sign. But, like, I had a lot to think about, reflecting on the season, figuring out my training, figuring out what I got to do to get ready for the season. But that doesn't seem like Sidney Crosby. That seems like somebody that's at the tail end of their career and having a lot of legitimate decisions to make and to think about. I'm not truly trying to speculate and be like, oh, I don't think that. Like we did that before, but now with this report coming out, yeah, he intends on signing, but it just seems very odd that he's taking the time that he is and staying away, and not just like, hey, let's get it done and then I'll just go back to working out.
Right.
Like you said, it just feels odd.
I'd be interested to hear from Rob about when these guys said this. There's a lot of reporting that went into this in multiple sources, as Rob lays out here in the story. How much of it is current day reporting? It reads like a lot of it. How much of the friends think Crosby's re-signing is from before they made the moves that they made? Because you can intend to do something, and then you see what else is moving around you, and you can rethink some things. Again, I don't think that's going to happen, but my read into this is he can't be thrilled at the state of the franchise and the direction that the general manager has taken this offseason. After last offseason going for it. And maybe you're showing through not signing when they wanted you to sign a little bit of the displeasure. I don't know. Or maybe it is he's just exercising and he doesn't want to come to Pittsburgh. But I think my thing's more likely. I do believe, Rob, though, that it will get done. It's just, it stinks a little bit.
A little bit.
It doesn't pass the smell test here. He also reported, because there was a international report that came out saying that Malkin intended to retire early. This source, unimpeachable, Rob asked Malkin, and Malkin said that is not true.
Oh.
That he has not thought about retiring a year early, despite a report that he would make the upcoming season his last. So there you have it. That's our Sidney Crosby update for the day. We have a very special guest coming up at the bottom of the hour. I did want to talk a little bit about what Pat had to say in the last segment about Brandon Aiyuk. He talked about the quarterbacks. And, yeah, I mean, Rodgers better, Burrow better, Mahomes better, and Stroud better than what the Steelers have. I don't think just because your quarterback is better means you definitely have to have a better offense.
No.
Right?
No.
Like, it's all about scoring points at the end of the day. You don't necessarily need your quarterback to outplay the other quarterback.
Correct.
But can your offense be talented enough, and can your coordinator scheme it up well enough, call good enough plays to where your offense can outperform for a given Sunday that offense? I think that's what you're looking at for Aiyuk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't have a better quarterback than the teams that we've talked about and that the quarterbacks that I just listed. And the list might even be longer. You might even include Justin Herbert or Trevor, whatever. But when you enter the stadium on a Sunday now, let's say it's a playoff game, and you're playing the Dolphins, and they score points. Let's say it's in Miami. Make it more realistic that they can score points. Is your defense good enough to hold them below their season average? And is your offense good enough that it can put up points against the defense? Like, that's what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Jets or whomever.
I think if you just want to go back in history and look at this scenario of not having that upper tier quarterback and having a good offense and a good defense and winning games, just look at Russ in Seattle. Like, was Russ the better quarterback in all of his games? No. But the offense and Marshawn Lynch and the receivers and that defense, Legion of Boom, that's why they won. You know, Russ wasn't always the best quarterback, but they won. So the whole, I don't think, like you're saying, I don't think that you necessarily have to have Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen to win. It would help.
Yeah.
But I think that the level play can be risen to a higher level if you do have playmakers around you and you have a legit offensive coordinator that can get you guys in the right spots. And that's what they have right now. That's what they could potentially really have if they have Aiyuk. And I think it could be a good recipe for them to compete and actually have a legitimate shot at this.
I think so, too, because we saw them get fairly competent quarterback play, maybe even better than that from Mason Rudolph at the end of the year, and they were scoring points, and they were competitive. They were competitive into the fourth quarter against the Bills. And if they had a better quarterback, you don't throw the interception in the end zone, and you really might put some fear into those guys. And I think Russ can be a better version of what they had with Mason Rudolph, and they didn't have Brandon Aiyuk. What does it look like if you are Arthur Smith and you do get Brandon Aiyuk? You have the two biggest playmaking wide receivers from a yards per catch standpoint in the NFL. No one's going to argue they're bigger playmakers than Tyreek Hill, but just from that statistical standpoint, like, how do you game plan for that if you're a DC? And then if you're Arthur Smith, how do you gadget that bad boy up?
Oh, I mean, you set it up with I don't think you waver away or, walk away from your actual plan of heading into the season that's running the football. And teams are going to try to stack the box because you have Najee Harris, you have Jaylen Warren. I think that you stay concrete with that, but it just allows you to just let that dictate the game and then open up the game. And whether they want to double Aiyuk, whether they want to double Pat Freiermuth, whether they want to double George, that's whenever you can rely on the other guy. And that's when the other guy will eat. Like, that's just how that's how successful offenses work. And I don't think it should be anything crazy that he has to structure within the offense if you do have Aiyuk, because you have other playmakers that can take that away, or if they take something else away, then those guys will eat. And Russ is smart enough to understand those matchups, understand how to filter through a game whenever something is being taken away, whether they're stacking the box or not, to take advantage of all that stuff. And that's why that I feel like Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith are very comfortable with Russ being the starting quarterback because he knows how to do that. I don't know if Justin knows how to do that. He's very athletic. He has a lot of talent. But I don't think he's at that point yet. I think he could get there. And I think he's showing that he could get there throughout this preseason, throughout this training camp. I don't think he's there yet because Russ has played a lot of football and won.
And had multiple weapons, too.
Exactly.
Who've all been able to eat.
That's exactly, that's why you don't need a big-time quarterback to win. I mean, ask Kurt Warner. Ask
Stevie Preston and
Anquan Bolden, Larry. Yeah. I mean, ask Trent Dilfer. Ask some of these quarterbacks who have won Super Bowls or even been to Super Bowls, that you need playmakers. And you can win.
Unless you are Mahomes.
Exactly.
And early on, Brady. Right. And there's 5 of those guys maybe in the league at any one given time. And it's not some great sin if you don't have one of those guys. You just need to beef up around them. Like, I look at the Steelers schedule. We played the Steelers schedule game like way back when it came out. Like, I think with or without Aiyuk, you should probably, you're going to be an underdog, but I think you should beat Atlanta. You should beat Denver. You should beat Los Angeles. They got no wide receivers. You should beat Indianapolis. Those are your first 4 games. Then you got Dallas. They score points. Without Aiyuk, I don't love that. I don't. With Aiyuk, it's different.
Yep.
It's different. You can play toe-to-toe with a team. Your defense ain't going to be great every game. It's just not. I know people don't want to hear that. You pay so much money, and it stinks, but the league is not designed for you to go 17 games and lean on your defense every 17 games. For every game for 17. It can't happen. You play the Jets, and they got a good defense. They got Aaron Rodgers. They now have a cavalcade of weapons for him. For Rodgers, if he stays healthy. That's a game that, while it's at home, if you don't have Aiyuk, I'm not as optimistic about the chances if it gets into a track meet. And then you got, of course, Cincinnati twice, and Philadelphia's offense, and Kansas City. Like, all games that I would say I don't feel super great about the Steelers winning without Aiyuk, that I now think get pushed closer to 50-50 with Aiyuk. Because you just can't win with defense week in and week out.
Nope.
You can't. I think defense can be fickle in today's NFL. You can't hold a team down for a game sometimes. Like, Steelers were great against the Chiefs in that playoff game in Ben's final season, and you have the touchdown defensively, and you're thinking, oh, yeah. And then I think they score a touchdown on 6 straight possessions or something like that.
I mean, the NFL is designed to make the offense the game. I mean, look at the penalties.
Yep.
Most of the penalties are on defense. Like, you can't target, you can't even tackle the quarterback anymore. So, like, it's all about scoring points, and if you could score points, you'll have a shot. And that's why I think that this situation is absolutely necessary. I do believe that they will get it done, and I will praise them whenever they do get it done, because then they will recognize that we need to have weapons.
Evolution.
We need it, or you are not going to survive in the NFL. You're just not. You're just not going to survive.
I'm not saying that they'll be as good as the Eagles team that was built a couple of years ago, but the formula would at least be somewhat there. Where, okay, you beefed up the offensive line. Those Eagles would throw the ball a ton, get a lead, run the hell out of it behind that offensive line, and then they had like 70 sacks defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Like, ideally, that's defense in 2024. And they have that in Highsmith. They have that in Watt. If you can get leads, and then you can pound the rock with what you believe should be a strong running scheme and a strong running game, and then you just let your pass rushers tee off. Hey, if you're playing it close for a full 60 minutes like they have the last few years, it makes it so much harder when the team has everything available at their disposal offensively. In a close game, you do. If you get out to a lead, and now it's just you're passing the ball, that's when this Steelers defense could be elite.
Mm-hmm.
Elite.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers were pretty good last year, but
they had to be elite to keep them in all the games.
Right, and then why does it wear down at the end of the year?
Right.
I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise.
Exactly.
Texter. There are 90 guys in camp right now that actually play for the Steelers. The Phantom Aiyuk deal is burning your listeners out. It burns me out a little bit too, but he's going to make a bigger impact if and when acquired than all but 5 guys, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this yesterday.
Right.
What is he? He'd be the 3rd best player in the team.
Yeah.
Watt, Minka, him.
Yes.
Maybe Patrick Queen. Maybe Cam Hayward. Maybe. So that's why we spend time on him, because it could be transformative. 412-928-9370 if you'd like me to argue with you. Your text brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Coming up next, the Buccos lost last night, and are they cooked? Kind of feels that way. We'll get into the why when we return, but first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 9-8 in 10 innings to the San Diego Padres, and the Pirates have lost 2 of the first 2 games in the series. Third and final game is today at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 Kitty K. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
I'm pumped the NFL extended their mandate of Guardian caps around an hour, allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Not only do Guardian caps help reduce hits to the head, but they preserve our helmets to keep our players fresh for game day. Enter your team on the 937 The Fan contest page because 5 lucky teams will win a set of 10 Guardian caps for the upcoming football season. So do what I do. Have your team practice like the pros with Guardian caps. To learn more about Guardian's technology and get bulk team pricing, visit GuardianSports.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane. As Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
The average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Just 2 more wins required for men's and women's basketball at the Paris Olympics. The women on to the semifinals now in their quest for an 8th consecutive gold medal. Asia Wilson on a tear, another 20-point, 10-rebound double-double logged against Nigeria. The men face Nikola Jokic and Serbia for a second time in these games. Will there be a challenge to either one of these teams before they end up at the top of the podium? I'm Amy Lawrence.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
It's currently working on the westbound side of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for a lane restriction between the Butler Valley and Cranberry interchanges. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Banksville Road slow approaching Crane Avenue. Parkway East, you're stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 and the Parkway North are up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's a text at 412-928-9370, just apropos of nothing. Would you text Angelina Jolie if she texted you and you're not married?
What's she texting me?
Yeah, like, does she want to borrow some flour for a recipe or something?
Right.
If there's
You're
nothing,
leaving out a lot there.
Is she cooking the Pirates? Like, you know.
That's a callback right there.
Mm-hmm.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I do think I would text her, yeah, because I don't want to be rude to Angelina Jolie.
Well, I would have to figure out, like, I mean, am I being pranked right now? I would have to know that it was her.
Yeah.
And if I knew it was her.
How would they prove that? That'd be tough.
FaceTime.
I think you just figured it out. It wasn't tough.
Yes.
Ready for some Justin Fields stuff that came out recently that is good depending on where you sit? So Justin Fields, potential Steelers starting quarterback, however unlikely, he was on Pardon My Take, that Barstool podcast, and he said, quote, I was going to stay at Georgia, but Ohio State boosters were offering me bags of cash to transfer. I'm talking $300,000 to $400,000 in cash, plus a Benz, and this was before the new rules. Buddy, just zip it.
Wow.
It's good because, like, Ohio State cheating their butts off.
Of course.
But, like, bro, what are you doing?
Wow.
When everything that's going on with Michigan is going on right now, why would you do this? Why would you put this out there into the ether? Like, Michigan, like, if Harbaugh were in college, he'd be suspended.
Yes.
And there is some talk, I don't think it's likely, that he could get suspended at the NFL level.
How?
Right, exactly.
It's impossible.
Yeah, I think Ohio State fans would be the ones who are crying about that.
That's why he left.
Of course.
Yeah, he knew that this is all coming down.
Of course. We've seen that happen before.
Mm-hmm.
Urban Meyer always leaves jobs whenever stuff's about to go down. So if I'm Justin Fields and my arch rival who just won the national championship is in this massive cheating scandal, I'm probably not going to say on one of the most listened to podcasts in the world that they were cheating and I was complicit in it. I don't blame a player ever. If someone's handing me $300,000, $400,000 in a new car when I'm, when I'm 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, I'm going to take it. I mean, because I deserve to be paid anyhow.
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm taking this a bridge too far. This is very sports talk radio of me right here. And we were going to talk about the Pirates. We'll do that. It's fine. They lost yesterday. This shows bad judgment, in my opinion. It is the most understandable thing in the world to take the money at that age, if he took the money at that age, which I think he's implying clearly here. It shows a lack of judgment to bring it up and shine light on it now.
Does it?
I think. It shows a lack of loyalty. Like, why are you throwing your guys, your program, your buds, your boosters under the bus? Unless you think it helps them, actually.
or he's upset with them for something.
Could be.
You know, maybe maybe whenever he left, he didn't leave on good terms. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he just doesn't like Ryan Day.
Yeah. Can't beat Michigan.
Right.
Screw you.
Yeah.
Or it could just be, hey, next year they're allowed to pay, but just so you know, the boosters can pay as well. Because they were paying $300,000-$400,000 when that wasn't allowed. Imagine what they're being able to pay now. Maybe it's that. I didn't hear any of it. All I'm going off of is a tweet from NFL Rumors.
Oh. That?
They quoted him.
Oh, my God.
If there's anything I've learned the last couple of days, it's that everything in the For You tab, as it relates to football, is correct.
Is there audio with the clip?
No.
Then he might not have said it. That's usually how they do that, yeah.
Interesting.
NFL Rumors, I believe it's not a real site.
Let me it's not. Let me just see here.
It's they have a lot of followers, but I don't.
Oh, we got video. We're good.
Okay.
And he went on to say, back then Ohio State paid more than any SEC school. Ryan Day, a boss. That's what he said.
Man.
So it's actually a positive thing, I guess.
Okay.
Although, if I'm Ryan Day, I don't want that. Jim Tressel got fired for tattoos.
Tattoos, yeah. Dang.
Boy, what a difference a decade makes, man. I did have one Aiyuk thing real quick. And I think this might bear larger conversation tomorrow as we look ahead to the preseason opener and more Aiyukness. If the Steelers get Aiyuk, is Tomlin or Khan more responsible?
I think it's probably both. I know that's not the good answer.
For sure, yeah.
Is Tomlin or Khan more responsible?
I think you put it on Tomlin's ledger.
Yeah.
All due respect to Omar, who's had a great offseason, and he'd be patient through this whole deal, right? But he'd only be coming here
because of Tomlin.
Yeah. They're not going to pay him the most. New England was already going to do that. He didn't want to go there. He wants to come here. Jonathan Jones of CBS said it's all about Tom, and we've come to understand that. I think he give the credit to Mikey T.
But Omar's the one working behind the scenes, the production of the movie. You don't see those people. You just watch the movie. Omar Khan's making it work, though. If it weren't for Omar Khan, this would never, if it does go through, happen, because this is a very, very detailed trade. And you have to make everything right, everything work. So, yeah, okay, it's one thing to want to come to Pittsburgh and want to play for Tomlin, but Omar's the one making it work. He's the puppeteer. I don't know.
I do think when it's all said and done and Aiyuk winds up in Pittsburgh and the dust settles, that the way I'll probably frame it is you don't get it done without Tomlin, but I think we're all going to be blown away by how little they actually paid to acquire him, and I think you put that on the patience of Khan.
Right.
Yeah. Sports Talk Radio would be you and I have to scream and yell at each other about that, though. Omar Tomlin.
But we're not.
No. We want you back after this break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. Very special guest, one of our favorite people, a good friend. He's going to join us coming up next. We'll tell you why when we come back. And, that's it. That's all I had to say. Now it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates play tonight at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I think I said tonight. I meant today. Either way, they play at 12:35. You can listen over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. Pirates lost the first two games and need to win to avoid getting swept. Also, the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Brandon Aiyuk rumors, those still not coming to fruition. Neither the team nor the league has confirmed any type of trade, so we're still crossing our fingers for Pony's source. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
The audio on that video did not work, and Fields didn't say any of that.
Fan headline.
Mea culpa. Out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, getting up on a ladder to clean out gutters is the last thing anybody wants to do. Whether you're tired of unclogging gutters or you don't even know what your gutters look like from above, it's time to upgrade to a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. And right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. Protect your home. Never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotions 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount, 1 discount per household.
I'm Tristan Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? There's only been one consistent over-under bet in MLB all season long. Atlanta Braves unders. They've hit the under almost 2/3 of the time this year and are a winning wager to the under almost any way you can bet them. At home, on the road, even against the AL where they go under 71% of the time. The Braves and unders, a match made in betting heaven. I'm Tristan Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who was doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give you the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
School is almost here, and if there's 2 things I can count on, it's my kids needing new outfits because they grow like weeds, and Kohl's stocking their favorite styles. With the back-to-school customer appreciation event going on, I scored 30% off tees, jeans, sneakers, and more when I shopped with a Kohl's card. No card? No problem. Rewards members save 20%, and everyone else saves 15%, plus earn Kohl's cash. When it comes to back to school, you gotta go back to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offer ends August 11th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns
Oh, yeah!
to turnovers
No!
and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger. Plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser coming up in the next segment. I think it's just me. It's me.
Yeah.
I got faked.
That's crazy.
On that whole Justin Fields thing. Disregard anything we said about that in the last segment. It was a good conversation about Omar and Tomlin. But
like we went through this whole show nice and smooth, talking about all kinds of details, getting the nitty-gritty with the whole Aiyuk situation. We talked Justin Fields, but then you had to bring that up out of nowhere.
And
you brought it up out of nowhere.
And I did a very Colin Cowherty thing where I was like, that seems like poor decision-making. Is he really the quarterback you want? And it didn't happen.
I tried to warn you.
You did. You did try to warn me. But yet you eulogized the wrong Billy Bean yesterday. So
I think what you did is worse.
Correct.
He killed a different guy.
That's an honest mistake, though.
So was this.
No, it wasn't. You know better.
This was...
You allowed slander and misquotes to be read out on the most popular sports radio station in the city. And we're second in the country. We just found that out, too.
So real quick, I said, oh, boy, this would be bad timing on his part because UM's getting killed for all this cheating stuff. It was Michigan people who did this, who made this. So I got Ron cooked, I got Paul Zeist, I got calloused, and for that I apologize. We are joined by one of our good friends, Tony Basili. He is the general manager and the grand poobah of all things Washington Wild Things, a good friend. And you guys are in first place right now. Kicking absolute tail, and you got the trade deadline coming up. Yep. And Callis needs to turn the microphone on.
There we go, Callis.
Or you, actually, yeah.
Yeah, 27 games over 500, so it's it's a nice way to kind of grind through the summer, able to kind of cruise along, take some series, sweep some 3-game sets, and kind of find yourself in good spots going into August, and got about 20 games to wrap up. So
you said the trade deadline is coming up for you guys, and we were talking offline. You said it's a kind of a fine line of trying to add to a team that is already doing well and shaking up a locker room. Like, what is that like? What is the time like for you of playing that game? That, do I need to? Should I? Is there somebody out there that would fit? Like, what is that like right now?
I think it's about as much as I think it's always overblown, kind of does it shake up a locker room negatively? I mean, certainly when you're dealing with millionaires and maybe different personalities, different egos, things can clash a little bit more. And I think baseball as a sport is just a little different in terms of the interaction in the clubhouse and what that's like. And you're already playing in a team setting that's really reliant on everybody putting their hand in the pile. So right now it's just finding kind of the right talent piece, the right skill set, whether that's finding a guy who's going to get on base a lot or driving some more runs for us or the position flexibility. Those are the big components. It's not easy to kind of look at a guy and say, hey, sorry, you've been with us for a whole stretch and you've been a contributor for a squad that's kind of leading the division. It's going to claim a division title. But those things are kind of where the business sets in. And if it allows us to be in position to kind of be a little bit heavier for our end goal and to have some options down the stretch, whether that's matchup-wise or just like last night, I had a guy running first ball hit in the game out to center field. Our center fielder runs all the way to the wall, runs into the wall, gets cut, and they were without my leadoff hitter and our starting center fielder.
Oh, no.
After the first play of the game. So
did he know the wall was there? What happened?
I think he did. Yeah.
Warning track.
Yeah.
They have a moat at PNC. That could have helped him.
Yeah.
I told Zoran it would have been a good thing with the moat, the warning moat.
He could have had some like those little inflatable arms and maybe continue the last couple of feet there. But yeah, I mean, I always need options off the bench to kind of eliminate that drop off. So it's a fine line, but I'd rather be aggressive than sit on my hands. That's just me personally.
Tony Busili with us. I am always fascinated by this. And, like, as it related to the Pirates, there was this talk about, like, Brent Rooker, right? And can you really bring Brent Rooker in who wants to play DH? And then that means you're not going to have Andrew McCutchen at your DH. If you get blown away, like, you look at holes and you've told us what you need. If you get blown away with a deal that you know is an upgrade, but it's not currently a hole, how do you kind of justify that in your head?
I think at that point, and it's different on the our scope versus their scope. We're playing year to year. Like every year for us is a 1 year all out plan. So absolutely in that spot, if I don't have a hole right now, but I see a serious upgrade, I'm still going for it because I'm going for it every year.
That is stressful as hell, man.
It's the most fun though. Like,
right. That's what the job is.
I mean, nothing against it. I don't need a 3-year plan, a 5-year plan. I'm not here trying to build to something down the road, build into the future, collecting assets. I'm here to win every day. And that's what's most fun. Like, that's how I find the most enjoyment out of it, is just going out there and taking wins and chasing a championship every year. And there's never the thing of, well, we're working for something a couple years out. I couldn't do that, man. I don't have the patience for that. I want to go out and win every game. My competitive nature is kind of more in line with kind of where the NFL is, or, hey, every year we're winning a championship. That's the end goal. It's not kind of chasing some fog out there that who knows if will ever come to fruition.
Right. You're giddy though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You want he levitates up in here every time.
Uh-huh.
And today he comes bearing gifts as well. Roberto Clemente bubble.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. Very nice.
Very nice.
And today you're just like, you're on cloud 9. You're talking magic numbers.
I'm giving you guys all the dirt, man. Now we're talking.
Yeah, I guess what should I say and what shouldn't I say?
No, I mean that's fine with me.
And your third baseman you said was a jerk?
Yeah.
That's
Jay Caulfield's nephew. I can't believe now you're going to say that. Now Jay Caulfield's going to walk in here and
he's of all the people.
Yes.
There is a list. There is a much shorter list of people who couldn't kick my butt than who could kick my butt. But that guy, if
he was there
Caulfield,
last night. Jay was there hanging out at the
He's
game,
a bad
and
dude.
Yeah, his nephew's from Millersville and is our starting third baseman. So it's good times.
It was
You're
the
just
left.
stepping in all of it.
It was the left fielder. You said.
Oh, yeah.
My apologies. Yeah, it was
just stepping in all of
the
it.
left fielder. Yeah, what is he? George LaRocque's great.
Mike
second
Tyson's
cousin.
Mike Tyson's second nephew.
Attendance good.
Attendance is strong. We had like 2,800 or something yesterday, almost a sellout. It was a good time for a Wednesday game. Tonight, dollar pints, baby. I know.
Ooh.
Here we go. Dollar pints being poured. It's our Ogtoberfest is kind of the theme tonight. So a little
Og. Oh,
Og.
'Cause of
August. It's not July. It's August. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that. Some dollar pint stuff, and if you're 21 to 30, you get a free ticket. So.
That is
free
nice.
ticket, dollar pints.
Yeah, man, that's why we try to do things.
And you watch a team 27 games over 500.
Yeah, try to win some games and, hit a couple home runs for it and allow you to kind of chirp at the opposing team. It's a good time on Thursdays.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, Tony, best of luck. Seriously,
Yes.
We're going to be down at the ballpark.
Get ready. We'll get playoff series. We'll try to host the guys out there up in some suites.
I love it. I love it.
I'll let you know when we get closer to clinching some stuff. We'll maybe do some live remotes.
We'll know. We get the email blast.
Okay,
Yep,
perfect.
we do.
I'm glad they actually work. So.
Yeah, they work
every day. At least we get them.
Yeah, we get them.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Callis, I'm putting you on the spot. You're gonna have to make sure you get him. We'll make sure Callis comes to the clinch party. I've seen him. I've seen him enjoy a couple of drinks once in a while, so it's a good time hosting Callis.
If I can think of Callis and like crystallize just like 3 words: drinking, baseball, dancing.
Yes,
are his 3 favorite things, and you put your hands.
Well, you
together.
saw Callis. I guess you guys saw pictures, or you saw him personally walking around our field for softball. I mean, that was a legendary visual. Just
he was. Did anybody have more fun at the softball thing than Callis and Bechtold?
Probably not.
Nope.
I didn't know he was signing people. I saw that on Twitter. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, you signed a human at the celebrity softball.
A lady.
event?
I signed someone's
lady.
boobs. Yeah.
Yeah. He came over. He's like, Doran, I signed some breasts.
shirt it?
Remember, we talked about that. That's the girl that didn't text me back.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted you to have to say that again. Tony, thank you very much. Oh,
anytime.
Tony, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
Anytime.
Thanks, Tony. Good luck, man.
Let's do it.
Let's go! Coming up next, I'm already social media's biggest loser. There is now, as the new day has rolled over, a little bit more on Brandon Aiyuk, and we'll leave you there. Steelers play tomorrow, Doran. We can focus on football tomorrow. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
No further news on Brandon Aiyuk. Andrew Filipponi, afternoon guy, he tweeted out yesterday that there's a verbal agreement between the Steelers and the 49ers, but neither teams nor the league have confirmed yet. Also, the Pirates, they lost yesterday 9-8 in 10 innings against the San Diego Padres. Pirates lost the first two games. Third and final game is today at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush on the wane. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood, Swissvale. Route 51, just traffic light delays now at the intersection with Bousman Street. A little jammed up at the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Crane Avenue continues to be heavy as you head down toward Banksville Road as you use that for an alternate around the closed portion of 51. You're stacked at Beachview Avenue down to the Banksville Road intersection. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Kirkin Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/steal6.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Latest clip I've seen to come out from a reputable person on Brandon Aiyuk is Greg Cosell, the filmer breaker downer guy, who said he doesn't think that Brandon Aiyuk is a top 4 or 5 wide receiver in the NFL. I mean, is anybody really arguing that he is?
No.
I mean, he's going to get paid in that range, so I guess that's why you have the conversation. I don't think the Steelers look at him as a top 5 player at the position. I think they look at a significant hole on the roster and think who's available that's impactful, and so we're going to give up what it takes to get him, and we're going to pay him whatever it takes. I think people get way too caught up in stuff like that. Like when you've got $85 million to spend next year, when you've left yourself the cap flexibility to add this year, is he a good player or is he not? Does he give you a chance to win stuff that you couldn't have won without him, or does he not? And I think that's worth paying for, regardless of position and regardless of necessarily how you're viewed among your peers at that position.
Mm-hmm.
Not top 4 or 5. Okay.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
Where's Van Jefferson on that list?
Exactly.
Where's Calvin Austin on
George
that list?
Pickens?
Right. George Pickens could be a top 5 receiver in the NFL. But I don't think he can without Brandon Aiyuk.
Mm-hmm.
So you could, we found it. You could wind up having a top 5 receiver in the NFL by paying a guy top 5 wide receiver money, just not the guy that would be the top 5 receiver.
Bang.
Bang. Tomorrow, if it's done, is it Omar or is it Tomlin who deserves the credit? Plus, we're going to go wall to wall with our Steelers preseason game number 1 de facto pregame show. We're going to have Bob Pompiani on at 9 o'clock. He's calling the game, obviously, for Channel 2. And I believe Charlie Batch is going to join us as well. So they're the tandem partner there. And we're going to help Bob explain the kickoff rule. He's been, pacing around nervous. He doesn't know how to crystallize it down into 30 seconds, which he's been tasked with doing. So I think we can help him out with that tomorrow on the show, too.
Let's do it.
And hopefully the Pirates salvage their series. This was a fun one today, Doran.
No doubt.
And I got hoodwinked by a fake Twitter account.
I can't believe that.
I did.
I really can't believe it.
Starkey up next. We don't know yet if Zeiss is going to be here. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 84.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Have you been told that you need a spinal surgery for a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. I would like to offer you a complimentary second opinion. I'll be happy to personally evaluate your MRI to see if you can avoid that surgery. Give our office a call today or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. Call 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Tonight at 8 o'clock, PennDOT closes down the ramp from the southbound crosstown to the outbound boulevard to the Allies to try to fix that Huge pothole which shut down the ramp earlier in the week. There'll be a posted detour to get you around it, and the work is expected to be done and the ramp reopened by 6 o'clock Monday morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
With your Fan Headlines, this is Sean Myers. Heartbreak last night in Pittsburgh as the Buccos dropped a 9-8 extra innings decision against the San Diego Padres. The Pirates left the potential tying and winning runs in scoring position in the 10th inning. In the setback, Colin Holderman took another loss. Andrew McCutchen went 2 for 5, homered, and had 3 RBIs. Pirates wrap up their series against the Padres today at 12:35. The Buccos, a game below 500, will send Luis Ortiz to the mound. Randy Vasquez opposes for San Diego. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And today in Olympic basketball, Team USA men against Serbia. The semifinals are at 3 o'clock. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host, Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Moving forward, as all...
They have a verbal agreement in place for Brandon Aiyuk, and he'll be here. It's just a matter of...
All but done.
Yep.
All but done?
I would say 99.9999999%.
That's all but done, Paul. But it's not done as we sit here. That was the appearance heard round the world, the tweet heard round the world from our very own Andrew Filipponi yesterday on Brandon Aiyuk. And it hasn't happened yet. We had people up in arms over Andrew's tweet. We had Jerry Dulac blatantly refuting the tweet in Andrew's original words from Andrew's original tweet, I might add. Yeah. So Dulac puts out there, the Steelers have no verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk and are not in process of hammering out final details per sources. And any potential deal would not involve the Steelers giving up a player. So where are we here with this thing? This is a pretty gigantic deal, wouldn't you say? And we have our guy Poni putting himself out on the line here. You should have seen the reaction yesterday, Paul. And welcome back. I hope that you're well.
I'm feeling better for sure. Yesterday was not good. Tuesday was actually even worse. Tuesday afternoon and into the evening. was even worse. So I'm feeling better. It's just you have the same kind of stomach issues that I have, and
maybe it's our line of work, and maybe it's situations like this.
Well, with me, it's hereditary. My mom's side of the family's got a lot of stomach stuff goes on with them. So either way, yes, I'm feeling a lot better, and I can only say that I'm sad that I missed yesterday because it must have been a carnival here just sitting back from afar and watching it unfold on Twitter was amazing. And Joe,
it really was.
So I'll say this, for Pony's sake, and I have no reason to doubt him. I know he's got sources over there. For Pony's sake, though, I hope this happens. You and I have been reporters for a long, long time.
Yeah.
What is the number one rule in reporting? Always leave yourself a little wiggle room until it's a done deal.
Yeah.
Until it's done, it's not done. So I suppose saying 99.999999% leaves.
Not really.
Not really, though.
Not really.
You know what I'm saying?
The original tweet. The original tweet from Filipponi was sources, and this was 21 hours ago. The Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh, to which Jerry Dulac countered that by using the exact same language, right? So that's definitely a direct shot at Pony, for sure. I'm
just saying, as somebody who's been in the business for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat criticizing Pony. If he's done anything wrong, it's that he's gone too far too soon.
You got to be very, very careful. You have to.
He could have couched it a little bit and just kind of, he could have achieved the same thing. I mean, it's been pretty clear that he's out ahead of everybody else in terms of this story, what's going on, or at least the behind-the-scenes stuff. But sometimes you have to make sure that you don't put yourself so far out there that you can't come back from it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there. Was it you I was talking to the other day or somebody about a Barry Rorson story a long time ago where Rorson was going to leave for St. John's. And now I can't remember whether he stayed or left, but whatever the case, Paul, Barry Rorson, my source was pretty good. His name was Barry Rorson, and he forgot to call me back at the end of the night with his change in plans, which I believe was to leave for St. John's.
Mm-hmm.
So my last report had him staying in the Trib that morning. Dulac in the Post-Gazette had him leaving. That was the right story. I don't know if Rorson thought if he called one newspaper that both get it or what, but I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing I could do about it.
Yeah.
I had to show up to the Steelers draft the next day, and Dulac was there. That's never a good feeling, but everybody gets these wrong. I believe it was Jerry who on draft day of last year said the Steelers, or 2 years ago, said there was, quote, zero chance the Steelers were going to take Kenny Pickett because Mike Tomlin had eyes only for Malik Willis. So we all get them wrong.
Right.
Let's be very clear about that. But you have to just leave yourself a little wiggle room, and we'll see how this plays out.
Well, and part of it is because of sourcing. Part of it is because sometimes guys change their mind at the last second. There's a million reasons why, which is why you kind of have to use a little bit less strong language when you're reporting on something that's fluid, because it's a fluid situation. And the idiots that are out there saying, oh, he's making things up for engagement. Let me ask you a question, and you've been in this business a long time. Does getting things wrong help engagement?
I mean, honestly, in this case, it could. But I'm not. I'm with Pony.
At the end of it,
but yes, it could help engagement.
For now.
But
at the end of it, if it doesn't turn out to be right, does it help in the long run? Or does it chip away at your credibility to the point where people just say, well, you're the guy that just says all kinds of things? I mean, to me, you want to be right.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll tell you one story that
I just got a text with somebody saying they remembered the Rorson episode, but go ahead.
No. I remember when I was when Pitt and West Virginia both had a football opening, right?
Yeah.
And for like 3 or 4 days, I was reporting, and Chris Peak, actually there was a couple of us reporting that Dana Holgorsen was involved with Pitt, that he was a guy that they were, you know what I mean? We had dead to rights. He's flown to Pittsburgh. We had all this stuff. We talking to people in Oklahoma, because maybe he was the offensive coordinator at Oklahoma State or whatever he was. I forget where he was, but we were going back and forth, right? We had it that he was leaving Oklahoma, or I think it was Oklahoma. I forget where he was at, where he was the offensive coordinator. Anyway, and it was like, well, now, everyone around him saying that he's leaving. The only place he's been coming to interview for jobs has been in Pittsburgh. He's been flying into Pittsburgh, and, they say they expect him to be maybe, announced as the Pitt coach. Well, it turns out he was actually meeting with West Virginia when he was coming to Pittsburgh, and everybody in Oklahoma, was it Oklahoma State where he was at before?
I think so, yeah.
Wherever. Everybody there that we were talking to, and even some people around him, everybody kind of had it wrong that, yeah, he was coming to Pittsburgh, but that's because he was talking to West Virginia. So it happens. Now, luckily, I never said, done deal, Dana Holgorsen's the coach, but for 3 or 4 days where we're reporting Dana Holgorsen is involved in the Pitt job when really he was involved in the West Virginia job.
Yeah, man. I mean, this kind of stuff happens. We talked about the Steelers' coaching hire of Mike Tomlin and how Mike Pizzuta had an excellent source. I believe Ed Bouchette, who was a competitor to Mike back then, said if he had Mike's source on that, he would have reported the same thing. But the Steelers apparently switched at the last second. I never remember a team putting out a press release basically saying if there was confusion over this, sorry about that. But I believe Dan and Art Rooney put out a press release on that back then. You don't know. But here's the bottom line today. I texted Pony before the show. I said, are you 100% as strong behind the story right now as yesterday? He said yes. He basically said nothing's changed other than what other reporters have said. So he's 100% standing behind this story. 19 hours ago, he tweeted, have I got any part of the Aiyuk trade talks wrong yet? I told you when the Steelers were reportedly out that they had not been told that and believed Aiyuk wouldn't accept the deal to New England. But I get it. I'm an island. I'm not an insider. I'm not a newsbreaker. I will say this. I'm glad that Jerry weighed in here because this has been an ongoing drama, which the Steelers are clearly involved in heavily, at the very least. And there's been almost no local reporting on this. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's been all from the national side.
Right. Yeah.
So he has now weighed in to refute what Andrew was saying. We'll see how it turns out.
I think the interesting thing is all of the guys that cover you're right. All of the guys that cover the team have pretty much ignored the entire story. There have been some, how would you say it? This is kind of what's out there. You know what I'm saying?
And it's easy. Here's the other thing. When these big stories are brewing, it's real easy to say after it doesn't happen that there was nothing to it in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it doesn't, you see, there was never anything to that. And I look at things like when people were saying the Steelers were after Aaron Rodgers. I still believe they were. I still believe some of those reports. I do. Just because it didn't happen doesn't mean that a team wasn't heavily after somebody and that there was no truth to those stories. And it's the same people who would have you believe when Peter King came on the station, talked about 18 times about Russell Wilson, how the Steelers could and should and might have interest in him. Oh, that's ridiculous. Well, they got him, didn't they? And Justin Fields.
But don't you agree with this? Don't you agree with this, though?
What?
That the local guys, all 27 of them or whatever that cover the Steelers, have in large part ignored this thing in terms of what they've actually reported.
Yeah, that's how I brought up this topic.
But
was saying exactly that.
But what I mean is, does that mean that the Steelers have been very, 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 very quiet in terms of what they've allowed to? Because to me, Jerry's got good sources. He's got some guys that are obviously at the highest levels in the Steelers.
Yeah.
Okay.
The highest level. Let's just be frank here. Jerry has a relationship with Art. So he's got a contact with the highest.
But what I'm saying is, whenever the Steelers need to get something out, or want to get something out, or want to change a narrative, it seems like he's the one that reports it. And I'm not saying that, they feed him stuff, but I think that, you and I have been around long enough to know that these sports teams and these organizations and whatever, they all are very, very quick to refute something or to put information out there if there are reports they don't want out there.
Yeah.
But they're silent, completely silent, most of the time. Like, if you want to get information from them, I don't know, I can't, whatever, I can't tell you that.
Yeah, and sometimes people in those positions are led astray, like on the Pickett thing. Like, we're not taking him. Mike loves Malik Willis. That was the story going into that draft. So it can work both ways. Jerry's sources are great, and he does a great job. And just because he reported what he reported today doesn't mean it won't happen, by the way.
Yeah.
So the drama plays out, but Poni is standing 100% behind this story. What are you hearing from the San Francisco angle, Niners fan Sean Myers?
It's pretty apparent at this point that the trade is the most likely outcome. But again, I really think from what I'm hearing that they're not just going to trade him for the sake of getting him out of there immediately, because I think that they realize they need to get a return that's going to help them this year. And that's why the report of no current Steelers being offered is a little perplexing to me. I think the only way the 49ers would do something like that, where they get draft picks back, is if they maybe get a third team involved. And that could be a potential holdup, because I really believe from everything I've seen, and you look at the other deals supposedly with Cleveland and with New England, they were getting back one or two notable players to help this year. So I think that's completely different on the Steelers' perspective. So maybe you think three-way trade or at least a second subsequent trade using what they get back in terms of draft assets.
You going with Poni's report?
I think the issue that I would take with his report is saying that it was a done deal, basically, right? Crossing T's, dotting I's. I think if he said this is going to happen, that would have been a completely different thing than saying it's a done deal, because it has been pretty much refuted by national and, as you mentioned, Jerry Dulac at the local level saying it is not done. And so that's basically saying the dotting the I's and crossing T's is inaccurate at this juncture.
That's the crux of it, Paul.
Yeah.
Is Poni saying it's done, and everybody from Adam Schefter to Dulac, et cetera, saying no, it's not.
Did you see the clip yesterday?
So in the end, if it does get done, those people still have, is it called plausible deniability, saying, well, it wasn't done when I reported.
Correct.
And Poni still has that, too, by saying, I've been right all along.
Yeah, Poni would certainly be vindicated, even if it takes a week or so for it to happen, because he was the one who had it first and was so adamant about it. But there was a report yesterday. I think we actually have the clip if you want me to get to it momentarily.
I'd be very careful, however, if I was other reporters around town mocking this at the moment, because we all lost our we know everything about Steelers quarterbacks card with the drafting of Pickett, which nobody had in this town, and with the blowing up of the entire quarterback room, which nobody had in advance, bringing in Russell Wilson, which nobody had in advance, and trading for Justin Fields, which checks notes, nobody had in advance. So I think we've probably all forfeited our how dare you question what I know about the Steelers quarterbacks card.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
We've all turned those in. So the mockery is a little bit much. How about break a story on your own about the quarterbacks one of these years before you mock others when they try to break a story?
Yes.
That's what I would say.
But isn't that the MO for that entire squad?
I mean, I don't want to paint everybody that way.
Just saying,
but
what I'm saying is, if you say something about the Steelers that, people that cover the team object to, that's the tone they take.
Yeah. In other words, when was the last time somebody was ahead of the game on a Steeler quarterback maneuver locally?
Right.
Somebody want to show me proof? It sure as hell wasn't Kenny Pickett. We were told that Mike Tomlin had eyes only for Malik Willis, okay? It wasn't the trading of Kenny Pickett. I don't remember seeing that around here. Somebody, maybe I'm wrong, show me a breaking story or a headline. The Steelers are going to trade Kenny Pickett. I was on a golf course that day, stunned. I'm not really in that business anymore, by the way. I'm a guy on the radio,
right,
and I'm a columnist, which means basically an editorialist, okay? I'm not a beat writer anymore, and I'm thanking God every single day I'm not a beat writer anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. Especially, you're right. You're right about the tone of it all, because the other part of it is, if you're going to attack someone else's reporting,
do some of your own.
Right. Most of the time, the tone is very simple. It's, I'm upset that I got beat. You know what I'm saying? I'm upset that I got beat, or I'm upset that I'm falling behind on this story, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. So,
Sean, I interrupted you, and I apologize for that. And now I've interrupted Paul as well.
It's perfectly all right.
What were you saying like 2 minutes ago?
So yesterday, this was probably around maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So after Poni had already come on and had that report, I was watching NFL Network, and Aiyuk's agent was at Raiders camp for whatever reason. Obviously, he has multiple players. There was a report, I think it was Mike Garafolo, who was talking literally 15 feet away from Aiyuk's agent, updating, saying that nothing had been done. And the agent was literally in the background of their shot, kind of playing along with it. Now, they would not be able to get comment from him. He said, I can't publicly comment. But he was basically concurring that no deal had been done. So I actually have the clip if you want to hear it. It was interesting. But that was pretty much saying, as a matter of that time, like 2 o'clock yesterday, there was no deal done. So I think
who's this talking on the clip?
It's Garafolo, and then it's Rappaport. They both kind of chimed in simultaneous. One was at Raiders camp with the agent there, and then Rappaport was back in studio.
Let's hear it.
There is no deal. The 49ers have had those trade talks with multiple teams, including the Pittsburgh Steelers, from what I understand. But there is no trade agreement in place. There is no contract finalized. We will continue to monitor the situation.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. Been getting close for the last couple of days. Nothing is done. I would echo what Mike's. Definitely anonymous source. Definitely didn't just tell him 2 minutes before the broadcast. And here's the interesting thing for me, guys, is, you know, Brandon Aiyuk has a lot of power here. And look, teams have power. The 49ers can hold out and not do a trade. If Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, if he will only sign an extension there, which that hasn't specifically been conveyed to me, but he certainly does feel like that's a place that he would like to be, then that's where he's going, right? Because that's sort of where we are with players nowadays, the kind of leverage they have, the kind of power they have. If Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to the Steelers, then eventually that's likely where he will be going. It's just complicated. The 49ers have to get a deal that they would like. We will see whether it is with the Steelers, whether it's picks or a player. I know if it was a couple other teams, maybe they would have gotten a receiver. Maybe that's something still in their mind. We will potentially soon find out, hopefully, God willing. Then there's the contract, which also have to be agreed to. These are not simple transactions, which is probably why for the last 3 or 4 days we've all been telling you the same thing.
That was Rappaport, and that was all fine, you know, and may be accurate, but him intimating that, Mike, I don't know where he's getting that, with the agent in the shot. I'll tell you what rule number 1 is in sports reporting, is the last people on earth, I believe, are agents. That's rule number 1. Those are the last people on earth to believe.
Right. Absolutely. They're the last people because they have, you know, they have one person's interest at heart.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's always self-serving. When was the last time an agent leaked information that wasn't self-serving to their client? Ever. When was the last time that happened? I'll tell you, it's never happened. That's just one of those things where agents are the worst. You have to have them if you cover sports. Especially if you're a beat reporter, you have to have them, but you also have to take what they tell you and sort of run it through a couple of different circles to make sure that, okay, this is actually true. No, it's one thing if they tell you this is the contract that we, I mean, there's some things obviously, but my point is, whenever they're looking to, and obviously Brandon Aiyuk's agent is very motivated right now to try and help his client out, I would trust him less than anybody else that's involved in this discussion. And it's just amazing when you think about it. It's amazing. I guess what's amazing is that we're still sitting here talking about the same exact story.
Well, I mean, to me, it's not, because I kind of expected it to go. Once it didn't get done before the draft, I expected it to go to the end of training camp, because they may still wait for somebody's top receiver to get hurt.
That's a good point.
They might still. But my bottom line
that would, by the way, given out to everybody that's reported, he's coming here. If, I don't know, somebody, pick a team that's got a great receiver that got hurt, like major hurt. And that team came in and basically said, listen, we have to overpay for this guy. We're going to do it. We got to go. We need to get him.
Right.
That would leave it out to say, well, circumstances have changed, which is why you should always leave yourself an out. So that you can say circumstances changed.
Until that thing, and when Poni was in here yesterday, I was saying that. I'm paranoid, because until I see it, somebody might say something to piss the other guy off at the last second, and Shanahan and Lynch say, all right, then we're going to keep you. How do you like that? Anything. They could decide to sign him at the last second, or, Tyreek Hill goes down, CD Lamb goes down, something like that happens.
Right.
And everything changes. But, Paul, my bottom line on this is that Poni better be right.
Right.
You have to say that. When you put yourself on the line to the degree that he did with no out, you better be right. And in the meantime, especially locally, those mocking him, break a quarterback story of your own one of these years before you go mocking others. That's what I would say.
Well, and I'm going to, absolutely. And I'll say, the one thing I want to say, just to make sure that people understand where you and I are coming from. In no universe do I believe that Poni is making things up, like all these idiots on Twitter, coming after him and coming at him, and he's making things up for engagement, and he's lying, he's doing it. He's not making things up. I'm sure he has sources. I'm sure he's talking to people who are reputable. I'm sure he's talking to people who have never, not let him down in the past, who, have been vetted in a way where usually they give him good information. I'm sure he's talking to the right people.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying. He's not making things up. Now, you and I probably agree that maybe he went a little too far in his language and how he presented all of this, but that's not making things up.
No, but he better be right. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. He better be right. I guess what I was thinking about this the other day. Would this be as bad as, that guy from Channel 4, Tom Bradley, is being hired as Pitt coach? It's a done deal. Do you remember that headline?
Well, we've had a number of them, and I'll include myself. Rorson staying at Pitt.
Yeah.
We had Pursuta with
Russ Grimm. Yeah.
Russ Grimm's going to be the coach.
I'm just saying.
And we had Richie Walsh with Sean Miller, I believe, right? Listen, man, we've all been there. It doesn't feel good, and you're positive of your sources. I know that.
Right.
And like I said with the Pursuta thing, I believe that Ed Bouchette told him if I had that source, I would have gone with it too. It's just that things can change at the last second.
And sometimes can I like Richie Walsh in his defense, right? Somebody who should have been a golden source flat out lied to him. That happened.
Yeah.
I know that happened for a fact, because that day I was with him and I asked him, man, what the hell? You know what I mean? What? He told me everything, and I said, okay, well, I get what I get how you.
I've been there, dude.
Yes, I get how you came to the conclusion you come to, but, boy,
It's always good to leave yourself an out.
Right.
Now, again, with the Barry Rorson thing, I thought I had a pretty good source named Barry Rorson. I thought that was as good a source as I could have.
I'll give you a great example, too. You remember J.D. Brookhart?
Yes. Pitt assistant football
coach. He got hired as Akron's head coach. He was the offensive coordinator here. He got hired as Akron's head coach. I called him on the phone when I had it dead to rights that he was leaving to take the Akron job the next day.
Yeah.
I called him on the phone, and, of course, he basically flat out lied to me, you know what I'm saying? Multiple times. But guess what? I hung up. We ended the conversation like this, and this is how I knew I was 100% right. I said, JD, I can appreciate what you're saying and what you're doing and why you're doing it. But tomorrow morning when you wake up in the Post-Gazette, there's going to be a story that says that you're the next head coach at Akron. And he was like, well, I hope you're right. Okay, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I hope you're right.
So anyway, I wrote the story, hey, he's leaving for Akron. He's taking the job. I didn't, you know what I mean? But I didn't. But even then, even though I knew it was a done deal, because everyone had talked, you know what I mean, including his boss, by the way, he told me, you know what I'm saying? But I still left it as he's expected to be named the head coach at Akron.
Right. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, and that show opening six-pack, if you want to call it that, was brought to you by Bet365. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Back to the Off the Top, JP Roofing and Siding. We have all kinds of treats for you today. If I could only remember what they were. We have Mike DeFabo at 11:30, writes for The Athletic. We'll get his take going into the Steelers' first preseason game, exhibition game. I'm not going to be brainwashed like the NFL tried to do years ago with everybody with that euphemism of a preseason game. It's an exhibition game, which means it's a joke, which means it's a ripoff of your money if you're a ticket buyer. But anyway, that's what's happening.
The problem with exhibition games, it's hard to really get excited about them.
Yeah.
Because most of the guys you see after the first quarter are going to be guys that are very, very rarely going to really be on the field.
Yeah, plus, if you see somebody like, I don't know, I'll just pick an example out of thin air. Kenny Pickett have a 158.3 passer rating in the preseason. You could be deceived by that. Who else do we have, Sean? Don't call me Seth Meyers.
John Parado will be at noon talking about the Buccos.
That'll be good.
Jeff Hathorn at 1 o'clock.
That'll be great.
Could I tell you something that's now I wasn't here yesterday. Obviously, I was out with some stomach issues. But to my recollection, training camp for the Steelers started, 2.5 weeks ago?
Yeah.
This is the first show that we've come in. It's finally 2.5 weeks later where we've led with the Steelers.
Yeah.
Which speaks volumes about what has happened with the Pirates over the last week.
Well, why don't we talk about that next, in addition to taking calls on this whole Steeler fiasco at 412-928-9370. And you have a new flow coming up, Paul, I might add.
Yes.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And this football talk right now presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I wrote today in the Post-Gazette this morning, how much torture can Pirates fans possibly take? Let's dive into that debacle next here on the show. Paul, you're up.
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it. She knows it, too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself if you're serious about eliminating your ED issues. New Flow is your only serious option. There are no pills, no injections, no games. It's just Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today, 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. When you get there, tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates lost in 10 innings, 9-8 last night against the San Diego Padres. Buccos leaving the potential tying and winning runs in scoring position in the bottom of the 10th. Blown save for David Bednar. Colin Holderman took the loss. Pirates a game under 500 now. Wrap up their series against the Padres today, 12:35, the first pitch. Our coverage is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
School messes return. Rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can check if you're paying too much for home insurance, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like bringing brownies to a dinner party. But I never bring brownies with nuts, because not everyone likes nuts, so they wouldn't eat those brownies. And even people who do like nuts will still eat brownies without them. Why? Because they're brownies.
But still, it's the right thing to do. So compare rates with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. The Cleveland Browns unveiled renderings on Wednesday of what a possible new stadium could look like, one adjacent to the town's airport and also domed. There's a big movement for covered stadiums across the league to make sure these arenas are more suitable for events year-round. The thing I like the most about football stadiums is the football weather. Let's not lose that. I'm Bart Winkler.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company, a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual world and then lets you connect with people, real people, in real life. Tons of games at Pins for you to come in and play. Duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and so much more. Even classic arcade games. Pins has a fully stocked bar too. Fun cocktails, refreshing draft beers. The perfect place to bring a date or your friends. Bring your kids too. Bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Pins, that's how we roll.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right.
Let's go to a couple of phone calls. Sean, don't call me Seth Meyers. First, I'll tell you the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What you got?
All right, we will go to Tony first.
Hi, Tony.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was really excited about this trade when, I guess it was back in March, Aiyuk tweeted out that him and Tomlin were like twins, and I was like, oh, imagine if that guy got here. But the way you guys have salivated and butchered and miscalculated everything, I kind of hope we don't trade for him now because of you guys.
Wait, what?
Did I stutter?
We got a tough guy on the line. When you say you guys, who are you talking about?
The local Pittsburgh sports reporters.
Oh, because we're all one monolith. Everybody has the same ideas. Did I stutter? I'm not running cover for him. How am I running cover for Filipponi? I tweeted his tweet. I had him on the air.
You blamed his agent. You blame the Steelers' sources. You blame the player.
I didn't do any of that. You're lying now, Tony. You're lying now.
Go back and listen.
What did we blame them?
Here's what I said, liar. I said Pony better be right. Tony.
I got you, Joey.
Tony. Let's give him a hand.
Joey.
Let's give Tony a hand.
Bye, Joe. What's his name? Tony. What's his name? Tony. Is he still on the line? Where's he at?
He was ornery today.
Where's he at? He's a jackass.
Where's he from?
The hell with him.
I don't know.
But that classic, Joe, that's classic.
He's a classic jackass, an idiot who thinks that the Pittsburgh media,
is all one person.
They're out to get us.
More importantly, the worst part about it, more importantly, that's exactly the kind of person, right, who does not listen to what is actually said or what's reported or whatever. He hears voices in his head, right, and he thinks he hears it or he thinks he sees this. And then he reacts to it. He creates these straw men in his head, right? He probably sleeps at night with a tinfoil hat on. That's how ridiculously dumb this guy is. Next person, please.
Wait, here's what Jackass Tony, as he goes down in history.
He's Jackass Tony.
Didn't hear. Then I'm sure he's on the line because this was one of the biggest thrills of his life. What did he sound about? 30s, maybe early 40s?
Yeah, he was a relatively younger guy, it seemed like.
This was like a big thrill for Jackass Tony. To call in the radio show and take on the media, the mainstream media. I'll take them on. I'm Tony. I'm a tough guy. So Jackass Tony, what you didn't hear, Jackass, is me saying that Pony better be right, which I said 18 times in the opening. That's running cover for him? Idiot. Who's next?
All right, hopefully less contentious. This is Cade from Illinois.
Hello, Cade.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. So, what'd you think of the last interaction? Did you enjoy that?
Oh, man, media's media. Like, you guys have to report what you hear.
Well, once again, we're not one monolith. Like, I'm not Andrew Filipponi or Jerry Dulac or anybody. I'm my own person with my own thoughts. So it's like,
everybody has different sources.
Right. And Pony's reporting what he believes to be true. And he better be right. That's the bottom line. But what I don't want to hear from, is local people who haven't had a quarterback story in 2 years accurate. And we've seen major quarterback stories left and right mocking this report.
Left and right out of Pittsburgh. Because ever since Ben left, nobody knows what's going on.
Exactly. So what do you got?
I don't know so with the Brandon Aiyuk trade speculations and everything, I know we're going to be a run-heavy team, or that's what we're supposed to be. How do you think things change with Aiyuk? Because then you've got Pickens and Muth and Aiyuk is it a lot of play action? What's that turn into? Because you can't not use him when you're going to pay him $29, $30 million.
Well, that's a good question, Paul. If he were to come here, will he be happy in this offense that's had trouble, Arthur Smith sometimes taking advantage of having one really good receiver, let alone two, and how will it affect Pickens? Thank you for the call.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. I think that it's incredible. It's incredible to me that basically, you have a guy who wants to come here, who's in one of the most receiver-friendly offenses there is. I mean, if he came here, would you say that he's going to have 1,400 yards receiving? I bet you he wouldn't.
Probably not.
And guess what? You know what that would affect? His next contract.
Well, yes, but at that point he'll have made a pretty penny. He'll only be signs for 4 years. He'll only be 30, 31 at the time of his next deal. But of course, that would be a drama to play out with Pickens.
Right.
It always is with receivers. Who's getting most of the catches? I want mines. Period, etc. You think that was, where do you think that ranked on Jackass Tony's biggest moments of his life? Do you think he's texting all his buddies right now?
Top three.
Top three.
Top three. I don't imagine he's had many personal big moments. It doesn't sound like it, like in his life. So that would something like this would easily be top three for Jackass Tony.
Right.
And we don't know where he's from, huh?
No.
That was hilarious.
All right. Well, let's dive into the Pirates.
Someone just tweeted something pretty funny.
What?
I'll read it off. I'll read it off the air. I'm not sure. It's probably a gray area if I could read it on the air without getting in trouble.
I didn't get that one.
What? Yeah, it's just to me. I mean,
all right, I'll wait on that one. Meantime, 11:30, we have Mike DeFabo. Well, why don't we just hold off here on the Pirates? Well, your quick first thought, of all the debacles that happened last night, and I have never, ever, outside of a playoff situation, I don't remember this many gut-wrenching, heart-rending, soul-crushing losses in a short period of time for any of our teams, as the Pirates have had in the last 4 weeks. It's unbelievable. I ranked them in the Post-Gazette today. What's number one? Where do you start? Do you start with Skeens coming out to MVP chance in the 9th inning, only for the Pirates to lose that game because they can't hit? Do you start with losing a 4-0 lead when they're trying to sweep the Astros, when O'Neal Cruz loses his mind? Or do you start with any one of 3 of the last 4 games that they've lost?
Well,
so last night, who's the main culprit? What story stands out for you?
Well, unfortunately, Bednar and Colin Halterman.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to start really looking at villains, you handed the ball to Bednar. What? You handed the ball to Bednar with a 1-run lead. You expect to win the game, and you lose. I mean, and then you hand the ball to Halterman with the game tied.
Their last 4 gut-wrenchers, he's lost all 4 of them.
So he's probably, those 2 are probably at the top of the list, right? I mean, the other thing is, I know he runs fast, and every so often he makes a ooh kind of play in the field, but are we really seriously running Jawan Bay or whatever the hell his name, Jiwan Bay? Are we really seriously running this guy out there every night or most nights and expecting anything more than what we're getting from him? Because to me, he's a guy who is the ultimate quad A player.
Yeah.
What they should do is put him on Indianapolis's roster in the outfield and have him be the guy that 3 or 4 years from now they're paying him $100,000, as the leader of the AAA team, and he plays until his 30s in AAA, because that's what he is. Okay? Jared Triolo, I get it. He's a great baseball player. Remember that? He's a good baseball player. He's just a good baseball player. That's why we're going to put him on the roster. He stinks. He can't hit.
I know.
Do we got to watch him every night too?
How do they? Well, there's so many things. We'll
and
get
here's
to
the other thing.
Let's get to
here's
this.
The other thing. Are we still going to go with Michael A. Taylor's going to break out and have this great run to the end of the season?
They stopped playing him. He stopped playing him. He puts Bay out there.
He's another one. Let's see. In his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, his last 5 appearances.
Paul Pause. We need a Paul Pause drop. Come on. He's looking up live stats here.
In his last.
That's right.
In his last 5 games, do you know what he is? Do you know what he is?
During our live radio show.
Do you know what he is?
What?
What? 1 of 15 with 5 strikeouts.
Here's what galls me. Before we're going to
Joe, 1 of 15.
We're going to go, and we're going to be on time for 11 o'clock where we can really dive into this stuff with. Listen, why don't we have an exorcism of sorts here? Just a therapy session for you Pirate fans. Just sound off here because, honest to God, I have not seen any of our teams go through what the Pirates have put you through right now, if that makes any sense. Almost every loss is just like this ridiculous snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, and it's just torturous. But this is what happens when you dare to love again, which is what you're doing. You've made yourselves vulnerable.
I love you.
Maybe Jackass Tony. I don't think Jackass Tony's ever done that. He's been a hard guy his whole life. Tough guy Tony. We'll have to replay that call later. But you've opened yourselves again, and you're getting hurt again. And, man, it's almost every night in crushing fashion. I'm left with this. How the hell does Joey Bart and his 831 OPS, he's not Joey Bart, he's Johnny Bench on this team. How does he leave a game like that without ever appearing in it? To your point, Paul.
Yeah.
I don't even know what your point was. Jared Triolo, Bay, and Grandal combined for like 18 at-bats. This guy never sees the field. He never sees the box.
They asked Shelton about why he didn't pinch hit Bart for Grandal at the end of the game there.
Yeah.
And he said because Bart was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts against that whoever the pitcher was for the Padres.
Grandal's 0 for a trillion with a trillion strikeouts against everybody. So we'll talk about this. Top of the hour. Your main gripe from last night, just sound off on the Pirates if you want. It's healthy. It's good. It's better than not caring. 'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Is that right, Sean?
That's our saying now.
Do you agree with that or no? Is that right, Paul?
It's better to have loved and lost than to have never have lost than to have never have loved at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
In other words, with love comes pain, or you can just shut it all down and not let anybody or anything in.
I love you.
I love you. I think there's something to be said for that. It's like Simon and Garfunkel. I am a rock, right? I have no need for friendship. Friendship causes pain. It's laughter and it's loving I disdain. I am a rock. You know that song, Sean?
Not at all, no.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Paul, would you rather be a rock or be open and loving?
Some would say I'm both.
That's a good line.
Some would say I'm both.
Why don't you clip that question and his first answer to start the next segment, and let's provide a forum for tortured Pirates fans, if we will, at 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, the Chevy Summer Drive. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Storms possible in the afternoon and a high of 85. Joe Potocznik and his mustache. He's a very loving guy. You know, great people work for him. They've been out to the house a number of times. And this guy wins more awards than, than Aaron Donald did at Pitt. It's unbelievable. Every time I turn around, he's winning yet another MVP award. This year, trifecta top performer MVP in the Northeast. That's back-to-back years for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. You get all that, plus you get just a really good guy and good people who know what they're doing, can identify a problem, and fix it. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Bringing you fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates suffered another heartbreaker last night in 10 innings, 9-8. They lost to the Padres of San Diego. Pirates leaving the potential tying and winning runs in scoring position. They wrap up their 3-game set today. It's an afternoon game, 12:35 first pitch, Luis Ortiz against Randy Vasquez. That can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
It's Water Heater Month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean.
Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at guardiansports.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap
sent you.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. A tough one last night for the Buccos. They fell in 10 innings, 9-8 against the San Diego Padres. Blown save for David Bednar. Colin Holderman took the loss once again. Andrew McCutchen was a bright spot. He went 2 for 5, homered, and had 3 RBIs. Pirates aim to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Padres with a record of 56-57. They go against the Friars today at 12:35. Luis Ortiz gets the starting nod. Our coverage can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And then later today, men's basketball in the Olympics, Team USA against Serbia. That is a semifinals matchup at 3 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
We got Joe.
High five!
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right!
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm sorry for your losses. I mean, that's about all I can say to Pirate fans right now. My condolences. This is ridiculous. I mean, can't they lose a game? Well, they did the other night, 6-0, I guess, but even that one was ridiculous because of the warning track flooding and the fact that the Padres ace, floats away on a raft and you still lose to the bullpen. And I know they have a good bullpen, but you don't lose 6-0, although they did lose 6-0. I guess what I'm saying is, can't they just lose 4-1 once in a while? It has to be 9-8 after a 5-0 lead, or 9-8 after they're down 5-0, come back and start to lead 7-6 with McCutchen waving a towel on the top of the dugout, and then there's a torturous ending to that game. It's every time I turn around, for me, it started with Skeens coming out for the 9th and everybody chanting MVP, 34,000 people, and they find a way to lose that one because they can't hit. Just daggers, just shots to the gut. It's like that meme or that GIF, Paul, where you have the karate guy and someone keeps kicking him right in the nuts like 1,000 times in a row. That's Pirate fans. You know the one I'm talking about, Sean?
Yeah, we all know the nut-kicking meme you're talking about.
Yes, where
it's like a yes.
rapid fire kicks
Have
to
you
the
used
groin.
that one,
I've
Paul?
used that many times.
I was going to say you were on a Twitter rager last night.
Yeah,
weren't
did you happen to see my?
No.
Once Colin Alderman started blowing up.
Yeah, that big surprise there.
I went on like about a 15 or 20 tweet marathon of finding plane crashes and train wrecks and car crashes and dumpster fires and buildings on fire, like 15 of them in a row.
I love the one of the flaming dumpster that's on its own, just a runaway flaming dumpster.
Yeah.
That's all. But the one of the guy getting kicked in the groin 1,000 times in a row.
That's hilarious too.
I mean, honestly, I'm sorry for your losses. I really am, Pirate fans. It's just I was going to say I can't imagine. I kind of can't. I mean, watching the Bills lose 4 straight Super Bowls wasn't really fun. But for a small stretch of like 3 weeks to have this many of these, Paul and I would like to provide for you a forum to unleash your feelings. And we'll do that as soon as we finish getting over the game from last night. And again, it comes at a very sensitive time because a lot of Pirate fans have begun to open their hearts again, only to see them get stomped on. Yet again. And I was wondering, we brought up the phrase, 'tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Would you rather just be a rock, an island, like the old Simon and Garfunkel song, and never feel Paul, anything? Would you rather be a rock or be open and loving?
Some would say I'm both.
You can be both. Paul's both, open and loving and a rock. How about you? We'll get to the lines in a moment at 928-9370. But back to the game. Paul, there's 18 different things. I heard Wayner after the game. He obviously played Major League Baseball, saying it's a no-brainer to send McCutchen on contact in the 10th. Okay, maybe I'm naive. But as soon as that ball as soon as it's struck, you freeze everything. And to make another wildly out-of-date reference, the old show Bewitched, when she would freeze everything except for her, she could then walk around and make decisions.
Right.
And you asked everybody on Earth right then, percent chance that a Major League Baseball team throws out McCutchen at home. And I would say 99. It's a ball that's going right to the shortstop who's playing in, and all he has to do is make a simple throw or even a bad throw, because his catcher will have plenty of time to recover, and that's an out. Why are you running? Why is that? If that's a thing, why would you run automatically on contact there? Why?
Isn't that called a contact play?
I guess.
Yeah.
It's a stupid play.
I'm just saying. It's one of the baseball plays that drives me insane. The contact play where they're basically saying, any contact, take off. I don't like it, but that's...
So, and this isn't directed toward you. It's directed toward people who say that. So we disregard every situation's the same.
Well,
we disregard that the shortstop is 8 feet from home plate and that he's in the major leagues, and that McCutchen, who's not exactly a speedster these days, is running from third. We just mindlessly say, any contact, you go in extra innings, when we're still trying to tie the game, by the way. A lot of this is based on circumstance. If we've already tied it, we can take a chance. I still wouldn't do it, but okay. We're desperately trying to tie the game. We're just going to give away one of our 3 outs and maybe still lose on a play that has a 1% chance to succeed, if that. This is the major leagues. That ball's right at the shortstop. And I understand maybe right when it comes off the bat, you're thinking, I'm going no matter what. Well, that's stupid. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. You?
Yeah. I didn't like that. There are some things, though, Joe, that are sort of we like to yell at Shelton about.
Yeah,
but
like not playing Joey Bart last night,
right? But
for an instant.
But Shelton, basically, they are like all of these managers seem to be prisoners of certain analytics. Certain, ideas about how to generate runs and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
And I almost don't blame him. I think he just goes by the book.
For that particular play, maybe not. I don't blame him. No, it's a by the book thing that just makes no sense.
Did you see they actually even messed it up? and Reynolds got away with it. He did not immediately break for third. He hesitated.
That's right, Paul. And they even messed it up. Right. Can you imagine if he gets thrown out at third? And here's two things. A good throw, and he's out. B, McCutchen took a right turn before he ever got to the plate, and therefore didn't even attempt to disrupt said throw.
Yeah, I think the catcher was just caught off guard that Reynolds broke as late as he did. I think if he was, paying attention the whole time, Reynolds is dead meat at third.
And then big surprise, Connor Joe strikes out again. I don't know what to say about. I don't know what to say about Connor Joe anymore. I don't know what to say. He comes up to the plate, makes outs every single time. He strikes out in the ninth every single time. He has 4 extra base hits since like the middle of June or something ridiculous. He's been hitting like a pitcher for 3 months, and nobody ever talks about it, and nobody ever notices, and he always comes to the plate and makes it out like he did last night. He struck out twice, by the way, on that at-bat. And then another big surprise, Grandal, he's allowed to hit, and he grounds out to the shortstop. And at some point before that, Ke'Bryan Hayes, who miraculously was intentionally walked, what are the Padres doing? He grounded out to the pitcher and somewhere else. Paul, I have never, in 50 years of watching the Pirates, and I was a Pirate fan as a kid in Buffalo. We did not have a team. I have never, ever, ever seen a Pirate batter top the ball more than Ke'Bryan Hayes. You talk about maddening.
Yes, you. That's the thing about him, like I said before with him, that drives me crazy about Ke'Bryan Hayes, Joe. It's that he can't hit. Like he never seems to get hits. He seems to be an automatic out. But when he does, it's just basically a little dribbler. You know what I mean? Kind of a single. You know what I mean?
I want to cry. Right now I want to cry. It's just this little weak dribbler. It feels like 70 if he's not striking out 70% of the time. And then what else? Bald Holderman is as bad as Harry Holderman. Am I right about that, Sean?
I have no idea who Harry Holderman is.
It's Colin with hair. But last night we saw Colin without hair, and he was just as bad. I mean, this is an epic disaster.
Right.
It's not like one guy has cost them their season, except that it's kind of like one guy has cost them their season. What is he doing? And what is Shelton doing at this point? Every time he comes into a game, it's a critical, heart-rending moment in the game. And every time he loses, at some point, do you want to say maybe he needs to go somewhere for a while and work on this? I don't know. I don't know what to do. But I know he loses every single game. That's a problem.
Well, I mean, again, Shelton comes from the school of, he's our guy in that role, and he's done it really well all season long. And you know what? We're going to continue to have faith in him. I mean, I remember I asked Derek Shelton about this the other day when we had him on for his show, and he basically said, well, no, his role doesn't change. We just got to figure out what's going on with him. So it doesn't surprise me that he went to him. But, Joe, I almost don't blame. The problem with Holderman getting the blame is that it absolves in some ways the fact that your closer had the ball in his hands.
I'm with you on that.
Because Holderman would never have gotten into the game if you closed the game.
I know.
You know what I mean?
And he walks a tightrope every single time.
Right.
He's not having a good year. He blew 3 of his first 4 saves, and he's been dancing through the raindrops. He was really good right after that, but since he came back the most recent time, he's just lucky, it feels like, when he gets a save, Bednar. It just feels like luck.
Well, and I think, but again, you're right. Here's the other thing. He has this, he's had 19 save opportunities in a row, but a number of them, it was because they were leading by multiple runs and the other team scored only 1. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at his last 6 appearances, 4 of them, he's given up a run.
Exactly.
And he hasn't had a clean inning. He's had 1 clean inning in his last 6 appearances. He's had 3 games in a row now where he's given up a run. I mean, at some point, like this is what always cracks me up, Joe. I use the term, Bednar is leaking a little bit. And, of course, people who just exist on social media to argue jumped down my throat and said, he had 19 save opportunities in a row. He converted. I said, listen, do you understand what leaking means? Yes, He's danced through the raindrops to get some saves recently, but look, his last 6 appearances, he's given up a run 4 times, which is bad for a closer.
It always feels like it's going to end badly.
Yes.
And you're right. He comes into games and just gives up tons of hits and runs. The last 2 months, he's had 7 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs. It's been awful. 5 walks since the beginning of July, or he came back July 12th. 7 innings, 7 hits, 5 walks, and 4 earned runs. So if you're so small-minded as to only look, did he convert the save or not? A lot of people could have in those situations, pitching like that. He looked like himself for the latter part of May and all of June. That was David Bednar, pretty much all of June. But, man, in the end, this bullpen has killed them. Let's go to the lines. It's your turn to emote, should you choose to take that option. It's also 11:21. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. See what they can do for you. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan X brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Who do we got, Sean?
We have Joe in Mount Lebanon.
What's up, Joe?
Well, I agree Schulte's made some mistakes, but, they're playing so shorthanded. The bullpen's 26th in MLB and ERA. To Paul's point, I said the same thing last night when they brought Bednar in. His 3rd game in a row he's given up runs. They're playing with 3 hitters almost every day in the lineup that are hitting less than 200. Their DH is hitting 230, even though McCutcheon had a good game last night. The first baseman was non-existent for the first 2 months. He still only has 9 home runs. Your power hitter. Your other cornerstone or corner fielder, Hayes, he's averaging 1 extra base hit over the last 4 months. I mean, they're lucky they are what they are. They have very good starting pitching. The bullpen was supposed to be a strength. It turned out to be a weakness. Schulte's lucky to have this team where they are. And I know he, had come for a lot of criticism the last few weeks, and I disagreed with at least a half dozen of his decisions the last few weeks. But overall, I think he's done a pretty good job with what he's working with. I mean, this team is not anywhere near a playoff caliber team roster-wise. If you take another team and they said, what players do you want off the Pirates? They'd take 3, maybe even falter 4 pitchers. They'd take Reynolds. And I don't even know if they'd want Cruz. They may take Bart depending on their catching needs. And that's all the Pirates have. They have on a 25
Well, Brian Hayes has killed the team. Let's be honest about that, too.
Players.
Yeah.
They have 6 major league players other teams would want on a roster of 26 players. It's ridiculous.
6?
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate the call.
I mean, again, now this is like, let's go way overboard and just say stupid things. 6 guys on this team are major league players that other teams would want. Teams wouldn't want O'Neill Cruz.
Is he including pitchers?
Yes.
Well, then, yes.
That's my point. He said the four pitchers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if anyone would want O'Neill Cruz. Yes, because no team would want a guy that hits the ball 5 miles and runs like a deer.
Well,
wait. Wait. No team would want him. No team would want Reynolds, right?
He did say Reynolds.
Okay, Reynolds,
he said Reynolds.
Cruz. Guess what? I got news for you. There are teams that would want Brian Hayes just for his defense alone.
They can have him.
But my point is,
I'll drive him to the airport.
My point is, Kiner Falefa. Teams wouldn't want him. Despite the fact he strikes out all the time.
I know, but Joe from Mount Lebanon is hurt. We're providing people an opportunity to unleash their feelings.
But we don't have now we're going way overboard. Now we're back. Listen, a month ago nobody was talking about how Shelton just doesn't have what it takes. He doesn't have enough players to win games. He's shorthanded. You can't have it both ways. When they were 4 games over 500, we were talking about how, you know what I mean? This guy probably was calling in and wanted to put half of these guys in the Hall of Fame. My point is, Bednar, Cruz, Bednar, Chapman. Do you think maybe teams would want a guy that throws 105?
Teams would even want Holderman, believe it or not.
And Holderman. I mean, there's probably, there's a good nucleus of players here. The problem is there's a few guys that are bad.
Well, there's a lot of guys in the lineup who would not be in other major league lineups right now.
Well, Bay and Triolo definitely not.
Bay, Triolo, Grandal, probably Rowdy, Michael A.
Rowdy
Taylor.
would be in teams. Why wouldn't he be?
I mean, he's been good for a couple months. I've defended Rowdy, but when I look at first, I don't want to get bogged down in this. It's an exorcism. Next. Who's next?
Nick in Washington, Pennsylvania.
What's up, Nick?
I'm going to take a different route, and I want to give Shelton a lot more of the blame, and I'm just going to give you 4 or 5 things that I've thought of for the last 2 weeks. Number one, I don't care if it's his metrics that say Holderman should be out there. Holderman needs to go get drunk on a beach for about a week. Bednar,
I like that.
Bednar, if he throws 97 middle, it's going to go out. He's not healthy, and even if he is healthy, he can't pinpoint his pitches. He doesn't throw hard enough to be effective unless he knows exactly where his off-speed pitches are going to go. Next, how the hell does Joey Bart not hit in the 9th inning or the 10th inning?
I heard Zangrilli say it's like a basketball coach leaving a game with a timeout in his pocket. I'm echoing. Go ahead.
Then my whole thing was we would have been better off not swinging the bat in the 10th. They let us in the game.
My God, you're right. Paul, he's right. He's right. It's like last year's Steelers game. They beat the Browns at home last year, and I swear this is true. If they kneel on the ball, the Browns win that game if they kneel on the ball the whole second half. They win that game in Pittsburgh last year. It's like that. You might be right. If none of the Pirates after McCutchen swung the bat in the 10th, they might win the game, Paul.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing about it is that the worst part about this loss, the Padres gave them how many bases?
Oh,
because they couldn't, and their catcher couldn't catch. Their catcher couldn't catch, and all that other stuff, right?
Give us one more thing. Is he still there?
No, there was too much echo.
There was a lot of echo. All right, give me the next person. One more before we get to DeFaba.
Ryan in Gibsonia.
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good. Did you hear the call earlier with, what was the guy's name?
Tony.
Oh, Tony the Jackass.
Yeah, Jackass Tony. Did you like that?
I enjoyed it. It was a good time.
Are you in a wind tunnel?
No, so I'm a mailman. I'm outside right now.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So I'm past frustrated and angry. I'm sad and depressed. And I just appreciate you guys doing your due diligence of being a therapy session because I'm too cheap to pay for one.
Paul, this man has evolved. Most of us act out in anger to cover up our sadness. He's just sad and depressed and willing to admit it. A lot of people want to be mail carriers. Is it all it's cracked up to be? Paul, when I was a kid and people asked me what I wanted to do, I said I wanted to be a mailman in Hawaii. It seems like a great job. Is it?
That'd be the place to do it. I mean, being in Pittsburgh with the hills, it's all right. I mean, the only thing that's nice is I get to eat as much candy as I want.
Paul, would you like to be a mailman? Ever thought of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a good job and you got good benefits, right?
Good benefits?
Yeah, definitely.
Great retirement, right? Great retirement, everything. It's a good job.
Yeah. 35 and then I'll be done.
What age?
I'm only 27 right now.
What age can you get a retirement?
Oh, I think it's after 15, but I'll probably work until I'm probably 55, 60.
All right.
Well, we appreciate what you do, and thank you for the call, and thank you for being evolved as you are.
Appreciate you taking my time.
Do you know who was a mailman in a different life?
Who?
Gormy the Owl.
What?
Yes. Gormy the Owl was a mailman.
Where? In Memphis when he was there? Here.
Yes.
In Baldwin?
I guess in Baldwin, yes.
He was your friendly neighborhood mailman, was Gormy the Owl?
He was. After he got out of college.
Sean, were you aware of this?
I had no idea.
Yes.
Do you know Gormy the Owl? You've probably done high school games with him.
Yep.
After he got done in college, he was trying to, look for a job and trying to get into the business. He was a mailman. He absolutely was.
Paul's been a cab driver. Yes. I've been a bagel cook. What's something that you've done that people might be surprised by?
My favorite job, other than this, of course, is I worked at a bowling alley. I was a pin chaser.
I can't. Can you picture that, Paul? Sean, don't call me Seth Meyers as a pin chaser.
So you were. So what? So you isn't there like a little area above the pins?
Yeah, so you would
that
get
you
pin
sit up
jams.
there, basically there.
Yeah, but I didn't. Sometimes people would go back there for like 4 hours straight. I would get bored. I'd always want to be out around the bowlers and stuff like that.
You ever get hit with a ball?
No, that's usually not too common of an occurrence.
So basically, you're back there fixing when the pins get clogged up. You stand them upright.
So you just have to usually. There's a pin that's blocking the other ones from where they're supposed to go, so you have to pull that out. Sometimes you have to, wind the thing down and then move it. But sometimes it's as simple as a pin just getting in the gutter that you have to go down and pull that out. So it was an enjoyable job. We also had a mini golf course, so I get to go out there, make sure everything's working sufficiently out there. So it was a good time.
Who would have thunk it, huh, Paul?
Wow.
I got to bowl for 25 cents per game back then.
Wow.
Yes.
They made you pay even though you worked there?
So I think it was, if I came down like when I wasn't working, it was 25 cents per game. If I did it like after a shift, I was already there, I got to bowl for free.
Okay, well, that's nice.
Beautiful. All right, coming up, Mike DeFabo. I imagine from is there Steeler camp today? Are they practicing? They have a game tomorrow.
He's at Steelers camp.
They had a very small workout this
All
morning,
right.
and then I think that it's done.
Let's move away from Aiyuk for a little while and just talk about this game tomorrow and some of the storylines with Mr. Mike DeFabo. Coming up next, the Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, and WAMO 107.3 partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive, presented by Frank Walker Law. Visit the link on the homepage, 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or a group. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids, brought to you by MediConnect. Mike DeFabo, next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
With your Fan Headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates suffered a heartbreaking 10-inning loss last night, 9-8 against the San Diego Padres. Buccos leaving the potential tying and winning runs in scoring position in the bottom of the 10th. Colin Holderman took the loss. Pirates wrap up the three-game set at home today. They're a game under 500. It is a 12:35 first pitch against the Padres. Luis Ortiz will be throwing it. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Cloudy with a thunderstorm this afternoon, the high 83.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Age is just a number to Olympic skateboarder Andy McDonald. The father of 3 is 51 years old and competing in these games against mostly young men in their 20s. McDonald failed to make it to the final round, but told Sports Illustrated, quote, "If they're giving away gold medals for whoever has the most fun, I got it wrapped up." I'm Maggie Gray.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month. But you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in today's economy, it's your job to anticipate constant market changes. But what do you do in the event of a divorce? Your assets and finances are scrutinized. Years of hard work building a business are on the line. This is not business as usual. You need an experienced partner you can count on for help. We're Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Ram. Dodge Jeep Ram, I should say. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The hotline, which Mike DeFabo is on, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mike writes for The Athletic. Are you at training camp, Dr. DeFabo?
I am. I'm back in Latrobe, back to my roots as a good old Latrobe boy myself.
I forgot about that. You are a Latrobe boy. Your take on the Brandon Aiyuk drama. Does he wind up here or no?
Well, I mean, it seems like if you sift through all these reports, basically the 49ers are trying to win in this window, and so therefore they would preferably like a wide receiver back in addition to other position players or roster players. The Steelers, on the other hand, it seems like they're interested in trying to just only give up draft picks. And so that's where I think that probably the situation, the way that I can figure it out in my own head, is either the 49ers cave and they say, look, this has gone on too long. Brandon Aiyuk is frustrated. He doesn't want to be there. He wants to be on your team. We'll just accept the draft picks and punt on this and then either try to flip those into roster players or just move on. Or the Steelers up their ante in some way to get this deal done. You know, we'll have to wait and see, but that's, I guess, the way that I read the situation.
Does it get done?
I don't know, Paul. I think it's 50-50 maybe if I were to guess. You know, you listen to the national insiders, and they say that they think that eventually their guess would be that he ends up in Pittsburgh. So I feel like they're probably more dialed in. But I feel like a lot of the information is coming out of San Francisco, and we have a writer in San Francisco who's dialed in there, and they've said that they want a wide receiver. They're trying to win right now. And if you lose a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, replacing that production is going to be very difficult. So, you know, I think maybe what it'll come down to is can they find a third team that they can flip the picks they get from the Steelers, get a wide receiver to backfill Brandon Ayuk's void there. You know, that might be what gets it done.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that happens, I guess we have to wait a little bit longer. Adam Schefter said yesterday it seemed like it's not going to happen, imminently. So it's probably going to take some time. In the meantime, who is the second receiver on this team?
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, Van Jefferson has stepped up and been that guy. I mean, we've had a lot of questions about who would be the guy behind George Pickens because really you look at the depth chart and it kind of looks like George Pickens and then everybody else. And I had my skepticism about Van Jefferson. You look back at his stats last year, he was with Arthur Smith, and in 12 games together, Van Jefferson caught a whopping 12 passes. So, you know, he's out here working hard and catching 300 passes a day off the jugs machine. And, he does have one good season on his resume. His second season in 2021, he had 50 catches, 800-something yards, and 6 touchdowns. If he can do that in the Steelers' offense, that would be pretty exciting for them. I think he brings a veteran savvy. He ran a 4.39 40-yard dash back in college. So he has some tangible skills to him. And when you talk to him, he seems like a mature, polished veteran. My bigger concern, we always talk about who's the number 2 wide receiver. What happens if George Pickens gets injured? And I think that's the worst-case scenario for the Steelers. This is a thin receiver room. Maybe you can get by using the tight ends a lot and, featuring George. But if he goes down, then I think you're in a situation where you really don't have any dynamic threats in the passing game. And I think that you're really hamstringing yourself as an offense there.
Mike DeFabo of The Athletic. Here's a story that I'm really enamored with right now. I really am. I think it was Brian Batko, the Batconian Mongoose, who talked to this fullback, Jack Coletto, who said, I'm putting my hand in the damn ground. If they want me to be a human battering ram, so be it. I can do that. I've never met this guy. I don't know what he looks like, and yet I love him. Is he going to be on the team? Are they going to use a fullback and have you talk to this man?
Yeah, he's a legend of the game for that quote. I love that. Well, you have to look back at what Arthur Smith has done historically, and we've talked a lot about the tight end usage, but the other part of it is he is one of the guys that still uses a fullback. Last season in Atlanta, the Falcons used a fullback 30% of the time. And the way that Arthur Smith explained it to us, there's a guy, Keith Smith was their fullback, and they were able to keep him on the roster because he was able to contribute on special teams. And he was like, they're one of those core special teams guys that you count on in all 4 special teams phases. So the way that I read the situation is if Jack Coletto finds a way to contribute on special teams and can add value there, then maybe they can have a roster spot for him. The tough thing is you have to figure they're going to keep, 4 tight ends. They're probably going to keep a couple backs plus Cordero Patterson. So, Cordero Patterson kind of eats up a spot. And so, I think the question becomes, can Jack Coletto contribute enough on special teams, or do they feel that Connor Hayward is good enough in that role as a fullback? And if you look at the first depth chart they put out, Connor Hayward was. So they're different body types. Jack Coletto is more of that battering ram. He is a bigger, more physical, more traditional type of fullback. And so, I think I really feel like that's going to be one of the more intriguing questions on the back half of the roster when it comes to the final cut down.
What do you expect to see in terms of the offensive skill position players tomorrow night?
Yeah, Roman Wilson is still dealing with ankle injury, so I think that he's going to be out. And Mike Tomlin said that the first unit would get a couple series. So, when the Steelers are in 2 wide receiver formations, the top 2 guys have been throughout camp pretty much, George Pickens and Van Jefferson. And then Calvin Austin would be the third guy kind of competing for playing time with Van Jefferson. So, I imagine that they're going to pull out. George Pickens is probably not going to be playing a ton there. And so, I think that a guy like Calvin Austin or like Van Jefferson has as much to gain as anybody during these preseason games as they're trying to prove that they should be that number 2 guy and that maybe the Steelers don't need to go out and get another wide receiver.
Mike, the Justin Fields story has been fascinating to follow. And, Tomlin and Arthur Smith have just been over the top in praising this guy. He's gotten an unexpected opportunity and maybe with some, a couple rough patches has taken major advantage of it. So here's my question. Is there any chance, give me a % chance that this guy would actually unseat Russell Wilson in the preseason? And failing that, has he at least caused Tomlin and Smith, especially Tomlin, to move up the timeline for when he might replace Wilson if Wilson hits a rough patch?
Yeah, I still find it very unlikely that Justin Fields is able to supplant Russell Wilson in the preseason. And I feel like, especially, you look at this dynamic where they say it's a competition. Yesterday I asked Mike Tomlin if he still would classify this as a competition. He said it very much is. Well, if it is a competition and one of those guys has missed basically a week and a half of practice and has been a limited participant in pretty much the entire camp, yet he's still your starter, then how much of a competition is this, or how far ahead is the lead for Russell Wilson? And so, I feel like the injury, while it's opened the door and given Justin Fields a chance, and a lot of people are talking about the reps he's getting, to me it's illuminated just how far of a lead Russell Wilson must have. That, like, if you had two guys coming in, if I was trying to decide between Joe Starkey or Paul Zeitz to host this show, and Paul is at the casino for a week and a half and doesn't show up, and then he's still in pole position.
Not that would ever happen.
What would that tell you about your standing, Joe? And so that's I think the way that I read the situation. Now, what I will say is, I think Justin Fields has done a good job of capitalizing on these reps and these opportunities. And so, in the event that they feel that Russ is stumbling or not, adding the spark that they're looking for to the offense, I think that they would be more confident to turn to Justin, as you're alluding to. And so, I think very unlikely that Justin Fields is able to win this out of camp, but I think there is a possibility at some point during the season that we do see him starting football games.
I do think that it's interesting if you listen to and read some of the reports coming out of St. Vincent that Justin Fields. It's very clear to me that his wow factor is high in terms of the plays that he's made, but has he shown a consistency enough to suggest that he's legitimately going to be in a competition, or whatever you want to call it, for the actual starting job in a month?
Yeah, I mean, the way that I would describe what I've seen from Justin Fields is there are moments where you look at him and you say, okay, yeah, that's why he was the 11th overall pick. He keeps the ball on a read option, takes off, and he looks like the most dangerous guy on the field. Or he uncorks a deep ball, and you're like, yeah, that's legitimate NFL caliber arm talent. But there's also times during practice where he's showing some inconsistencies, and you're saying, oh, now I understand why the Steelers were able to get him for a fourth-round pick. And I know that one thing that quarterbacks coach Tom Arth, who I had a chance to talk to yesterday, has been working extensively with Justin on is his footwork. And it all starts with a solid base in the pocket. And when you have that, then that helps you throw with accuracy and with anticipation. And I do see progress in what Justin has done. I look specifically at like the 7 shots drill. It was rough during a lot of OTAs and mandatory minicamp. And then he came here and he's been improving. He's been making quicker decisions. He's been processing it more quickly, going through his reads. So to me, that shows a quarterback who has better understanding of the offense, understands what Arthur Smith and Tom Arth and the rest of the Steelers staff are looking for out of him. And he has, for the most part, protected the ball. He's tossed a handful of interceptions, but everyone's going to throw a couple camp interceptions. So, I think that he is improving, and I think that he is getting better. And I was disappointed to hear Mike Tomlin say that the starters, including Justin Fields, were only going to get a couple series, because I can't understand that. You have a guy who's not under contract next season. There's no guarantee you have Justin Fields beyond this year. So your entire thought process in the preseason should be, number one, develop him. Number two, get a really good look at him and evaluate him and determine if he could be part of your future. So why not play this guy an entire quarter? Why not play this guy an entire half? Get him the reps, get him the opportunities when it doesn't matter if he's throwing interceptions or making mistakes. And instead, they're going to just play him a couple of series. And I feel like it's going to be similar to what happened with Kenny last year, where he went out with 5 series and everyone's talking about how he was ready to take this big year 2 leap, and then he fizzles in the regular season. I wonder what would have happened had the Steelers actually played and developed Kenny through the preseason. And I feel like they're doing Justin Fields a disservice by not giving him more of a chance in the preseason to show what he can do.
Did we already know there was a Larry Fitzgerald bobblehead for Pitt this year? Anybody? Mike, Sean, Paul? Did anybody already know that?
No, I think you're like the bobblehead breaking news guy, I guess.
Yeah,
you're
is
the Schefter of bobbleheads.
It is bobblehead breaking news that Thursday, October 24th against Syracuse is Larry Fitzgerald bobblehead day.
Is that 99.99%?
Oh, I like that from Sean Don't Call Me Seth Meyers. Mike, let's not bury the lead here. The last time you and I did a show, which was many moons ago, I introduced the term bidet to you. Paul, do you know what a bidet is?
Isn't it an outfielder for the A's?
No, that's a different guy.
Oh.
Mike didn't know at the time either. But since then.
No, I did know.
Oh, you did? Well, would you like to explain to people what it is and how you have come across one, encountered one, I believe, on your honeymoon? Paul, it's basically a substitute for toilet paper.
Oh, the thing
Mike?
that like shoots in your rear, shoots water in your rear?
Basically what it is in Europe they don't have great plumbing. So instead of, and I guess in addition to toilet paper, you are encouraged to sit on basically it looks like a little toilet off to the side, and it's like a sink for your butt, I guess is the best way that I would describe it. And I went to Italy on my honeymoon, and, sure enough, everywhere we went pretty much there were bidets. Now, I will admit on radio and on the record that I did use it. The problem I had with it was then you get up and your butt's all wet, and then what do you do? And so
they don't provide a bidet towel, and also how does it work? Do you set out and press a button and it fires away?
You kind of turn the knob, and it very much like a sink, and it's targeted right at your butt, sprays it. I don't think it's for me, Joe. I'm going to be honest.
Paul, would you like this? Do you think this is a good invention?
There's no chance I would ever use one of those things. I mean, I without getting into the logistics of it all, how do you dry off afterwards?
I think that's Mike's point.
That was my biggest problem with it, and I don't know if that was user error on my part. I don't know if there's even a little soap dish next to it and everything. It's a wild experience.
Well, thank you for sharing, Mike. We appreciate that. 3 players other than Fields to keep a close eye on tomorrow night. Who are they for you?
Oh man, we're pivoting right from bidet talk right back into football
Yes, we
seamlessly. Okay, 3 guys to keep an eye on. I like Beanie Bishop because he has impressed in camp. He's the guy from WVU, All-American there, led the college football in pass breakups and passes defended, and he has a chance to start as an undrafted rookie. But Grayland Arnold has also performed well in nickel. And Mike Tomlin, when we asked about Beanie being the starter, mentioned the fact that Grayland's been injured. So I'm curious how that dynamic unfolds. I would watch Dante Jackson. He's the new corner, and I think that he's been pretty solid through camp, but I want to see, does that translate into these preseason games? And then let me think of a third for you. Why not Justin Fields? I mean, Justin Fields probably has the most to gain through these preseason games, and if he's going to make the Steelers staff seriously think about moving him up the depth chart and supplanting Russell Wilson, he's going to need to light the world on fire in the preseason. So he's going to need to go out with a huge performance tomorrow, and I think he absolutely is a guy to watch throughout the preseason.
Okay. Well, I think that when you watch preseason games, it's very hard for me to determine what you're actually seeing. Just because you really don't know fully, especially after about the first 2 or 3 series, you don't know fully seriously what the other team is doing in terms of playing their starters and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like before I started covering the team, my move was let's just tune in for the first quarter, and then after that, kind of catch up with the highlights later on. The Texans did say that they're going to play their starters, and we know that they have a pretty dynamic offense, and that's why I'm interested in watching the defensive side of the ball. And historically, Mike Tomlin does like to play defensive guys a little bit more. Now I know he's holding out the stars like T.J. Watt, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Alex Highsmith, etc. But some of those other guys down the line, this will be your first chance to see. Patrick Queen, I think, will be out there, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, it is a preseason game. I don't know. We're kind of dressing it up, but yeah. My sister's getting married this weekend, and a bunch of people came in from England, and so the Brits are all going to go to the preseason game, and I guess they were able to find tickets for $10, and so they have a very distorted sense of what Steelers football is all about. I've encouraged them just to go to the tailgate and maybe not even go into the game.
Yeah, I like that idea. Thank you, Mike. We appreciate it. Did you hear Jackass Tony call the show earlier?
No, I missed that.
Well, apparently a friend of Jackass Tony is on the phone lines here, but you don't need to be bothered with that. Have a great day out there.
All right. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. I'll talk to you soon.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. The summer drive continues at Sun Chevy, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Storms possible, high of 85. Ben, on the McCutchen play in extra innings, the contact play, tells me I couldn't be more wrong. If you want to see exactly where the ball's hit and how it's fielded, then you can only score on a base hit. Yeah, right. Also, he says, no damage was done. You still ended up with a man on third and one out, same as if Kutch didn't go. Your point is stupid. Here's the problem, Ben, is that they should have been out at third, too, because they screwed up the play, and we don't know how the play would have turned out. I don't know. There's many things that you can do in that situation. I just don't think it should be as automatic as this guy or as people want to make it sound with the infield in and you're trying to tie the game.
Right.
And you were lucky that you wound up with a guy at third. You were lucky.
I love baseball, baseball, baseball Jones guy. I know everything, and you know nothing because, well, I know the new way of thinking about baseball, and you're archaic. That's always my favorite guy.
Almost doesn't count, says Ben in replying to me. An out was going to be made regardless. Do you seriously not grasp that? I do, Ben. They screwed up the play. Yeah. They screwed up the play. My God. I understand that likely the hitter is out, although I believe, was it Kiner Falefa, has a better chance to beat that out at first, certainly than McCutchen does at home.
Right.
And there's no guarantee you're going to wind up with a guy at third. Do you not understand that? Is that too complicated for you? The guy should have been out at third with a good throw, and if anybody had been paying attention. It was a terrible baseball play. I don't give a crap what anybody says.
Right.
We have John Parado coming up next. I know it's a common baseball play, but it was awful, and it could have been way more awful if the Padres didn't screw it up. John Parado coming up. We'll get his opinion on that play and all kinds of other things next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates lost in 10 innings, 9-8 last night against the San Diego Padres. Colin Holderman took another loss. Andrew McCutchen had 3 RBIs, including a home run. Buccos now a game under 500. Try to salvage a game in their series against the Padres today. It'll get underway in just about a half an hour's time. Luis Ortiz on the bump, Randy Vasquez for San Diego. You can listen to that one on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extra help. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. Ends 8/24. Price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, UJ Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're gonna feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me. And good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet Arch Supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia's proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Jen and Mindy.
Somebody came through the drive-thru. I looked at the ID. It said Mindy.
You knew Mindy?
I did. I said, oh my gosh, hi, Mindy. And this person looked over and drove away, left everything at the branch. I knew it wasn't her, so I contacted our fraud department and had a hold put on the account.
Well, sounds like she helped save you from identity theft, Mindy.
Yeah, she saved the day. She was my little guardian angel.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Hello, clouds will roll back in this afternoon ahead of a rainy morning on Friday due to what will be the remnants of Debbie. Debbie's going to split western PA in two, with places from Allegheny County to the west seeing little in the way of rain, and communities from Westmoreland County to the east seeing well over an inch. It's also going to be windy on Friday morning. Highs today should hit the low 80s with cloudy skies. Noon temps will be in the mid-70s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Scheinkup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting relief from pain, that's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates suffered another tough loss last night, this time in 10 innings, 9-8 against the San Diego Padres. Colin Holderman took the loss. Andrew McCutchen had 3 RBIs. Pirates will look to salvage a game of their 3-game matchup against the Pods today. In about 20 minutes, the first pitch will be thrown by Luis Ortiz. Coverage of that 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. And later today, Team USA men's basketball in the Olympic semifinals against Serbia at 3. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Joe, it's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hayes plays in. The pitch is swung on, hit high in the air, deep right center field, to the wall, and Jackson Merrill ties this game. A home run off Bednar in the 9th. His second tonight, and the Padres rookie erases the Pirates' lead. It's 6-6.
It's been one horrifying loss after another for the Pirates. I mean, John Parato's been covering this team a lot longer than me. You can see his smiling face on 93.7 The Fan on our video feed. Johnny.
Maybe.
Well, half your face anyway. Aside from playoff situations, I can't remember the last time the Pirates have suffered this many soul-crushing losses in this short a period of time. I mean, this is unbelievable. You?
Well, you know, they've lost a lot of games in all the years I covered them. So
well, right, and that means that
of them,
they haven't mattered.
The stakes, I mean, the stakes, I don't want to say astronomical because they were, 4 out in the wild card as of the other day. But, to lose this many games against teams that you're chasing for a potential playoff berth is obviously very disconcerting. And the way they lost these games, the Sunday game to Arizona and especially the game last night to the Padres, it's a pretty bitter pill to swallow. And it really has put them to the brink of, if they lose today, you can almost make the case the pennant race was over as soon as it began for the Pirates.
If it continues this way, John, and they lose, the series to the Dodgers, then lose again another series to the Padres, that might suggest something that we never ever just want to say, which is maybe these teams are actually just better than the Pirates. Like, even though these losses are heartbreaking, maybe they're just losing to teams that are actually better than them.
Well, I think it showed. And I think, everyone gets a little extra excited. And I'm not going to lie, I do too, because haven't had a good team here in a few years, haven't been to the playoffs in 9 years. And but I looked last night, and they're playing an important game against the Padres. I mean, the game they need to win. And, it's Monty Grandal's hitting fifth in the lineup. And that kind of tells you what you need to know. I mean, I thought about that, and I thought, here I am writing they could be a playoff team, and then I looked at that lineup and goes, why have I been writing all that stuff? What the hell was I looking at?
Yeah, but, Johnny, this is what I wanted to ask you about and forgot at the top. They just went out and made a deal for De La Cruz, and he's supposed to be their cleanup hitter, and he's already benched for a game?
Yeah.
A critical game like that?
Yeah. Yeah, a little hard to believe, isn't it? I mean, I know he started off slowly and he was 1 for 18 and then 1 for 18 slump, but like you said, goodness gracious, that's why you went and you got him to be your cleanup hitter, not Isaiah Kiner Falefa, and that's who ended up being the cleanup hitter last night. And it just, they give the impression sometimes that they're just making it up as they go along, and that's that's a little disappointing. This is the 5th year for this regime now. And, they talked about being competitive. They talked about trying to be in the pennant race come the late part of the season, latter part of the season. Now they are in a pennant race, and they're rolling out lineups like that. Like it's almost like it's a spring training game in Dunedin against the Blue Jays or something.
I mean, how do you leave? How do you leave the ballpark last night without having used for an at bat the guy you just traded for to be your cleanup hitter and Joey Bart, who looks like Johnny Bench in this lineup? How do you go home without having given and Triolo and Bay and Grandal combined for like 100 at bats, and Michael Taylor and everybody else?
Well, the whole Joey Bart thing was tried to be explained by Shelton as the fact that he was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts in his career against Adrian Morejon, who is an okay relief pitcher, certainly not a closer. Padres were out of pitchers. They couldn't leave Tanner Scott in the game. He couldn't throw a strike, so they had to throw this guy in, who's usually a middle reliever. And take your shot. I know he's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. It's not like he's 0 for 15 with 12 strikeouts. It's 3 at-bats. I think that's an awful flimsy amount of history to go on. And I was really surprised that he didn't pinch hit Joey Bart. And it's been very interesting. These are really the first games that Derek Shelton have managed that have really meant something in the 5 years he's been here. And he hasn't covered himself in glory during these couple of games, for sure, with some of his decisions.
So the lineout's up for today, John. And, I sadly think it might be the best foot they can put forward, but I'll get your opinion. Obviously, Kiner, Falefa, Reynolds, Cruz, Bart, Tellez, De La Cruz. Probably no one would argue that those guys are probably the best at whatever their position is. Then you've got Cabrian Hayes. I mean, it's really, since Kiner Falefa's playing second, you basically have Hayes or Triola. I'd still rather have Hayes, even though he's not hitting. Am I wrong about that? Or would you rather have Hayes than Triola at third?
Yeah, I would. I mean, there's not a whole lot of drop-off defensively, but they need hitting. And I think Hayes still, as bad a season as he's having, you still have a better chance of getting offense from him, Paul, than you do from Jared Triolo, who, to me, is just looked overmatched. And I'm a little disappointed in the way he's played this year, because when he was up the last couple of months of last season, he looked like he could handle big league pitching. He didn't show a lot of power, but he had a good batting average, and he had a really good on-base percentage. He drew a lot of walks, but he has taken a major step backwards this year, and I think it's been lost in the case that Cabrian Hayes has scuffled so much that people haven't really realized that Jared Triolo, his batting average is under 200 now, too.
Yep. I mean, the only thing I would say is they have Reynolds as the DH. So if you want to argue that, bringing Andrew McCutchen back in as the DH and then Reynolds, and then you don't have what your two outfielders right now, along with De La Cruz, are G1 Bay and Michael A. Taylor. Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I'd rather see Connor Joe than G1 Bay. I know that sounds crazy, but I've had enough of watching G1 Bay play.
He really has done nothing since he hurt his ankle last year. If you remember, he got off to a really good start last year when the Pirates got out of the gate 20-8. Then he hurt his ankle, and really, he hasn't done much anything. He's basically quit running, and to me, his biggest value is his speed and the ability to steal bases, which he was doing a lot of early last season. But now he hardly ever runs, and he doesn't have a great success rate. And I'm starting to lose faith. I thought at one time he could be a real catalyst for this offense, maybe even be, the type of speedy leadoff hitter with a good on-base percentage that you want. But, boy, I'm not even so sure now that he's even a bench player in the major leagues.
What about Connor Joe? Is he a bench player in the major leagues? He has 3 extra base hits since June 28th. He's had some of the worst at-bats I've ever seen, and he's basically, and nobody ever talks about him. No, it's unbelievable to me, Johnny. He's been hitting like a pitcher since the beginning of June. In June, he hit 169 with a 290 slug. In July, he hit 212. In August, he's hitting 125. I could honestly go get pitchers who hit like that. Why don't we talk about him? And he can't be back next year, can he?
I wouldn't think. I mean, they get their favorites, though, and they stick with them. I think Connor Joe is what he is. He's a decent bench guy, and that's really it. And I think people got carried away when he got off to the really good start this year and thought, hey, here's a guy, maybe he'd been overlooked his career. Maybe he never really got a fair shot to be a starting player. Well, he's gotten a fair shot to be a starting player, and he showed this is why he's 31 years old and never been a regular in the big leagues, because he's not capable of being an everyday player. And, again, they just keep running these guys out here time after time. And
it's one of the most amazing phenomenons
you have to ask Derek Shelton when he's on your show, because I sure don't understand.
I mean, last year he wound up like, okay, this guy is what he is. He's not is what he is guy this year. His slugging percentage from last year is down like 50 points. His OPS is down 75 points. His batting average is down. He strikes out all the time. And there's just a perception of him like he's okay. No, he's not. He's not okay. He's not a guy you can win with. He never hits the ball. Never, Johnny. He never hits it.
That makes it hard to be a plus offensive player if you never hit the ball. It makes it really, really difficult.
Right.
You better draw about 158 walks in a season if you're not going to have any hits to be. But in all seriousness, I agree. And, I think it's twofold. One, I think they stick with their guys too long. And secondly is, I don't think they got a whole hell of a lot better in Indianapolis to bring up. And that's kind of the problem, too. They just don't have the organizational depth of hitters. And that falls on Ben Cherington as much as or more than Derek Shelton. And I mean, Shelton's not blameless in this for keep playing some of these guys. But Ben Cherington deserves some of the heat, too, for not having better options at AAA. And, I mean, there's really nobody putting heat on any of these players. You talk about, you go back to Grandal. As much as I don't believe in Henry Davis, I mean, he is tearing up AAA. You might as well bring him up and give him a shot. But they just get wed to their guys, and it just happens this way. And Paul Zeiss is so sick of hearing Henry Davis that he walked away from me.
I had to step out for 1 second because I had to make sure that we got the USA basketball team on the screen behind me.
That's very important.
The most important thing down here, John, is what we have on TV, right? So, I mean, John, I'll tell you, the one thing that is really, really interesting about the Pirates is in June, early June, we were talking about the fact that the pitching was, probably mid-June, even early July, the pitching was so good. Like, the starting pitching was so good, and even the bullpen, that somehow, some way, it was actually an incredible display of talent to be under 500, despite the fact that their pitching was so good, which spoke volumes about their hitting. And now that the pitching has regressed a little bit and come back to earth, it could get ugly real quick for this team, couldn't it?
Yeah, it really could. And the point I keep going back to is you get the fans' hopes up. It wasn't all that long ago, less than 2 weeks ago, they were a half game out of the third wild card. And there was a legitimate reason for the fans to be excited. And I probably even got swept up in it a little and thought maybe they're better than they actually are. But just to come home like this, playing two teams in front of you in the standings, and to lay an egg like they have by going 1-4, and even if they win today, I mean, it's not going to salvage this homestand. They had to go at least 4-2 against these teams at home, and it's just highly disappointing. And I made a joke on Sunday in the press box after the game. I said if the Pirates get swept by the Padres, the pennant race will be over Thursday afternoon, and then the Steelers play Friday night. And sure enough, we're maybe a couple hours from that actually playing out.
John Parado on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Huge game for the Pirates this afternoon, and you can beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5HELMET. All right, Johnny. Looking ahead with the Pirates, there's so many guys who I wonder about their future positions. Let me ask you about three of them. Endy Rodriguez, Henry Davis, and O'Neal Cruz. What do you think the Pirates will do with them position-wise next season, and what would you do?
Well, I think forced to choose between Endy Rodriguez and Henry Davis, a catcher, I would go with Endy Rodriguez. I just I didn't see much defensive improvement from Henry Davis when he was in the big leagues. Now, obviously, he's been in Indianapolis for a while, so maybe he's improved his defense some there, but I haven't heard anybody tell me, hey, wow, you should see how Henry Davis catches now. So I assume that his defense hasn't got that much better in AAA this year. So I think even though Endy Rodriguez had a Tommy John surgery and is going to miss this season, or at least not be able to catch this season, he may be able to DH next month toward the end of the season. I got to think Endy Rodriguez is your catcher next year, unless Joey Bart beats him out in spring training. And I think then you play Endy at first. So as far as Henry Davis, I don't know. He can't play right field. He can't catch. I mean, he's a DH at a very young age. And, if they bring Andrew McCutchen back next year, most of your DH at-bats are spoken for because they clearly don't want to play Kutch in the field at this stage of his career. And who was our third guy who got so into the catchers? I forgot.
O'Neal Cruz.
O'Neal Cruz. That's going to be very interesting. They've they said they wanted to give, if you remember going in the last year, I think they really wanted to give O'Neal Cruz a full year at shortstop to truly, truly evaluate him and see if he could play the position defensively or not. I don't think they've made a final decision yet, and I think that if Cruz shows some more steadiness, some more consistency, that maybe he'd be the shortstop next year, but I think that's TBD. But I could see, and I know this is a wishy-washy answer, but I could make a case either way for where Cruz will be playing short. And if he's not a shortstop, then he's somewhere in the outfield, probably either center field or right field. But if you remember when he played some outfield at Indianapolis a couple of years, he was totally indifferent and looked terrible playing in the outfield. He just looked completely disinterested and lost, like he didn't know what he was doing.
John, are they getting to a spot where they might have to really legitimately consider re-signing Andrew McCutchen for one more year?
This is a tricky situation for the Pirates. If Andrew wants to keep playing, they almost have to from a public relations standpoint. And Andrew has been one of the bright spots here in the last couple of weeks. He's actually picked up his offense when everyone else has gone downhill. It's going to be interesting, and he says that as of now thinks he wants to play next year. And I don't know if the Pirates, from a public relations standpoint, can withstand saying, Andrew, we've got other options. If you want to play, you're going to have to sign somewhere else. So this is going to be really, really, really tricky.
Well, my thing is
up the season.
No, John, that was my thing. He's played well. He's hit well. I mean, he's gotten to a point where if you look at this lineup, he looks like Andrew McCutchen of 10 years ago. So compared to the rest of these guys, and to your point with Joe, if you bring him back, that's one less spot that maybe you can use for Henry Davis. And I mean the DH spot, right? I mean, if Henry Davis, if Andy Rodriguez is healthy and Joey Bart, there might not be a spot for Henry Davis to play in the field. But if you bring a McCutchen back, I mean, that takes away a legitimate option where you could put Henry Davis.
Yeah, I agree. And, again, I think it's going to be a matter of do you want to win or do you want to develop? And they say they're in win mode. And if that's the case, I'd bring McCutchen back. And, I mean, if Henry Davis doesn't have a position, you just live with it and maybe you trade him and get something for him from a team that thinks that they can turn his career around. But, yeah, I mean, McCutchen, if McCutchen was to the point where he couldn't play anymore, I really think, he would step down. I don't think he's going to be one of those guys that would hang on when he wasn't productive at all anymore. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, if you have him on your roster, that pretty much speaks for a vast majority of your DH spots. And that doesn't allow you not only to put maybe Henry Davis there, but a lot of teams like to rotate players through that DH spot these days to help them, give them kind of like a partial day off where they're not on their feet for 3 hours.
Paul, may I engage Johnny in a game of free association?
Yes, that'll free me up to watch the basketball game.
Let's go, Johnny. Really fast answers.
There's nothing free, Joe.
And really fast questions anymore. I know. Is Brian De La Cruz a bust?
No.
Will he be here next season?
Yes.
Would you bring him back?
Yes.
Will they trade Key Brian Hayes this offseason?
No.
Would you?
Yes.
Next year's opening day rotation, in addition to Skeens, Keller, and Jones, will be who? Chandler, Falter, Oviedo, somebody else? Who are the other two?
I will say Falter and Chandler.
Will Bednar be back?
He's starting to make money, but I'm going to say yes.
Would you bring him back?
Yes.
Will Holderman be back?
It's starting to lean toward no, but I think yes. He's still be not. I know I'm supposed to answer this shortly, but he's still very affordable. He's not arbitration eligible yet, so I think they'll bring him back and try to get him straightened out.
Holderman better bald or with hair?
Well, I have to say hair.
Pirates
track record with hair.
Will the Pirates have a winning record this season?
No.
If they're out of it by any reasonable definition, will Skeens get shut down in September?
Yes.
Johnny, you're a wonderful man. You're a philanthropist, a patriot, a spiritual guru, and a example for Paul in his career. Thank you.
Well, thank you for such a kind compliment. I don't know if I'm deserving of any, but I'll take them nonetheless.
Thank you.
See you, buddy. How about that little treat at the end,
Yeah.
Paul? I'm going to ask Paul those same questions next. First, listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And we're also going to dive into a little mailbag. But you just heard Johnny say he thinks Skeens could get shut. Is that what he said at the end? That he could get shut down, right? I think that's what he said. We'll play his answers to those questions and then ask Paul the same ones. First, let's talk a little FanDuel.
Let's do it.
We're watching some very interesting sports right now, and you can get your bets in here. Paul and I in the studio are doing that. The best place to bet games this summer, is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates suffered a tough one last night. They fell in 10 innings, 9-8 against the San Diego Padres. The Buccos left the potential tying and winning runs in scoring position as that game ended. Andrew McCutchen did have 3 RBIs in the setback. Third and final game of the series begins right now. Luis Ortiz on the mound for the Buccos. You can listen to that on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Russell Wilson, name sound familiar? The 9-time Pro Bowl quarterback is no stranger to the NFL. He entered his 13th season in the league. Wilson won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks in his second year as a starter, beginning a decade of success in Seattle. Wilson was traded to the Broncos in 2022 and had a couple of down seasons in Denver. But the Steelers signed Wilson this past offseason, hoping the NFL vet can return to his former self.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
Join Easy Storage Ross Township for their 5th annual Classic Car Cruise Sunday, August 11th from noon until 3 p.m. at the Easy Storage Ross Township. Located at 5000 Johanna Drive, $1,000 cash prize, basket raffles, and free food. All proceeds benefit the Berkeley Hills Fire Company.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce has a new challenge for his assistants. Pierce made all of the assistant coaches pass a scaled-down version of the NFL's conditioning test before training camp began. Pierce said part of the reason was to set healthy habits for his coaching staff, a job traditionally known for high stress and bad diets. I'm Maggie Gray.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 five-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry. This sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website windownation.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek's August demo and fitting events start August 7th with TaylorMade, Ping, Callaway, and Titleist. Call to set up your time, 412-492-9990. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market, such as the summer barbecue favorite smokestack pulled pork sandwich. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I told you that would happen.
Well, it's hilarious, Joe. I actually had to put this one out on Twitter for all to see our interaction. I put it on Twitter. I said, so we were sitting here. Machado was up, right? He swings at a bad pitch to go down 1-2, and I say to Joe, I really think Manny Machado is maybe the most overpaid player in baseball. He's very overrated. Joe's like, well, he's a really good fielder. I said, yeah, but he doesn't hit that well. And the next pitch, of course, he hits one off the scoreboard.
Yes.
It's 2-0 Padres.
And that came 2 minutes after I said Luis Ortiz is turning into Luis Ortiz again. Yeah. And then we didn't even mention these Pirate moves today. They're down 2-0 in the first. I'm sure they'll come back. They'll go up 7-6, and then it'll come to the bottom of the eighth, and they'll have, bases loaded with nobody out. We'll watch Key Brian Hayes top a ball into a triple play. You mentioned that who did they DFA?
Holder. Well, they DFA'd Edward Olivares.
They put Holderman on the DL.
With a right wrist sprain.
Yeah, okay. And Old Heller is back. We're going to have to watch Old Heller again?
Wait, can you imagine Old Heller against either this lineup or the Dodgers lineup?
My God. I thought Old Heller was gone for good. He was out to pasture.
Sean. He's so bad they DFA'd him, I think, from AAA.
And now they un-FA'd him. What is happening here? and then the fact that Olivares is DFA'd is also an insult to every fan. That they trotted him out there 90 times in the middle of their lineup. Olivares. Like he was a helpful hitter of some kind. Like people want to believe Connor Joe is. There's no difference between those two guys. He's horrible, Olivares, and now they DFA him. And then look at the line. You know what it's time for? Look at the lineup today. The last four hitters are De La Cruz, Hayes, and then Bay and Taylor. It's time after this season for Ben Cherington to sit down and make some decisions. And the people that we all know are not going to be part of this moving forward. They've all had their chances. They've all failed. He's got to lop off here. Right. No more, okay? I agree with Johnny Parado. I think it's time to trade Key Brian Hayes. This has gotten to be ridiculous. Right. G1 Bay can't play. Can't play Bay. Michael Taylor, done. Sawinski, done. Whoever else, of course, Grandal won't be back. Tellez won't be back. But it's time to make decisions. De La Cruz worries me. I mean, he looks absolutely horrible. But you know, he's not a very good baseball player, period.
But you knew coming in that he strikes out a lot.
I know, but I also knew coming in that his OPS stinks every single year, that he can't field, that he has no idea what he's doing, it looks like half the time. The only thing he does is every once in a while he runs into one. That's what it looks like to me, and I know I was praising the move. He's horrible.
But remember a few weeks ago or last week or whenever it was when what's his name, Zangrilli and I went at it.
Yeah.
That was my point. My point was they had a chance to go get better players than they got. I actually have no problem with Kiner Falefa. I like
him.
I like
him a lot.
I have no problem with
He
that.
might be your next third baseman.
But my point was you had a chance to get better outfield options than the one you got.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to be excited because now they've got him. Well, they've got him for 2 more years or whatever the hell
I want them to trade him. He's horrible.
My point is, at the time, I was saying that they needed to make themselves better because this team has the pieces to be a playoff team this year. But guess what? They didn't. So it is what it is. I just think, De La Cruz, the one thing he did, I guess he has a really strong arm. We saw that yesterday. Was it yesterday? Where he
nobody cares.
When he went to the corner and threw, from the corner to second with no hops.
That's the most overrated, skill in baseball. It really is.
You think?
Yeah, I don't care how often you throw a guy out. It's better to be accurate, by the way. I don't know. Is he accurate? Brian Reynolds had a great throw last night. The thing dribbled into home, and then it was a great throw. And then Grandal gets run over and drops the ball. That's actually how they lost the game last night. This guy's horrible. Trade him. Trade Hayes.
Toronto just tweeted, Ben Heller will be looking to whittle away at his 49.5 ERA. Ben Heller will be looking to whittle away at his 49.5 ERA.
What has happened here? 10 minutes ago, they were a half game out. They were making deals that we liked. This sucks. You know that, Sean? It really does. I'm bummed right now.
They made trades to improve the lineup in the bullpen, and the lineup and the bullpen have been major issues ever since.
I'll tell you what. If I'm ranking the general positional problems on this team, I put the bullpen above the lineup as a disappointment because I had bigger expectations, and they've stunk.
They've been terrible.
I will say this: we didn't mention this.
I'm just
Chapman last night, 105 twice in a row, 105 on the corner. That was one of the best moments of the year.
The best part about it,
Machado could only laugh. He stood at the plate and laughed. Not as much as he laughed when he was facing Ortiz today, but he did laugh.
Well, again, I think that when you look at when you look at it as a whole, Manny Machado, I actually like his reaction.
Oh, it was great. It was fantastic.
And they interviewed him, and someone interviewed him. They posted what he said afterwards, and he said, "I looked at the thing and it said 105, and I looked at him and was like, you kidding me? Like, what?"
I've never seen that live in a game. Have you?
He's like, I got nothing for you. I mean, that's an example of just tipping your cap.
O'Neal Cruz just got a hit. Plan the ticker tape parade, I guess, Paul.
Yes.
What about the McCutchen dilemma? I found that interesting. And Johnny's right. I mean, it's going to be a dilemma, man, if he wants to play. He's been great lately. I won't deny that. But he's still a guy who doesn't play a position. His overall numbers are not great. What do you do with him if he wants to come back?
It's a tough one. Would you? I mean, I don't know what to do. Oh,
sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you, Sean. Sorry, Paul.
Yes.
What do you do?
What do you do with McCutchen?
Yeah. I mean, what do you do? He's been so awesome during this very torturous time. He's been a bright light. But overall, if you could upgrade your DH position, would you? We're talking 231, 14 homers, 725 OPS. It's pretty good. I guess the 14 homers, the 725, but man, that's tough just to, no pun intended, designate that spot for him all season.
Right.
Believing you can't upgrade it and he can't play a position. It's just it's a tough call for me at 38 years old, which he's going to be.
Right. I mean, I think the thing about it is, if you bring him back, here's the thing, Joe. As I said to Parado, if you bring him back, you basically are blocking Henry Davis out.
Yeah, or
Rodriguez
Andy
or whatever.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah. I definitely but the problem is, unfortunately, he's been one of your best hitters. You know, not average wise, but he's hit for power and he gets on base. So if you don't bring him back, you've got to find someone that can, duplicate what he does. I just don't know that they have many options. Again, and we say this every offseason, Joe, and we say this at the trade deadline every single year. Are they serious about going out and getting players to win? Like really win?
I know.
That's the problem. That's the question.
So tired of talking about this. Can they just go out and buy a couple of positions? My God. Hasn't the payroll been low enough for long enough? Nobody's asking for a $200 million payroll. But because you have failed in drafting and development and don't have enough hitters, like none rising in your system, you just traded Bob McAdoo to whatever team that was. Charles McAdoo, your one rising hitter besides Termarr Johnson. You got to go out and throw money at a position or two. That's what you do, because you have failed in your rebuild and failed miserably if you're Ben Cherington on the hitting front. Really, your only choice is via trade, I guess, or just one bat. Just throw money at one bat, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. We just and now they got this guy in right field who can't play. I don't know, Sean. I'm just go buy a center.
I mean, I don't know what to do.
Oh. Go buy.
Bless you.
Thank you. Go buy a center fielder.
Yes.
And then we can cross that off. Okay? Then I can live with De La Cruz as a 7-hitter who might run into one every week or 3, So you got Reynolds, a new center fielder, and De La Cruz. Okay. Then I guess Gonzalez at second, O'Neill Cruz at short. I wouldn't mind having Kiner Falefa as my new third baseman. I wouldn't. I know it's only for a year, but the Keep Brian Hayes thing's getting ridiculous. Somebody's got to play first base and catcher, and it's going to be among like 3 guys.
Right.
But you need a bat. You need a middle of the order bat still. Look at the Diamondbacks. They're throwing guys at you that are among the most feared hitters in the league.
Right. I mean, again, the Diamondbacks and the Padres, watching these 2 series back-to-back, Joe, I'll be honest with you. Watching these 2 series back-to-back, here's what I've figured out. Their lineups are much better than the Pirates.
They are. Now, but the Pirates have still had these games in their hands. They're leading all these games, but they're I was going to swear, bullpen keeps blowing it. And that should be a strength.
Is this meaning, is he hurt now?
Cruz? What happened now?
I don't know.
No, it's the end of the inning.
Did
he get thrown out? I don't know what happened.
I think it looked like he stepped on the base awkwardly. See?
I don't know. Coming up, Jeff Hathorn.
The hell with it.
Jeff.
The hell with it all. The hell with them all. Done.
The hell with them all. What did I not give you yet? Did I give you anything? 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff Hathorn coming up. We'll talk about Aiyuk. We'll talk about the preseason game, the exhibition game tomorrow night. We'll talk about, yes, the Pirates, their moves today, their moves in the future. All of this on the table for one Jeff Hathorn. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. It's the Chevy Summer Drive. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Storms possible. High of 85. JP Roofing and Siding. What a man Joe Potocznik is. a man among children, you might say. And every time I turn around, he's winning an award. Right now, this man is the back-to-back winner of the Northeast Trifecta MVP. It's the Trifecta Top Performer. So that's back-to-back years for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. Listen, I can vouch for all that stuff. He's been out to my house. They've been out to my house a number of times for issues with roofing and siding, and they fixed it every time, and I never worried about it again. $500 off right now. Any roofing or siding installation for homeowners. You know you're in good hands with JP and Company. Give them a call, 412-829-77. Did they just hit another home run? Did that guy just hit a two-run homer off Ortiz, or was that foul?
No, that's a home run.
That's a home run. What did I tell you? What did I tell you at the beginning of the game? I said Ortiz again teased us.
Look at this guy. Look.
What happened? Open your mic. What just happened?
This guy he ran to take. The little girl was getting off the slide to pick up the ball.
And a guy ran in front of her?
The guy ran and basically almost pushed her down to make sure he could get the ball.
They're taking actual pictures.
You, sir, are the biggest loser.
They're taking actual photos in the Padres dugout. They're now basically laughing at the Pirates. I told you in the first inning when he hit the first batter, I said Ortiz teased us again this year with a couple starts that'll make somebody like Ben Cherington think that he should hang around for the next 8 months next year. And that's what the Pirates do. You give me 30 good games, I give you 3 years of service. So we can watch Edward Olivares bat third for 5 months. And Connor Joe, he'll be on the team next year because of what he did the first month this year. And we'll trot out Jack Sawinski, who looks as bad as any hitter I've ever seen in a Pirate uniform. We'll let him be on the team for the first 3 months and just keep trotting him out there.
Yeah.
And we'll do the same thing with whoever I was just talking about that I forgot about. Oh, Ortiz. Right. Because we'll keep doing this every year with Ortiz, why don't we? And I said he's going to get lit up like a pinball machine today. He's going to get lit up. He's going to get lit up like a Christmas tree. He's going to get lit up like Mulsey in a craft beer house, and that's exactly what's happening. They're teeing off on him just like they did last game. He's Roansy Contreras reincarnate. He has one bad game, and he falls apart. He couldn't get out of the first inning last time. They bombarded him for 5 runs, and now he can't get out of the second inning. And they're hitting tape measure homers off him, and he's throwing crap up to the plate. But because we see that little 3-week stretch, put him back in the bullpen, right? I'd rather see him than old Heller go back out there.
Right.
We're going to have to watch that later today? Old Heller come in and mop up today? Is that what we're in for? He's going to come in the third inning when this guy's giving up 8 earned runs and 5 home runs. We're going to have old Heller come into the game. At least we don't have to watch Holderman. Jeff Hathorn next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. As you just heard, things are not going too well for the Buccos today. They are down 4-0 to the San Diego Padres in the top of the second inning. They suffered a heartbreaking loss last night in 10 innings, 9-8. Buccos trying to avoid the sweep against the Friars. They are currently at 56-57 on the season. Good news, however, and it comes in the Olympics as Franklin Regional grad Spencer Lee scored a first-period tech fall in the 57-kilogram semis. He will be competing for a gold medal tomorrow afternoon. Today, Team USA men's basketball will be playing in the semifinals at 3 o'clock against Serbia. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob. Mitsubishi.com Studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's Water Heater Month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
picked. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Step into paradise at Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home to Maryland's best casino, experience premier excitement on all your favorite video and table games. Nestled in Allegheny County, relax in the luxurious comfort of an award-winning resort at Rocky Gap Resort Casino. Book your stay or learn more at RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey there, it's Dan Zangrilli for LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly in Georgia, Western Pennsylvania injury firm and institution. They've been invested in your success and well-being for some time now. So if you're ever injured in an accident or wronged by somebody else's negligence, you need someone who lives here, works here, and knows how the Western PA court system operates. And you have to care. And my goodness, does my friend Larry Kelly care.
I care deeply about the people that we represent. I give them everything I've got. And if we are not successful, which doesn't happen very often, I hurt as much as they do because I know that this might be the only case that they have. You might have a mother who's lost her husband. If we're not successful for her, she may have to go out and get another job. She will not be able to be the best mother that she can be to her 2 or 3 children that remain.
You feel that burden, huh? You feel that burden.
Oh, it's heavy. And I bring it home sometimes.
LGKG Injury Lawyers. Visit LGKG.com today. LGKG, your home team.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives and unnecessary sugars? It's time to make a change and upgrade to Stoney's beer. Stoney's is pure with delicious taste. Enjoy Stoney's beer and ice-cold drafts at Dino's in Latrobe. Dino's was also voted best wings in PA. Visit Black and Gold Training Camp and stop at Dino's Sports Lounge in Latrobe for ice-cold Stoney's beer. Come see the Fan live broadcast at Dino's in Latrobe August 12th from 6 to 10 p.m.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines after a 10-innings loss last night against the San Diego Padres. The Pirates are already down 4-0 to San Diego today in the second inning. They tried to avoid the 3-game sweep at the hands of the Padres. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Efforting Jeff Hathorn. Paul, with everything that's happened, if I just suggested to you that the bullpen did its job, like pitched to its pedigree, we might be talking about something very special here. But they didn't. I remember the game, for example, where the Pirates were down to Arizona 5-0. They fight because of Ortiz. They fight all the way back. McCutchen dives into home. Upon replay, he's signaled safe. He gets on the top step of the dugout. He's waving his towel. But they can't hold the lead. Another game, they go into Houston with a chance to sweep. Game 3, a chance to sweep. It's Woodford against Valdez. And that day, he was the Exxon Valdez. They went up 4-0 on him early in the game, and then they blow the lead. And many other games. They just, the bullpen to me is the most disappointing aspect of the team, and there's something about that makes it especially infuriating as you're watching the games.
It's not just the bullpen, though.
I know, but they're, to me, the biggest problem.
No, it's not just the bullpen. It's the guys in the bullpen that you counted on.
Yes, it's not like
they've been running Dennis Santana out there every night.
Well, they have run old Heller out there a few times, but yeah.
But what I mean is, who are the guys that are culprits in the last week?
Holderman, Bednar.
Bednar has not been great.
Right.
And you know what? Even though he's been really unbelievably good, Chapman gave up the home run to Josh Bell. I mean,
And Chapman had a rough stretch this year for a while. Like I said to Shelty the other day, back in 2013, man, it was like a metronome. Watson, Melanson, Grilly, they were all good pretty much all year. Let's go to Jeff Hathorn. He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And I might also add, it's 1:13, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Jeff, this has been an absolutely maddening, infuriating, depressing stretch of Pirate baseball. It feels to me like they're going, gone here. How about you?
Yeah, that clubhouse after the game yesterday had that feeling of just like, they've taken gut punches this year and bounced back. but you just got that sense of like, oh, that doesn't mean they're giving up, but you just felt it. I mean, that's a heart ripper because, I mean, they love Holderman. That's 3 outings, 3 losses in August for them. And that's after, you got excited about having the lead, McCutchen homering, driving in 3, that great Chapman on Machado matchup that was just epic. It was so much fun, and then you give up a home run in the 9th, and then in the 10th, you give up 3.
Well, and I don't think anyone should be surprised that Colin Holderman has developed a wrist injury and is down for 15 days on the DL or IL or whatever the hell we call it these days. But I was just talking with Joe. I think the worst part about it is Bednar and Holderman are 2 of the guys that you count on the most, and they're 2 of the guys that have really sort of let you down the most in the last week.
Yeah, and Paul Holderman started what he had a 0.68 ERA in mid-June. He was the guy that was holding the bullpen together when Chapman was struggling, when Bednar was struggling. It was Holderman they were counting on, and he was getting the job done. And I remember in early June, the discussion was, okay, who's the Pirates All-Star rep going to be? And Holderman's name was dropped, and it's just been bad. He's been getting hit hard, and obviously at a bad time when Chapman is really rounded into form. And you would think that bullpen could be lights out if they could get just a little bit more. But, guys, listen, when you're playing these better teams and the Pirates are in that stretch of playing better teams, any little mistake is going to cost you. And they've made so many little mistakes here over the last week. And when you're playing really good teams, they're going to bury you for it.
You think, Shelty, if they wind up out of the playoffs and with a losing record, and both of those things are facts today, they have a losing record and they're out of the playoffs, does Shelty get fired? And would you?
He's at least on a hot seat. I mean, how does it happen? Is it a bunch of bad decisions, or do a bunch of injuries happen? Do they shut down Skeens? Does Jones, not come back for some reason? Like, there are, situations that you have to factor in. But if they tank and he's making bad decisions, I think you got to think about it in the offseason. At least he's on a hot seat. If you're seeing that he continues to make poor choices, if that's your opinion.
And is Charrington tied to that, or does he survive? I mean, I think they're both going to be here. Don't get me wrong, but I would I would strongly consider moving on from both if there's a complete meltdown here over the final 2 months.
Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily tied together. I don't. I think those are separate issues if it would ever get down to that point.
Well, yeah. I mean, anyway. I'm watching like the Padres right now, so I'm looking at their lineup, Jeff. I mean, what do the Pirates have to do to get in the back half of their lineup, get guys that can actually hit the ball, like the Padres' second half of their lineup?
Yeah, I mean, Taylor's shown a little bit in July, but you're getting not much there. Bay has just been a huge disappointment. Kind of thought last year with that speed that he was going to be a guy who could make an impact in a lineup, and he's been bad. Like, yeah, I mean, bottom line is the Padres, Braves, Mets, they got better talent top to bottom. I mean, yeah, there are managerial issues. Yeah, there are bullpen problems, but the rosters are better on these teams that are in front of you. And that might be the biggest challenge of any of the things that we discuss and get frustrated with. It's just that these other teams, Padres included, are better. They're deeper. They've got stars, superstars. And, the Pirates have a young star in Skeens and an all-star in Reynolds. But, I mean, look at what San Diego's putting out there on a nightly basis, or some of the other teams that are in front of them. And you make those little mistakes. That's why, we discuss it so much.
Jeff, you're out at Steeler camp. Let's move on to the Steelers, shall we? The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And 93.7 the Fan is your station for complete training camp coverage, presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Jeff Hathorn, the man on the scene. What do you make of the Aiyuk thing? We opened today with Andrew Filipponi standing strong by his report that it's basically a done deal that everybody seems to disagree with. And I think Paul and I both arrived at the conclusion that, yes, Andrew better be right when you're putting it out there like that. But also, we don't necessarily want to hear the mockery from other local reporters, none of whom has broken a quarterback story in about 3 years.
Yeah, listen, and what I can tell you that I've known all along is that those conversations have continued. And there was no stoppage. There was no break off in talks between the Niners and Steelers. And, listen, Andrew, I trust Andrew's source until there's a reason not to. A done deal could be agreed upon, and it just could be days where the Niners are looking for a Hail Mary for somebody else to jump in and offer something huge. We'll see how these days, play out. But one thing we know about the Steelers, and I think it is something that has filtered down to Omar Khan, they're patient. They're willing to say no. They're not going to get rushed in. They're not going to get emotionally charged into making a decision. They did it with Justin Fields. It worked out. They did it with Wilson. It worked. With Russell Wilson, it worked out. They're not going to make some kind of rash judgment. They're going to stay involved. They're going to stay calm. And we'll see if it works out for them like it has previously, or if somebody might jump in last minute. But another thing that Omar, from what you hear from other executives or other people in other organizations, he does a nice job of never shutting a door, never getting upset, and keeping that line of communication open. So you feel like even if another team would jump in, they'd at least get an opportunity to try to match.
Yeah, I mean, I asked this of Joe. Forget about all of the behind the scenes and all the wrangling that's going on and whatever the compensation and all that. Forget about all that stuff. Is he as good of a player in this Arthur Smith offense as he is in this offense he plays in and out in San Francisco? Because to me, I don't necessarily know that he's going to be a 1,400 yard, 10 or 11 touchdown guy or whatever he was. I don't think he's going to be that in this offense. And will he be okay with that?
So I don't know if any receiver, with very few exceptions, would be better outside of that Shanahan offense. And the way they feature, they get the ball out to receivers. They allow playmakers to make plays. So does he help the Steelers? Absolutely. Is he a top 5 receiver? I don't think that. But does he make this offense better? Yes, and immediately. I mean, just the attention away from George makes it better. How much is that worth to the Steelers? That's what they have to. That's the big decision for them. It's not what they're trading. It's they want to pay that kind of money to a receiver who may have some good numbers. I don't doubt that he could be a 1,000-yard guy. I don't know if he could be, a top 5, maybe even top 10 receiver in the league if he comes to Pittsburgh.
Jeff Hathorn on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Seems everybody agrees that Justin Fields is helping himself this preseason. But in how does that manifest itself? Is he improving his chances of starting the opener? Is he moving up the timeline of if Russell struggles, how soon he'll get into a game? Like, what does it mean tangibly that he's having a really good camp?
I think the latter. I don't see at all that Russell Wilson's job is at stake right now. Barring some kind of injury, Russell Wilson's going to be the starting quarterback, period. Has he improved? Has he done some things a little better? Yes, in a practice setting, some of those unpadded. So if he has a good game on Friday, that might help his cause. And I am in the camp of, I never saw Russell Wilson with any kind of rap. I don't doubt that he tweaked his calf, but it was a chance for the Steelers to take a look at Justin Fields, because while yes, they're still trying to figure out this year, they don't have a quarterback signed for next year. And this is you get 10 practices of first team reps for Justin Fields to kind of see what he can do, at least in those settings. I think it's more about what he did out here was for next year than it is him challenging to be the starting quarterback of the Steelers this season.
Best case scenario for the Jeff. Best case scenario for Steelers, Jeff, would be if Russell Wilson plays this year, is reasonably good, but not overwhelmingly good, and they don't win a playoff game, and the Steelers decide that they're going to sign Justin Fields, who will have been a backup all year, which would mean they would get him at a very discount rate. Is that true? Is that probably the best way this could all play out?
I think that's an option unless, before the season starts, you decide to sign him to a bridge contract with his knowledge that, hey, I'm going in as the backup. And that way he's got a little, even if it's just for 2 years, he's got a little financial, he knows where he's going to be financially. And he doesn't have to wait in case something were to happen in a practice. Let's say he suffers some kind of catastrophic injury. I think that's a possibility before the season starts. But yeah, to your point, I think that's one of the preferred options. You get Russ in there. He does, even if they go to the playoffs and he decides to sign somewhere else, I think they really are looking. I mean, we heard the Tomlin for years and months about how much he likes Justin Fields. We'll find out after a couple more weeks really how much he does like him.
All right, Jeff. Sometimes these preseason games, as meaningless and horrendously boring as they can be, reveal a diamond in the rough. This is when we started to notice Willie Parker. Pick a guy. Pick a guy that we're all going to watch tomorrow that we don't know a ton about, and we're going to say, wow, how about this guy, huh?
I think Peyton Wilson will be that guy. His athleticism, he's going to play a lot because Queen's not playing, and I don't think Landon Roberts is going to get a bunch of snaps. So he's going to get all kinds of opportunities. I mean, there are other guys, Beanie Bishop, Mason McCormick, what does he do in space? Corey Trice, this is his first preseason game ever, even though it's his second season. What does Corey Trice do in the corner position? But I'll pick Peyton Wilson because I think in these games you have a chance to be an athletic linebacker. I mean, we've seen pass rushing linebackers have big, preseason games and show off. I think Wilson could really show off tomorrow night.
Has Peyton Wilson been as good as reports out of camp have said?
I mean, listen, you see him run around. A lot of it's unpadded. They don't get a ton of 11-on-11 where they're full tackle. But he's done some things out here. How does that translate into a game? I think that's what you don't know. He's a smart guy. He asks a lot of questions. He studies. He seems to have a grasp of what's going on. But from a practice standpoint, I don't know if we can judge that, especially for a defensive player. Let's see what he does in a game or two or three before you know really how comfortable he is in that scheme and how well he does bringing down NFL players.
Jeff, you're a wonderful man, and we appreciate your coverage from Latrobe, and we look forward to the game tomorrow night. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, enjoy your day, Jeff.
All right, we have a little bit of France, and who are they playing here?
Germany.
Germany. They're down to the wire.
And I looked it up. Did you know that France were 5-point underdogs in this game?
No.
Yeah. Germany was the favorite here. I assumed how does France with 11 NBA guys?
That's unbelievable.
I'm sorry. Canada had 11 NBA guys. France had 8.
I'm looking forward to Jokic against the Americans here coming up.
Do you think that they can make it a game?
Absolutely, man. Just put the ball in his hands. If there's a guy on earth who can win a game single-handedly by not only scoring but making everybody else better, it might be him. I don't think they will, but I'd be very concerned about him. How can you not be,
Yeah.
All right, coming up.
Can I ask you a question, though, seriously, because you're watching a little bit out of your corner of your eye?
Yeah.
Does the body language of the Pirates, has it changed dramatically for you?
A little bit, for sure. And Jeff just spoke to that.
It doesn't feel like I'm watching that. You know what I mean? What's his name? Joey Bart just walks off. Oh, no.
It's depressing right now. It feels like everything's slipping away.
There's your boy.
Wembanyama's going to the line. Here we go. We had a call from Jackass Tony earlier today. We might play a bit of that along with Tex in the City coming up as we wrap things up on the show. Paul, you have a new flow, and there's an entire nation sitting around the radio.
Waiting to hear from New Flow. Man, suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it. She knows it, too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself if you're serious about eliminating your ED issues. New Flow is your only serious option. No pills, no injections, no games. It's just Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates suffered a heartbreaker last night in 10 innings as they fell 9-8 against the San Diego Padres. They're currently down 4-0 today against the Friars. If you want to tune into that game, we have it on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And in Olympic news, Franklin Regional grad Spencer Lee scored a first-period tech fall today in the 57-kilogram wrestling semifinals. He will go for the gold tomorrow at about 2 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off. From first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Don't forget that yesterday's 4-year show cause penalty for Jim Harbaugh was about recruiting violations during COVID, not Michigan's sign-stealing scandal. That punishment is TBD. But what does the NCAA have left for Harbaugh? He's probably done coaching in college anyway, so would any further punishment actually matter? I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day, but as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads. Planting a tree? Putting in a fence? Whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasofPA.com.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on Sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family could love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Well, it's been an interesting day. We had an exorcism for Pirate fans who wanted to get their emotions out. We had Jackass Tony call the show. And I don't even remember what was the topic?
He said you guys in the media.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He dropped the you guys in the media all are just bad, taking up for each other and all this other crap.
Right. It said we opened the show with Aiyuk and the Pony tweets and the Pony reporting, and Pony saying this morning he's 100% behind this story. Nothing's changed for him.
Right.
We had a long and, if I dare say, interesting conversation about breaking such stories and how might be good to leave yourself an out, but if you're positive, you're reporting it. Pony better be right. I think we both mentioned that, and yet somehow to Jackass Tony's little ears, that was translated into running cover for Pony. Pony better be right goes through Jackass Tony's brain and comes out, you're running cover for Pony. We were also saying that nobody locally has really broken any Steeler quarterback stories, and I think there's been a few the past 3 years. They drafted Kenny Pickett out of Pitt. Nobody locally had that. In fact, they had the opposite.
Right.
They got rid of Kenny Pickett. Nobody locally had that. That, watch out for a Kenny Pickett trade.
In fact, someone suggested a Kenny Pickett trade maybe a week earlier that it could be coming, and it was shouted down by most of those people.
Oh, who suggested that?
I forget. It was like one
a national guy.
It was one of those things that I forget who suggested that that the Steelers could be talking about trading Kenny Pickett, and of course it was met with all of the guardians of the Steelers news by saying, "Never, that will never happen. They're never going to trade their first round."
And they'll never go get Russell Wilson when Peter King came on this show. So the point there being that all the people who seemingly are mocking Pony so far for this locally might want to break a quarterback story of their own one of these years before they have license to do that. So I know for people like Jackass Tony and his pea-sized brain, it's difficult to carry more than one idea at a time and have a conversation about something with like different points of view and gray area and personal experience, having been a beat reporter, Paul and I both, for many years. When it comes to stories like this, it just comes out, they vomit it out as a little 40-character opinion of their own, and we're running cover for Pony.
Well,
who I literally just got finished saying before Jackass Tony called that Pony better have this right. You got to get this right. I think you have to leave yourself an out. So all of that.
Here's the thing that happens too, is if it doesn't happen this week, say it happens 2 weeks from now, there will be people that say, that Poni got lucky.
Right. And if it doesn't happen, then none of it was true. They were never in on him. You know, that's the other famous thing.
Right.
Is that. Meanwhile, locally, I've barely read a word on this thing, and it's been an incredible. Obviously, the Steelers are heavily involved in Brandon Aiyuk. That's not in dispute. So where's all the local reporting on this? Where is it?
Well,
I'm just glad I'm not in the hard news business anymore, Paul. Would you like to give people the treat of letting them hear some of the Jackass Tony call?
That would be fun.
This got heated. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And it's What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester, very kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Let's hear the Jackass Tony call. Some of it. Hi, Tony.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was really excited about this trade when, I guess it was back in March, Aiyuk tweeted out that him and Tomlin were like twins, and I was like, oh, imagine if that guy got here. But the way you guys have salivated and butchered and miscalculated everything, I kind of hope we don't trade for him now because of you guys.
So hold on. Let's stop it there. Listen to that. Listen to that. An alleged Steeler fan who hopes that his team doesn't get a player so that he can think he has something on the media or that the media will look bad. I'm not reporting that Brandon Aiyuk is coming here. I couldn't care less, actually.
I think one of the...
It's not my reputation. I didn't report this. Neither did you. So why do people like Jackass Tony think that the media is just a monolith where everybody's thinking that you guys, who are you, Michael Jordan, talking about you guys in the media?
Right. More importantly, do these guys really think that we are sitting at home staking our careers to whether or not Brandon Aiyuk gets traded for or not?
I'm going to leave here, go play a little golf, go home and watch men's basketball against Serbia, enjoy time with my family.
But more importantly...
And then at some point later, maybe I'll check on Brandon Aiyuk.
My point is we talk about it, but I can assure you it doesn't change my life.
No, but it does.
Nor does it change our job even. We talk about the news of the day or whatever you want to call it, right? That's what we talk about.
Right. So Jackass Tony, this is a big deal for him. And I know this was a big call in his life, too. So rewind. Did you get the part where he said, "Did I stutter?" after I questioned him on this? Wait, what?
Did I stutter?
We got a tough guy on the line. When you say you guys, who are you talking about?
The local Pittsburgh sports reporters.
Oh, because we're all one monolith. Everybody has the same ideas. Did I stutter? I'm not running cover for him. How am I running cover for Filipponi? I tweeted his tweet. I had him on the air.
You blamed his agent. You blame the Steelers sources. You blame the player.
I didn't do any of that. You're lying now, Tony. You're lying now.
Go back and listen.
What did we blame them?
Here's what I said, liar. I said Poni better be right. Tony.
I got you, Joey.
Tony. Let's give him a hand.
Joey.
Let's give Tony a hand.
Bye, Joe. What's his name? Tony.
Tony.
What's his name? Tony. Is he still on the line? Where's he at?
He was ornery today.
Where's he at? He's a jackass.
Where's he from?
The hell with him.
I don't know.
But that classic, Joe, that's classic.
He's a classic jackass, an idiot who thinks that the Pittsburgh media,
all one person.
They're out to get us.
More importantly, the worst part about it, that's exactly the kind of person, right, who does not listen to what is actually said or what's reported or whatever. He hears voices in his head, right, and he thinks he hears it or he thinks he sees this. And then he reacts to it. He creates these straw men in his head, right? He probably sleeps at night with a tinfoil hat on. That's how ridiculously dumb this guy is.
All right. That's good enough there. In the end, feel sorry for a guy like Tony. This was really big in his life. I'm going to call up this station. I'm going to get these guys. The media's out to get me. The mainstream media, they're out to get me and people like me. And I'm going to get them before they can. And I wish the Steelers would get Brandon Aiyuk, but I'd rather have it that my team didn't get him so the Pittsburgh media looks bad.
Right.
That this was the big moment, probably a big moment in Tony's life, not just his day.
Well, I mean, again, if you're that goofy that you would rather your favorite team not get a player, right? Because then you could say it was the media's fault.
Yeah, the part that always gets me is, do the Jackass Tonys of the world not realize? We should hand out, by the way, the Jackass Tony Awards. Can we start a segment like that?
Yeah, that would be terrific.
What if starting tomorrow at the end of each week, we play just him saying something like, "Did I stutter?" and then hand out for that week the Jackass Tony Awards?
Yeah, it would be kind of like The Biggest Loser we used to have, right?
Paul, you up for that? The Jackass Tony Awards?
That would be really good.
Every Friday. Did we have a friend of Jackass Tony on the line for a minute there?
Yeah, he called in. He was from Wexford, so because we didn't know where Tony was from, but yeah, he said he was a friend of Tony and he wanted to defend him. So
he said he was the friend of Tony or a friend of
Tony.
Well,
I don't believe that.
That's a good question.
Here's why I think it was somebody that was just not being honest, because I don't believe that Jackass Tony actually has any friends.
I think this is the one that we got. But that's enough of Jackass Tony, although that could be good going into the future. All right, Paul. Looks like the Pirates are well on their way to another loss. Is that what you're expecting here? But
no, I don't
will
necessarily think so, and I'll tell you why.
Today?
They're down 4-0, I get it. But the Padres, since, the last couple of innings, they look like a team that's just ready to get on the airplane. It's like, we won this game. I could see them slipping up here and letting the Pirates back into it.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Do you think the U.S. wins today? They beat Serbia.
Yes, I do.
Did France end up winning? Is that what happened?
Yeah, France won. Yeah, absolutely. France won, yes.
Thank you, Paul. Good night, Sean. Love you. See you in the morning.
Love you too, Joe.
Didn't I already do weather? All right, fan weather. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Storms possible in the afternoon and a high of 85.
I love you. I love you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates trail 4-0 in the fifth inning against the San Diego Padres today. That's after they suffered a 10-inning loss last night by the score of 9-8. Colin Holderman, who has since gone on the IL, suffered the loss in that setback. And earlier today, Spencer Lee, a Franklin Regional grad, scored a first-period tech fall into 57-kilogram semis. He will move on to the gold medal wrestling matchup tomorrow afternoon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Braves are trying to hold on to the last NL wildcard spot as they host the Brewers today. Atlanta was once the top wildcard team in the NL, but now they're just a half game ahead of the Mets for the final spot. The Braves have dropped 4 straight games. The BetQL model isn't on a side in this one, but they do like a play on the total. The 5-star best bet is to grab the under between the Braves and the Brewers. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Come experience the beach and the mountains. Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf now has a new beach area along the lake that offers plenty of relaxation with breathtaking views and comfortable seating. Perfect for a quick stop or a full day. You can even rent a cabana for the day. Plan to head to the beach in the mountains at Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf. Learn more at cnty.com/RockyGap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, go to mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Crowley here for Leaf Filter. Out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, getting up on a ladder to clean out the gutters is the last thing I want to do. I think it's the last thing anybody wants to do. Whether you're tired of unclogging gutters or you don't even know what your gutters look like from above, it's time to upgrade to a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. Right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. You could try to unclog your gutters yourself, but do-it-yourself and store-bought solutions might be cheaper up front, but they can cost you more in the long run with maintenance, repair, or replacement. Protect your home and never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount, one discount per household.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What is the dimension of a MLB base?
Callus. So what would it be, 5 foot by 5 foot?
I don't think it's 5 by 5.
No, 5 by 5.
That'd be like me laying down.
Right.
I think it's 15 by 17. Callus, you'd be stealing bases if they were 5 by 5.
I'd be stealing rectangles.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
All right, the Steelers had a practice today to wrap things up from Latrobe before they entertain the Texans' first of 3 exhibition games, 7 o'clock tomorrow night at Acrisure Stadium. You can watch that game with our guy, Bob Pompiani, on the play-by-play on KDK TV. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's Poni and Muller.
Back with more Poni and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome in, everybody. We are live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It is a packed house. So many people have made it down here for the final game of Pirates-Padres. Taking this one in, we will have full reaction to this game in this series as soon as it ends over at PNC Park. In the meantime, we've got Mulsey to my right. Intern Dom is back at Mission Control with Sonny Gray. Donnie is going to host after us tonight in about 4 hours. Donnie on assignment right now? Was he at practice today?
I'm not sure what he's doing,
sure.
but he's not Ernie Banks today. He's merely playing one of two.
He's not penciled in the lineup twice. He got the day game off. He's going to play in the night game.
Yeah, that's why we've got Dom in here, because Donnie has been given a partial day off. He will be completely unfettered. He won't have emptied any of the bullets when he goes on at 6 o'clock tonight.
Few things for you on the Aiyuk thing, Chris, because at 12:15 yesterday I said this is a done deal. They're hammering out details, basically coming down to I's being
Aiyuk
dotted,
will be a Steeler.
T's being crossed.
He's coming here.
He's coming to Pittsburgh, and all hell broke loose. All the national media and stuff disagreed with me. Even Dulac chimed in and used
Dulac
my terminology.
Yeah, he was definitely going after you
and
directly.
went against me.
Yep.
And so it's not official yet. And that gives ammunition to the people who have been against me so far. I will say that as of about 4 hours ago, I got a text message from the person who has been my best source on this,
And they said, no, nothing new to report here. Not going to tell you anything different from what I've already told you about the situation. Now, if I could play devil's advocate and say, well, let's go through some reasons why an Adam Schefter hasn't now said Brandon Aiyuk is a Steeler, and here's the package of players that are going back to San Francisco in the deal. All right, so this is not anything I've heard. This is just me trying to spitball reasons as to why, at the start of our show today, it's not official. Okay? Here we go. They needed to get Chosen Anderson there. There's one. They worked him out. Apparently they liked what they saw enough. They signed him. Is it possible that before the deal got done with the Steelers, they needed to backfill and make sure they got a wide receiver in there, passed a physical, went through a workout, everything hunky-dory with him? I mean, that's possible, that they needed the extra body before making the deal. Not that Robbie Anderson's Randy Moss, but making sure that their asses weren't bare, I guess, in this situation. I don't love that one, but I think that might be one. The next one is Pearsall got hurt in practice yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, and had a shoulder injury.
Yep.
So that's the guy who they've deemed the Brandon Aiyuk replacement. That's why they drafted him in the first round. If they're ready to call in a deal and make a deal, but then the guy who was supposed to replace him gets hurt, that might change things. Would you agree with that?
It would certainly change their minds, yes.
So maybe that's it?
Potentially, yeah.
Here is one that has crossed my mind a little bit over the last few hours, and I'm hoping that it's not true. If it is, then my world is going to come crashing down. Then I'm going to need you to pick me up.
Oh, I'm not going to be there to pick you up because I hitched my wagon to you, so I'll be dead too. It'll be like Thelma and Louise of news breaking.
Here is the one, the doomsday scenario. The doomsday scenario is, did I get used by the Steelers to drive up what Cleveland is offering Aiyuk in a trade and in a deal? Is Cleveland actually more in this than Aditi said yesterday? And the Steelers are like, well, if we're not going to get him,
we might as well make it hurt them more than it otherwise would.
Yes.
More money, better player, maybe better pick going back.
And if we leak it to somebody in the Pittsburgh sports media who puts this out there and at least makes Cleveland think, oh, no, we've got to up our offer now because the Steelers think this is done. Could that have possibly happened? I mean, I would feel...
Would that source be dead to you?
It would hurt. I mean, if the person came back and said,
yeah, this is what happened,
but this is why I had to do this to you. I don't know. That's a great question.
Well, somebody, I guess independently of what you've been told, though, I was told I had something passed along to me on Monday. So is somebody else working over me?
So here's what I would say back to that. Would this person be dead to me? No. But how could I ever use them to report any kind of story anymore? I wouldn't be able to do that.
Correct.
Because I would feel like, is this a Trojan horse deal?
Yeah, my little 330 source yesterday, I have to take off the list of people that I can trust on anything.
Yeah, you're done. You're dead to me. I'll still talk to you.
Oh, no, just only dead. Yeah, just only dead as a source. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had to cross somebody off the list. I had somebody, though, tell me Monday night, similar to what you had been hearing, that it was essentially a done deal. And the particular person I heard this from and who they were getting it from, it would be a lot of work going in to randomly drop to me in the course of a different conversation, by the way, stuff that corroborated what you were hearing.
Because DeFabo came on the air today and said, with the midday guys, that it's 50-50. And I'm just thinking to myself, again, if it's not the Steelers, what's the other 50%? Him going back to San Francisco and then making him play for $14 million?
I do think you have undersold that. I think you've undersold the San Francisco possibility about
for $14 million?
Yes, toxic locker room or whatever. He has to play. They can toll his contract if he doesn't.
Right.
He has to play. And I know you've said it's an all for one and one for all situation, and he gets these guys to play really hard for him. I think rubber meets the road if it comes to that. Brandon Aiyuk would go back there, even if he sat for half the season, report for the second half, play the number of games he needed to get the hell out of there, and go. And then they might say, well, we could tag you, but we're not going to. It's so unbelievably toxic, we're not going to bother.
I mean, we lived this with Le'Veon Bell, and he ended up not showing up. Now, he didn't have to because it was a tag and not the last year of his contract.
Correct.
But if what you're saying is a possibility, does a team that's that good, even without Brandon Aiyuk, do they want, like, the weekly chatter of when is he going to show up? Where is this guy? How do you feel about it? I don't think they do. Because I don't think he's good. I think he's really good. But they're also the most stacked roster in the league, and I don't think they want to put up with that, Chris.
I still think, though, those are all like explanations you would tell yourself or you would give to yourself as to why it won't happen when, like, the shortest distance between 2 points here could be he just does go back there. They deal with all the things that you're saying. Suck it up for 8 weeks or whatever. When he gets back into the fold, he's motivated to play well because he does want a new contract somewhere else. I can't discount that as a possibility.
I mean, if that happens, my opinion on that, if that's the end result here, then I think the Steelers feel like they were completely misled by the 49ers. And I guess you never say never that you won't do a deal with a team ever again. But I can't imagine that Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin and Art Rooney would feel good about the 49ers if they were basically told this, yep, that's good, we're fine with it, we're cool that the deal's done, only to have them come back and say on second thought, now Ricky Pearsall's hurt, we can't trade you Brandon Aiyuk, we're going to make him do what he doesn't want to do. Sorry about that. I don't know. The Pearsall thing, I don't have enough information on.
I had heard it wasn't that serious of an injury, but we never know. We were told Russell Wilson's calf was like the smallest issue ever, and it still might have been, and they were just using it to
are they
get
looking
Fields
at
on
it
there,
like,
but
well, we don't think it's a big deal, but let's see how the guy comes back from the injury?
like we're going to let Aiyuk twist in the wind and wait, and if Pearsall comes back strong and looks good, then okay, we'll pull the trigger on this. Have you ever been used before by a source? To your knowledge, have you ever realized even after the fact without somebody telling you that the best possibility for you getting something wrong was that they were just manipulating the situation through you? You have a very big reach, 100,000 followers. We're all very proud of you.
It ain't going to be 100,000. It ain't going to be 100,000 if Brandon Aiyuk ends up in Cleveland.
You think you'll get unfollowed?
Oh, they might. I might be put in Twitter jail.
By who?
By the Twitter ombudsmans. By
What
Elon
ombudsmans?
Musk.
The last time the quote-unquote Twitter ombudsmans came out of the woodwork, they got Madden's account and ended up hacking it. And he didn't have it for like 6 months because he got one from Twitter_rules.
I'm going to get that thing underneath me that like says this information is questionable.
You're going to get community notes put on your tweets where people just start saying, this is Andrew Filipponi. He was manipulated. He was chewed up and spit out on the Brandon Aiyuk news.
Yeah, I'm going
Take
to
it
say
with a
I
grain of salt.
guarantee the Steelers beat the Falcons.
Well, Mac was making jokes about that on Facebook because Meta AI, they have this stupid thing on Facebook under every post now where the AI will give you a synopsis of what the commenters are saying.
Okay.
And it essentially made it seem like this story is being reported. Many are questioning the validity of the reporting.
And what was Mac's joke about
I think he was smirking about it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why he was going after you.
Maybe it's a win-win for him. I get it wrong, and the Steelers don't get Aiyuk because he thinks Aiyuk is too expensive and won't help the team.
I'll tell you, the very specific scenario that the Steelers used you to gas up Cleveland's price and therefore hurt them is, I will admit,
that's my insane brain.
I will admit I would have to carry you out of here. I'd have you slumped under, hands under your armpits, dragging you out of here.
It'd be like that statue with Mary and Jesus if that.
Yeah,
happened.
I'd be comforting. Yeah. Oh God, I know what you're talking about too.
Tom, are you a Catholic boy?
Isn't that one have like Madonna in it somehow?
Tom, do you know anything about this Mary Jesus statue?
Mary cradling Jesus.
Touchdown.
Have you seen it before?
Like touchdown Jesus?
No.
Touchdown Jesus. What are you doing? Come on.
But it's a very famous statue. I think Da Vinci might have even had a hand in that statue, if I'm not.
Now I got to look
mistaken.
it up. Mary holding Jesus.
Yes.
What do we think it's called?
I think Madonna might be.
Pieta.
That's it.
Michelangelo's Pieta.
So there was I said Leonardo. I got my Ninja.
You're talking about this big guy, right? This one right here?
Yes.
Okay, that's the Pieta.
That's going to be you with me.
Just carrying you out. Carrying you out of here.
It's going to be you and Donnie, and I'm going to look like Kellen Winslow Sr.
Coming off of the game, off the field.
Against the Dolphins.
I'll call the Rivers Casino staff here. If it breaks today, they'll get a wheelchair. We'll be sending you out of here like Paul Pierce, except you didn't crap your pants. You just crapped on this report.
Right. I mean, I get it. Like,
has your timeline now been dramatically You still are maintaining this is going to happen, correct?
Because the person that
has not told you anything different.
Let me, and I appreciate what Joe and Paul said about me today, and I'm just going to say this again.
What did they say about you?
They just said, like, the idea that I would put myself out there like this just to, like, get clicks or get eyeballs is ridiculous, because if it's made up or wrong, it's going to make me look bad.
Oh, yeah, you can get clicks and eyeballs just by putting bad sports opinions out there. You don't have to do bad reporting.
Right.
There's a big difference. Like, you get plenty of clicks by saying things that people disagree with.
And I told you guys on Monday, I'm like, man, I was super hesitant with the Aiyuk stuff just because I felt like people were so sick of hearing rumors about it. But
me?
Yes, but when I was getting, you were the personification of all that. But who I was hearing this stuff from, like,
Well, it sounds like you're not just hearing it. It sounds like you're not just hearing it from one person. You're also getting corroborating info.
That's the last thing I want to go to. That's the last thing I want to say about this. Like, I followed the abiding principles or guidelines here when it comes to a story, I think, of this magnitude. I had someone who I trust immensely all the way tell me it, and then I followed up with someone else who confirmed it. So I had two, and that's why I went with it. Like, I would not say it's a done deal if I didn't feel like I had two people, because I would have given myself, and Paul and Joe brought this up too, I would have given myself an out. I would have given myself it's close, they're working. No, it's done. They're just little things that need to get sorted out before we get a Steelers tweet with his face on it. Yeah. So,
how are you feeling right now overall? I gave you the 1 to 10 confidence scale.
Yeah, I still feel good because 4 hours ago, the person who was behind this report initially told me that nothing had changed. So that gives me peace of mind. But as more time goes on, like I just said to you, if I was playing devil's advocate, here are some things that might have caused what I said initially to be different now. And the Browns one is the one that has me the most on tilt.
There is another person who's very numbers-based who apparently doesn't agree with you either.
Who's that?
The guy who runs Spot Track, Michael Giannetti, who does all the numbers stuff. Marty, yes. One half of the Rockers tag team before he got kicked through the barbershop window. Quote, San Francisco never intended to move him. These latest reports support that. It's all optics, is his opinion. That's not a very numbers-based argument, but he is another person who does follow this stuff and follows, personnel is his business.
Okay, so we got it. Let me follow up on that when we come back. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Camp Chronicles with Ray Fittipaldo at 2:35, although my guess is we'll do a lot of Aiyuk with him. He's also said 50-50. Intern Dom is a headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis at Monroeville, now open.
Padres are beating the Pirates right now 4-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning, and if you so choose to listen, you can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Intern Dom. Let's talk right now about FanDuel. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton to track and field and soccer, are all there on FanDuel. Big basketball game just a few minutes away. The United States and Serbia going at it. So make it count. Don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5HELMET. Ray Fittipaldo going to join us from St. Vincent College in about 15 minutes. So Malsey was saying that the guy that runs the website Spot Track, which is big on
caps and
contracts, and
all that stuff,
said that he doesn't believe.
He thinks
that
this is
Aiyuk's
more of an
getting traded.
optics thing from the Niners, that they've never really intended to move on from him.
Well, if that's true, then everybody's gotten bamboozled here. Right? I mean, not just me. I mean, I would say I look the worst because I said a deal was done. But all these insiders that are not saying this is hogwash, he's going to stay in San Francisco, they're all doing the 49ers.
What's the end game for San Francisco if it's mainly about optics? I'm trying to I might be stupid. I probably am stupid on this. I'm trying to think of if it's all optics on San Francisco's part, what's the end game for them? Just have him play out his contract there?
I don't think it's optical. Like, if anything, I think there would be, like, these trade negotiations would help them, not just from a aesthetic standpoint, like I don't think they're doing it just for show. I think they might be doing it to say, look, we can't, you're refusing to go to these teams, or this team doesn't have enough assets to trade, whatever, and it would actually have a purpose going through all these trade negotiations.
That's what I mean. What is the purpose that they would be trying to what end would they be doing all these machinations, is my point.
That there's not a fit, and you're
best served here.
That's why you're stuck. Maybe not even best served. How about just stuck? And try to make it out like some of it is of your own volition. You refuse to go to New England, man. Like,
and then hope that he basically just says, you know what, I'll go there, go call them back.
Like, does the Spot Track guy not believe that they had a deal done with New England and it just came down to Aiyuk saying no? Does he think that that's made up?
Not sure.
It sounds like he does.
Don't know.
If he said it was all a game to end up back in San Francisco, it sounds like they were ready to trade him, and New England had what they thought was the right amount of money to get him, and he still said, no thanks.
I could go get his little podcast from his site, and we could see exactly what he thinks.
His podcast from his site.
Yeah, they do a Spot Track podcast.
Man, people, I tell you, the podcast world, they can't stop texting and calling. Podcasts are just, in the podcast world, I am very much in demand right now.
How many requests today?
Several.
I got 0.
Well, see, but you're in a good spot right now.
Not really. I hitched my wagons to you. And then I said 3:30 TikTok, and absolutely nothing happened whatsoever. So I've already had to eat more crap on this formally than you because I put a deadline on it.
Did you message the person back like the middle finger emoji or something like
I
that?
just
like, come
said,
on, man, you screwed me here.
No, I just basically, I think the person knew that they kind of screwed me because they said, well, I'm not trusting that person again.
Did you get an apology?
No. Didn't expect one, for the record here. I will continue to just every so often echo within this discussion, we're doing this all for Brandon Aiyuk, who I don't even think is close to worth this hassle, or the money that he wants, or anything else.
So you're hoping that there was a snag or there was a
I described it to somebody I was talking to yesterday thusly. I said, Poni is my friend. I would like to see him proven correct here so he can just rub it in people's faces.
Which I would not do, by
from that standpoint, but I would support you if you chose to take a victory lap.
I would not take a victory lap here.
You should, if you get right. I said I'm of two weird minds. Me, friend of Poni, person who also understands the show, wants the show to have credibility. Look at this. You might have done all the work here, but I get to take some of the shine if you're right, because I've just the opposite of guilt by association, success by association. I would like that. Yeah, well, people have accused me of riding your and Starkey's coattails in my career thus far. I would say that part of me wants you to be right. The actual football-centric part of me does not. I think this would be a bad move. I think that they would be getting a slightly upgraded version of Deontay Johnson with some of the, probably not the baggage because they'd be paying him a big-time amount of money, and usually guys are happy with a team when they get a ton of money.
Especially when he's dying to play for this team, apparently, in this coach.
Apparently, but I think it would be of minimal upgrade to them from what they had last year with Pickens and Deontay. So, no, I don't want the deal from a football standpoint to be consummated because I think it's a bad deal, and I think it's them making a mistake and overvaluing a player if they were to bring him in for any kind of reasonable draft haul, and then they were going to give him even close to $30 million. It's just how I feel about it.
What if he were a free agent and they signed him to this contract and they were giving up nothing?
I wouldn't love it still.
You still wouldn't like it?
I think there are 3 receivers from this year's draft who are going to be immediately basically better than him.
But they couldn't get those guys.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, if he's I wouldn't say that those 3 receivers, and you can guess which 3,
Neighbors,
Harrison and Harrison, I wouldn't say those guys are automatically going to be better than, say, Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or Tyreek Hill. Or even Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's a machine in a very good offense. I wouldn't say that about those guys because I don't think it's going to be true. I think that's how far down the ladder I do think Aiyuk is among quote-unquote number ones in the league for me. But I realize that I am on something of an island there because the football cognoscenti tells me, the film people tell me he is incredibly dynamic. He helps make that offense go. I know I'm on an island, but that's how I feel. I think locally there is just a ton of stock put in, both by fans and, unfortunately, by the Steelers themselves, into the fact that this guy torched them in Week 1, and they can't get that out of their minds.
Well, let's see what Fittipaldo says coming up here in just a few minutes for Camp Chronicles. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge. What am I looking at here?
Did Dom print wrong? Wow. Look who's here.
South Hills Key and Peters.
Look who's here behind us. No, the other way.
Oh, Paul.
Look who's here. Waving, happy. You want to talk about a man in his element, a fish drawn to water.
This is Paul's second home. All right, Rays next. Quick timeout. Intern Dom has a Pirates update, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Pirates have made it a game. It's now 4-3 going into the 7th inning, and you can listen to it over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at gianteagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Hey, here with Patty Byrne from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply. Patty, summer is here. What's new at CGR Wholesale?
CGR Wholesale is fully stocked and ready to rock with Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the colors you want. We can also order West Virginia metal panels and Provia windows and doors to size. And if you need a deck upgrade, CGR can get your Trex and TimberTech decking with quick lead times to upgrade your outdoor space.
That's awesome, Patty. And tell my contractors and do-yourselfers out there why they should buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply.
We are the premier destination for everything you need from start to finish to complete your next project. Our goal is to save you time and money on every project.
Stop by and see them on Route 51 South in Ross Straver or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds on Saturday, August 10th at Highmark Stadium when the Hounds host San Antonio FC as their 25th anniversary season continues. Family fun, great food and drink specials, and pro soccer in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets now. Cheer on the Riverhounds. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. And there's more. Save 10% on select shingles when you buy in bulk. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyond's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns, to turnovers, and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV, and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Poni and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Time to talk to Steelers insider from the PG, Ray Fittipaldo. He is brought to you by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG. Built on relationships, credibility, and integrity, lgkg.com. All right, Ray, you tell us what's going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk, buddy.
Uh-oh. We need Dom to put him on. We have not fired up maybe our phone screen.
Uh-oh. Technical difficulties on Dom's part, or our part.
We don't even have our special laptop fired up down here.
Well, we don't even, is he audio or video? Because they fixed the video part.
Well, if he was
So maybe
video,
that's
that
the
would make a
problem.
lot of sense because we're not there.
Ray, you there?
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
I still can't hear him, Dom.
Dom, we've got nothing here.
Can you hear him, Dom? Okay. Maybe Ray's afraid of associating with me right now.
You're that radioactive?
That, what's another word for it?
The
I'm
stink,
like a leper.
The stink
I'm like a
of
leper.
your Brandon Aiyuk take?
By the way, leprosy was a horrible disease. Your, body parts would start falling off?
Correct. Just, you'd waste away. So
when you say waste away, what do you mean? Like an
just
arm
open
would all of a sudden
like
just
open
fall
sores?
off?
Yeah, I mean, I think your body became gangrenous. You know, you think of two things you get in modern era, and it is just a wild situation: leprosy and the plague.
Is there now a cure for leprosy after all
I think
these
they
years?
can treat it. They can definitely cure.
Because you don't hear that anymore.
They can definitely cure the bubonic plague.
Dom, I could not hear you in my ear. We were too busy talking about leprosy. You should be good.
Let's try one more time. Hello, Ray.
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Ray, what are you hearing on Brandon Aiyuk? Let's get the latest from you on it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think we are right now where we've been for the last couple of days. The 49ers have not agreed to the Steelers' compensation. or the Steelers have not increased their compensation. And until either of those things happen, I think this is going to be a drawn-out process. I think the only good thing, guys, is, much of the rest of the deal is in place. I mean, it's been reported that Aiyuk has negotiated deals with several teams, including the Steelers. So that aspect is done. So whenever the 49ers budge or whenever Omar decides to up his compensation, it could come together rather quickly. But I will warn you, the 49ers don't have to do anything. They can keep Brandon Aiyuk through the season. They could have a Le'Veon Bell situation on their hands if they want to play hardball. I just question if that's a smart thing to do, considering where they are in the NFC, being a favorite. I don't know that they want that distraction.
Ray, what do you understand to be like the gap in compensation? Is it that the Niners want better draft picks? Do they want a player and the Steelers don't want to include a particular player? Can you fill us in on anything you've been hearing about that gap in terms of a return?
Yeah, I think draft picks. And, I don't know exactly what the Steelers' offer is, but, the 49ers, would like a 1 and probably more. So I think that's where the sticking point is. You got to remember the Steelers are a team, and I know it's a completely different situation, but the Steelers are a team who traded Antonio Brown for a third-round pick. So, I know that's a little bit apples to oranges, but Brandon Aiyuk is going into the last year of his contract, okay? The 49ers have no intentions of signing him. So for the Steelers to give up a first-round pick, I think that might be a little bit, too rich for the Steelers or honestly any other team. To give up that much for a guy who's not going to be on your roster in 2025. So, John Lynch is holding out. He wants to get what he wants to get, but in the end, I think probably a second-round pick and maybe another sweetener or two might get it done. I just don't know if the 49ers are going to want to go down that road.
Ray, do you think there's another team?
Well, the Browns are still involved unless something has happened in the last hour or so after practice that I don't know about it. But I think it's right now the Steelers and Browns or the 49ers. And listen, maybe another team swoops in, but I haven't heard any other teams that are involved right now.
Do you get the sense that the Browns should be seen as an equally, likely suitor for Brandon Aiyuk? If it's just between the Browns and the Steelers, do you get the sense that it's an even race between those two horses?
I don't think Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to the Browns as his first choice. It's interesting. The Pivot podcast was up here today. Ryan Clark and that whole gang was up here. I think they're taping something this afternoon before the team breaks back to Pittsburgh, and it was on their podcast a month or so ago that Aiyuk pretty much said it's going to be the Steelers or the Commanders. Well, the Commanders dropped out about a week ago, and the Steelers are still in it. So, you just look at what he said in the past, and what about the situation, and you kind of want to say he controls the situation. If he wants to play hardball, he can do that as well. I know the 49ers can do that. They can. There can be a stalemate for another month. There could be a stalemate until November, until that, there's that date in November where he has to report if he wants to, keep his year of NFL service. So this could be a long and drawn-out process. But you would think, guys, with the 49ers in the position they are, you wouldn't think they would want this big distraction going into the season. But they really haven't budged yet, so I'm not going to say they're going to budge anytime soon.
Oh, so is that your way of saying you think there's a better chance he's on the 49ers roster week 1 than Steelers?
He might not even be on the roster. He might be sitting out. I'm just saying that they can do that. They could sit there and hold the cards and say, you're gonna be with us. That's part of this whole negotiation. I was covering this team in 2018 when Le'Veon didn't report, and I know there wasn't a trade scenario there with Le'Veon. But
he also couldn't get fined, though, because he hadn't signed the tag. In this case, if Aiyuk doesn't show up, he's forfeiting tons of money.
Yeah, but, in that situation, if Aiyuk doesn't show up for the first couple of games, and then he decides to go back to the 49ers, do you really think the 49ers will keep that fine money, or would they give it back to him in good faith? So
but he wouldn't get the game checks back.
Yeah, but if he signed a new contract, they could probably find a way to compensate him for what he missed. So it's a
I feel like that's the one thing everyone's agreed on, that he's not going to get a contract extension from San Francisco, Ray.
Yeah, I mean, that relationship doesn't seem like it's great. I mean, I'm obviously not there, but, you read the reports out of San Francisco and, the whole Holden situation, which, I think, agents have finally found a loophole. It doesn't pay to hold out anymore, but by holding in, these agents and these players can kind of regain some leverage, as we've seen here with Aiyuk. So it doesn't happen often, but Aiyuk is the big name this year, and we're seeing it play out every single day.
All right, give us a nugget from practice before we let you run here, Ray. They had a light one because they play tomorrow. Give us a take on what you saw today there.
Yeah, I mean, not much. It was a walkthrough, so the fans who showed up literally watched them do, what they would do a day before a game. So there wasn't much to report. I will say, after this week, Fautanu was with the ones at right tackle. Today, Jones was back at right tackle. So Fautanu is probably not going to start, but I do expect him to get a lot of playing time tomorrow. That's going to be huge for him because they have Donnell Hunter and they have Will Anderson. I think that's going to be a good test for Dan Moore, Broderick Jones, and Fautanu tomorrow. And one other nugget, the Steelers are kind of down depth-wise at outside linebacker. TJ is not going to play. Alex Highsmith isn't going to play. DeMarvin Leal, once again, has taken reps at outside linebacker, much like he did it as a rookie when TJ got injured.
Ray, thank you. We'll talk again next week.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Cloudy, low of 74 degrees. Come back with more on that. Steve Palazzolo analyzes Brandon Aiyuk. Malzi, not a Giant fan. We'll see if Steve, in his infinite wisdom, has Aiyuk as one of the best receivers in the NFL. Quick timeout. We're back with more right after this.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So we need to talk about the Thunderdome. Fight Club. Seahawks training camp practice from yesterday. And the first rule of Training Camp Fight Club is you do not rip a teammate's helmet off and swing it at him. Apparently, DK Metcalf forgot the first rule of Training Camp Fight Club. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
La 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers wrapped up their final practice. It was a walkthrough before taking on the Texans tomorrow at Acrisure Stadium. Kickoff's at 7. Bob Pompiani will be on the call, and he joins us in 25 minutes. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from a raucous Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Poni and Muller.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. Here we are, hanging out at the Rivers. Baseball action going on right now. When this game goes final, we will jump over to that and break it all down. Ray Fittipaldo just joined us. He seems to think that the 49ers making Brandon Aiyuk play there for $14 million is still an option. If the Steelers don't, did he say a first and more?
Seems like it. And he thinks that ultimately if Brandon Aiyuk is only going to be there for half of a season, like even if they made him play there, it's done after that. He sounded like a guy who doesn't think that their ask of a first is realistic, that they would eventually have to move off their position if they don't just decide, no, we're really going to just keep him for the year. Now, can I get point of order here on this? Because just to refresh, when you had been hearing that this deal was going to was kind of imminent, right?
Yes.
Did you understand there to be a player involved in the deal? That it wasn't a super high premium pick and there was a player going back to San Fran?
I had heard that players were discussed, ones that the Steelers were willing to give up and ones that they weren't. So that made me think that a player could absolutely be in the deal. I also heard that when the trade was announced, that the amount of picks and players going back to San Francisco would be less than what the Steelers thought they were going to have to give up for Aiyuk around the draft. That because San Francisco's in a corner here, they were going to have to take less than what was offered then. And I think the Steelers offered at the draft not a 2024 first-round pick, but I think they offered the 2025 first-round pick.
I guess the thing I've always felt like is at least under some debate, because any arguments to the contrary are more like not based in what I would call fact. It's more like projecting like emotions of the situation onto it, is this idea that they are genuinely in a corner. If they really want to, they can just make him play for them this year.
Yeah.
There is no gun pointed at the Niners' head forcing them to make this deal. Like there isn't. And it's not a situation with Eric Carlson where the Sharks were exceptionally motivated to get his contract as much off the books as they could. If the Niners have him play for this year and then he's gone, it's like, so be it. You know, it's a different sport. They drafted to replace him. It's obvious with Pearsall. And so I would reject the notion that they are really up against it here, that they have to move him. Because if they were, or if you could make a more fact-based argument that they really have to get rid of him, they would take less.
Okay, but let me ask you this question. If he, and this is a total hypothetical, if he were willing to take I'm going to stay away from the team until I have to show up to make sure that I get credit for this year. Mm-hmm. If he was really willing to take it that far,
yep.
Would you rather, if you're the 49ers, wait for him to show up or take a second-round pick, a 2026 pick, and a player from the Steelers now and just say, I'd rather have those things than, 7 games of Brandon Aiyuk in 2024?
In this hypothetical, am I allowed to assume that he would be a motivated player when he came back and at least be trying to put up numbers?
Yeah.
He's still, okay,
Yeah.
I want the motivated Aiyuk, even though I don't think he's like a phenomenal asset to the Steelers here or like this game-changing ad. On a team that stacked, he absolutely could be the difference because you have so many weapons. Adding one more motivated guy, even if he's pissed off at your franchise, still helps.
I would just say back to that, I don't think a team would trade at the deadline, which is even more games. I don't think they would give up 2 picks and a player for a half a season of Brandon Aiyuk. So if you can get those things now, why wouldn't you take them? I mean, it's not what you wanted. It's not maybe fair market value, but
they might just be prioritizing a chase for a championship and say, screw the future. They might. I
think they definitely have thought that way. That's why they played hardball with him and said, yeah, we're not going to trade you at the draft, even though all of your peers are getting paid. Show up and we'll see what happens. But see, like their negotiations with Aiyuk, I've just never felt like they were willing to prioritize him, Chris.
Well, they are.
Give him a long-term deal.
That part they clearly aren't willing to do. They might. I guess what I'm trying to say here more is I think people are saying, well, because they clearly prioritized McCaffrey and Trent Williams, most recently Williams, they showed how much they value him and care about him being on the team. I feel like people are looking at that and saying, well, because they didn't prioritize him, they also definitely want to trade him as a result. I just don't think that to be the case necessarily. They might not prioritize him. They're willing to let him be a disgruntled lame duck because they know he has to come back and play for them. He can't just sit. It's not like the Bell situation. And I do feel like that has been an undersold part of all of this. That's the best way I can put it.
I just don't think Kyle Shanahan has a lot of tolerance for that type of thing possibly turning into a distraction for them this year. I don't.
Does he think it's a big enough distraction to derail or to outstrip what Aiyuk would bring to them when he came back, whenever that would be? We also are acting like he might be so pissed off that he sits the whole year, like the whole
I agree.
number of games.
That's not a given.
It's very plausible he just sits out through camp. Hey, I know the offense,
and shows up
and he catches a lot of touchdowns and balls out. And Kyle Shanahan might not like that, but I bet Kyle Shanahan, a guy who has continually stubbed his toe in the Super Bowl, wouldn't be so proud as to just like spitefully behave towards Brandon Aiyuk at that point. If he did, then he's a real dumbass.
And they just come back to him and say, "Look, we tried. I mean, we let you get a deal from New England, but it was your own."
You didn't want to go there. We operated in as much good faith as we could. We were pretty transparent to you that we didn't like this might hurt you, but this is just business. We told you, we made it very clear we had no real intention of signing you long term. We let you pursue other deals. You didn't want them, so we didn't make the deals. You're here, play, put up your numbers, via con Dios, man. Like, go with God after that. We're not going to – you could always tell the guy, come back and we will have some sort of handshake agreement that is binding. We won't tag you. We're not going to keep you twisting in the wind. You play this season here, you have your best year, and you go out and sign a big free agent contract.
I would not just trust a handshake deal as a player in almost any circumstance.
I mean, hasn't somebody – I guess it's been written into Cousins' deals, right? His agent would have to go and have an amendment basically put on the contract, which I assume is something you could do.
Yep.
You could rework the deal and say it's still a one-year deal. Maybe here's an extra $1 million or something or whatever it is. But here's something written in. We will not and cannot franchise tag you or transition tag you. You play this year. You go and get your money somewhere else.
That just feels like something that if they could get to that compromise, that could have been done when he got the training camp and we wouldn't even be having this conversation now.
Fair, and I agree with that. But you have to consider the idea that might be their last resort, that they handle it that way, and that up until that point, they might have still been actively trying to get this deal done. Because we're still almost a month away. We are a month away from the start of the NFL season.
Yep.
So they're not still in a rush. I think you would see something like that happen closer to the point in time where there's a little point of no return here.
But Shanahan's very upset by the bro hug situation there.
Oh, apparently hates the bro hug.
He did not like that. He's getting sick and tired of the hold in. The mere presence of Aiyuk is an annoyance.
You know, for all the
getting under his skin,
for all the genius offensive guy vibes, Kyle Shanahan, he seems kind of annoying.
Not a great big game coach.
No. Although I guess I don't really fault his offense so much for blowing 28-3. It was more the whole rest of the Falcons team.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. So this was a bombshell today. Our next guest has a new home. The 33rd team taking his podcast talents there. He's one of the great football minds. He's been a guest on our show during football seasons and for parts of the offseason for years. We love him, and we will support him in his new venture, talking about Steve Palazzolo here on 93.7 The Fan. Steve, congratulations on all your success.
Well, thank you very much. We're, Sam Monson and I we're moving to the 33rd team. We're very excited. It's been a little bittersweet. We helped build PFF almost from scratch. So, a little bittersweet day over here. Maybe it's funny for your fans that hate PFF, but, it's all good.
I'm sure they'll hate 33rd team soon enough after you're telling us things that they don't like about their favorite players. Now, did you have to force the 33rd team to take Monson with you? Or were they just looking for Steve Palazzolo and you had to put your foot down and say, no, Monson's got to come with me too?
Yeah, I told them package deal. I'm the star, but I got to bring my buddy along. So, I'm dragging Sam with me.
All right, here's your first opportunity, Steve, under your new banner here, to actually, I would say, curry some favor with our listeners and make one of the two of us look bad. And I'll just put it out there. You'd be making me look bad depending on how this goes. I just am not the best thing I can say about this Brandon Aiyuk drama right now that is prominently involving the Steelers, will they or won't they get a deal done with him? I just keep coming back to this. We're really doing this all for Brandon Aiyuk. I think that this would be a marginal upgrade on the field over Deontay Johnson for a not-so-marginal price. What say you about Brandon Aiyuk, what he is as a receiver, and what kind of value he has?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it'd be an upgrade over Deontay Johnson. I'm a big Deontay Johnson fan, but I think you were missing a little bit of that little extra star power, that down-the-field threat. I understand now when you add the contract in and you're talking over $30 million perhaps, okay, that's a trickier part of the equation. But I think the Steelers are in this spot where they're hardly paying anything for their two quarterbacks. No matter what happens with Russell Wilson or Justin Fields this year, are they going to draft another guy next year? Like, they're probably not investing a ton at quarterback in the coming years, so you can afford to pay a $30 million receiver. And I just think Aiyuk, now you're not just talking Aiyuk versus Deontay Johnson. That ship has sailed. You're talking Aiyuk versus the Van Jeffersons of the world, hopefully pairing them with a George Pickens. I think that's your best chance to win. And I think Aiyuk, does it help having Shanahan and all those weapons? Absolutely. But he has developed into one of the smoothest, best all-around route runners, downfield threats, intermediate threats in the NFL. So I think Aiyuk is a huge upgrade for what Pittsburgh has.
Steve, if you were playing GM and you're Omar Khan, what's the most you would be willing to give up for him in a trade, taking players and picks into account here?
That's a tough one because I think the Niners have put themselves in a difficult spot. They're supposed to have the leverage, have the fifth-year option year to have Aiyuk play out. Aiyuk just wants out. But, again, I don't know if, like, a second-rounder does it, just at this point. I don't know that the ship has sailed so much. If you give up a 1, I think in a vacuum I would give up a 1 for Aiyuk, even with the money. But if you do that, you do put yourself in a position where, hey, maybe you don't get a shot at drafting a quarterback, right? If you still only have Russ for the year pretty much, and Justin Fields, you don't know if he's ever going to develop into anything. So you still have to play this long game at quarterback. So that's the tricky part if you want to give up a first-round pick for Aiyuk. But I think in a vacuum I would probably do it because, I think he has that kind of impact for the team.
Well, isn't next year's first-round crop of potential quarterbacks pretty weak if they really wanted the 2025 first, Steve, just to play devil's advocate to that point?
Yeah, it's one of those weak on paper, but it was also weak on paper the year Kyler Murray broke out, the year Joe Burrow broke out. You just don't know when the year Mitch Trubisky broke out. You just don't know where some of those quarterbacks are going to come from. So, yeah, there's a lot of intriguing quarterbacks that need to take steps forward. But, yeah, I mean, you're right. There's not as many slam dunk types. It's certainly not as deep as it looked, this past year in the first round for quarterbacks.
Steve, when you look over the 49ers roster, do you agree with the idea that they absolutely need to get a wide receiver back in a trade to make things work?
No, definitely not. I mean, they have future-proofed that roster by drafting Ricky Pearsall in the first round. Jawan Jennings, how many times were you watching the Niners last year and you're like, oh, they have this guy Jawan Jennings too with that size and he's just trucking defenders and making big plays as just an afterthought number 3 in that offense and really a number 5 option in that offense when you add in the tight end and the running back. I don't think they need to get a receiver. Absolutely not. The way they have Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey. Look, Aiyuk's a big part of their offense, too. That's what makes it work. I mean, they have so many difficult-to-cover pieces, but I definitely don't think the Niners are looking at this saying, yeah, we need to have a receiver to replace Brandon Aiyuk.
How concerned should somebody like me that's very skeptical of this trade in the first place, should it get done, Steve, be? One of my arguments, I guess I'm asking you this more than anything, one of my arguments has been what evidence do we have that an Arthur Smith offense can comfortably accommodate two kind of big-time wide receivers, let's say, because it's usually been A.J. Brown and kind of Corey Davis in the background or some other configuration. Why should I believe that Arthur Smith has changed his stripes and that he would be able to design stuff that got Pickens and Aiyuk the ball to the degree that they should?
I mean, I just don't know that Arthur Smith, has he had enough options that are that good, right? I mean, I was a Corey Davis fan, but he was a number 2, and that was just what they had. And Corey Davis had a really good year or two with A.J. Brown as the key number 1. So I just don't know that they've had the opportunity to have, 2 alpha type of ones. I think you can still make it work. It's still going to be a 2-receiver heavy type of offense. And I think when you pair that with the depth that the Steelers have at tight end, I mean, you're a defense looking at, how you're going to stop that team with a pretty good run blocking offensive line, presumably a couple backs that can do it, run blocking tight ends that can stretch the seam. It's a really difficult to cover offense if you add one Brandon Aiyuk in there. Even if the production doesn't add up, it doesn't need to be 120 catches for Pickens and Aiyuk to justify it. It just needs to keep the defense off balance, and I think they have a great opportunity to do that.
Steve, fact or fiction that the 49ers can't fit market value Brandon Aiyuk contract under the salary cap and under future salary caps?
I don't know every last intricate detail about the cap, but I'm going to say, yeah, fiction, fact that they can't. I think it will be difficult for them to carry Deebo Samuel, to carry Nick Bosa, to eventually pay Brock Purdy. I mean, the Niners' problem is they have so many good players, right? I mean, they have the best tight end, one of the best tight ends, two of the best receivers, the best running back, the best linebacker, top 3 edge rusher. They have some of the best players at every single position. So, yeah, it's going to be really challenging for them to keep everybody. And, yeah, Purdy is 1 year away from getting paid. So, look, I think it's in the Niners' best interest to probably just get one more year of Aiyuk, make that run. You're a couple plays away from winning a Super Bowl. Hope you get over the hump. And then, say thanks for the 4 years and let him walk.
Steve, we will follow you to the 33rd team. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming on early with us today.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate the kind words, and thanks for having me.
You bet. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. We will have a Pirates game to react to momentarily. Pompiani on the return of football tomorrow. He's calling the game. He's next. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Here's an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates are up on the Padres 5-4 going into the 9th inning. You can listen to the rest of the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Intern Dom. I appreciate the chance to go first here and tell everybody about the Bath Authority, especially those in our listening audience, and I know that there are many people out there for whom this is a box that they unfortunately check, that have an old bathtub or an old shower that is just tough to look at every morning, whether it's got broken tiles or mildew and moldu all over the place, or like option C, something else even worse. If that's the case in your house, you got to call my friends at the Bath Authority, people who are going to give you an awesome world-class customer experience, people who have high quality, the highest quality bathroom remodeling products, and can't wait to show you what they can do for you. Bath Authority products, they all come with a lifetime warranty. They do it all, replacement showers, tub-to-shower conversions, you name it. Every unit's custom built. You're picking the accents and the safety features. And all Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA. What you need to do is call them today, 412-249-1140, and get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com, a better bath awaits. Pony.
Clogged drains, they can cause headaches, maybe even migraines, which I hate. Don't let plumbing problems ruin your life. Introducing a special offer from McVeigh. For a limited time, get a professional drain cleaning for just $83. That's right, just $83, folks. But there's more. If you need sewer line repairs, call the sewer line experts at McVeigh. McVeigh even provides free, no-obligation second opinions. So don't wait. Call the trusted plumbing professionals at McVeigh today, or visit McVeigh.com. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
At twomeninAjunkTruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 Men in a Junk Truck.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform developed by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Come meet former Pittsburgh Pirate closer Jason Grilli at QC Kinetics grand opening Thursday, August 8th in Robinson Plaza from 1 to 3. Jason and Kelly O'Connor of Kelly's Diners will be on hand. Free giveaways. Find out more about the benefits of non-surgical regenerative medicine.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
All right, taking a look at our major roadways over on the inbound side of the Parkway West, you're going to see some backup as you approach Grange all the way into the Fort Pitt tunnels. The outbound side of the Parkway West, so there's some heavy backup starting all the way at UPMC Mercy Hospital, and we're seeing some congestion as well on the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge as you make your way from Parkway north. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Your heart care matters, so you probably don't want to flip over to the Pirates game right now. Trust the experts at UPMC and get your heart screened today. That is because after a dramatic Joey Bart home run in the bottom of the 7th, and after Aroldis Chapman sent down the Padres 1-2-3 in the 8th, David Bednar has loaded the bases in the 9th. The Pirates clinging to a 1-run lead, 5-4 there.
He wanted he all of a sudden cannot find the strike zone at all. Bednar, if he was not a Pittsburgh guy, would be. I mean, he's already starting to get real heat from fans. He would be getting absolutely pilloried. He has been almost as bad as Holderman, and I say that about Holderman, a guy who has literally been on one of the worst runs for a bullpen, a late inning bullpen guy that I've ever seen.
Made-up injury.
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
No outs. Malsey infield hit. Tie game. Unbelievable. Another blown save.
Not even a tie game, Pony. 6-5 Padres.
That's right. Wow. 2 came in on that play.
Yep, because it was a wild throw from Mr. O'Neal Cruz. trying to it looked like it was a fielder's choice, like they were getting at least the out at second base, unless I'm crazy here. My eyesight's going.
Oh, my God. Yep. Why is he throwing that ball?
Probably trying to end the game because it's the only chance that you're going to avoid extra innings. And he just missed Rowdy Tellez by 5 feet. And, yeah, it looked like they called him safe at second, so everybody's safe.
Good times. Actually, they called him out at second.
They didn't. Well, there was already 1 out, so it should be 2 outs, and I don't see it updated on the screen here. So maybe the graphic is wrong?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Has
the
to be.
graphic's wrong. Anyways, we're keeping Bob waiting. Would you like to serenade Bob and introduce him and ask him for his thoughts on this meltdown?
Yeah, KDKA TV's legend Bob Pompiani joining us here on the PM team. Bob, should David Bednar be the team's closer anymore? Does it even matter? I'm feeling very nihilistic about this entire operation right now.
Well, 2 walks. One was a 4-pitch walk in this inning, and then another one. And then he was behind Ha-Sung Kim 3-1, and that's when the ball was hit to Kiner Falefa, who went to Cruz. Has no business throwing that ball. He has to be aware that, okay, there's no way you're going to get that double play. Just minimize it. 1 out. Let the run score, but he threw it by Tellez. Next thing you know, they get a second run. And just not the kind of baseball that isn't conducive to winning. And they're, Bednar's struggling, can't find the strike zone. Holderman's on a 15-day. Chapman's been your best pitcher, so yes, Chapman should be the closer, but it won't matter if, they can't even get to this point half the time. And when they do, they've blown out multiple games.
Bob, have you discussed with the Steelers maybe finding some time at halftime or in the second half to interview Brandon Aiyuk?
Is he here?
That would be epic. Could you imagine that? Everybody thinks it's going to be you and Batch coming back from break, and it's just Aiyuk with the microphone. That would be unbelievable.
I think that would be wonderful if it happened. But actually, listen, Andrew, I appreciate all the hard work you've put into this, and I think in the end you're going to be right. It just takes time. But I'm not sold on Aiyuk as a $30 million a year player. I'm just not. I think he's very good. Will he upgrade this team? Absolutely. But they got a lot of money issues in their future coming at them. He's a good player, but I don't know what the asking price for San Francisco is, and that could be holding everything up. But if it's what I think it is, I don't know if the Steelers are going to make that happen.
Have you been told how much Justin Fields is going to play tomorrow night?
No, just that he's going to start. I would imagine no. It's probably a few series. I mean, he's gotten a lot of work up there, and I think it's this whatever calf injury to Russell Wilson is given them an opportunity to evaluate him. He goes into this season unless they sign him here, and there's a gap shot that's going to drive in another run over the head of G1 Bay by the Xfinity sign, tries to throw it in, and now beyond Xfinity to eternity, the Pirates are going to lose, it looks like 7-5.
Oh, you are already in play-by-play man mode for tomorrow.
Bob,
you are just greasing the wheels here.
Give us a completely random Steelers offensive player who's not a first-team player who you think is a good bet to score tomorrow night, who you will be giving a big Jim Nantz-style touchdown call to. Yes.
Who's not a big-time player. Geez. I mean, they have
a lot of receivers you could pick from who fit the not a big-time player bill, Bob.
I'm going to give you one. I'm going to give you one that I think is from what I can tell, is at a pretty good camp. I've talked to people up there. Is Quez Watkins, the former Philadelphia Eagle. I think he's somehow going to make a play. I would have loved to have seen Roman Wilson be that guy, but he's out with that injury, and that's hurt them and him for now. But I think Quez Watkins has a legitimate chance of cracking through, even though at this point he wouldn't be one of my top 4 guys.
What can Justin Field actually accomplish in this game tomorrow with the playing time that he does get, Bob? Like, I know we're all kind of waiting with bated breath. The athleticism tantalizes people. What tangibly do you think he can accomplish, if anything, as far as how the coaches view him tomorrow?
Accuracy in the pocket. I mean, we all know he could run, Chris. He's terrific in that. He's got a lot of touchdowns, I think 14 in 3 years rushing the football in Chicago. That's not an issue. That's actually a nice thing that they could package in different ways. But just be accurate and don't throw the ball over. One of his biggest downfalls is all the interceptions, lost balls with fumbles. If he plays, he needs to be very efficient that way, and I think they've been kind of pounding that into his head like Tomlin does every year. But this is what they'll be looking for. Poise in the pocket, accuracy, and no mistakes.
Bob, Bednar's been removed from this game. I wonder if he got booed by fans at PNC Park. That was a big sticking point.
He's not been very good this year. And he went through a stretch where he actually overcame a slow start, Pony. I thought maybe he had regained it, but now the wildness he just can't locate. And that pitch that was just hit went to the gap, and there was no way that was going to be caught because it was right over the plate. So even when he's putting it over the plate, it's in hittable spots in the plate. So I don't know what they're going to do. I think they've got major issues there. But, man, it's a shame to waste a 5-run comeback like that again for the second night in a row.
Has Ben Cherington done enough with this team to deserve to keep his job after this season, Bob? Like, is this really a well enough constructed roster? Because their minor league system is not highly thought of. I think 27th is what I saw. What's the real case for Ben Cherington keeping his job after this year, especially if things are going the way that they seem to be suddenly going for this season?
Well, you're right. There's not much hitting help on the way, and that's a concern. They don't even have enough hitting help up here. There are too many guys they needed to have good years, from Davis to Brian Hayes to anyone else that you can mention who had prominent roles on this team, and they just haven't done it. So that's a problem. But I think the one thing that will keep him here is that he has stockpiled some pretty good pitchers, and the starting rotation next year should be a major strength as it's developed into one this year. But I think even more so next year if Chandler can be up here and be as effective as I think people can be. So then the offseason, I don't know how, to me, this offseason is must for him. And if it doesn't work out, if they have the same kind of offseason that he did this year, Chris, then that would lead to his exit. There's no question about it. They got to spend money, get hitting in here. If they don't have it in their system, go out and buy it. Who cares what the price is? Just bring it in.
Bob, their exhibition games, we learned, I learned, I'm not going to say we, I learned a valuable lesson last year. You don't overreact to these things anymore, because I thought Kenny Pickett was going to win the MVP after watching him in the preseason last year. You have worked at KDKA for a very long time. You are so respected when it comes to your job and what you do. Calling these Steelers games, how much fun do you have doing them? What does it mean to you calling these games? Yes, we know they're not NFL regular season games, and maybe some people roll their eyes at the third and fourth quarters of these games. But as a man that is a treasure and an institution in this town, does he still get a rush from calling NFL preseason football?
Well, first of all, thanks for the flattering lead into that. I appreciate it. But, yes, I do. And the reason is because I think everyone's waiting to see this. It's one thing to see them up there at St. Vincent College. I mean, you can tell what you can tell based on so many unpadded practices and then when they put the pads on. The one thing that I like is that you'll see guys who we've been talking about and largely people who are following this, whether that's through social media sites, YouTube, or in person. You actually see them go against other people, and I like that. And I want to see exactly what people like Corey Trice can do in a situation like this, even though it was taken away from him last year. I want to see what Beanie Bishop is all about. He's been the talk of this camp. Can he actually be a starter as an undrafted guy? You'll see guys like Jaylen Warren develop out of nowhere. And there are other examples of that. Also, people are interested about, like, offensive line. I get excited when I see different people try different things. Like, really, is Troy Fontanu not going to be starting? Is Dan Moore going to have to remain at left and Broderick Jones at right? Do they switch? What do they do? I think these are all things that people we've been talking about it forever, to actually see it for the very first time. And then I enjoy the ribs that they serve at halftime. And I miss Edmund Nelson. Charlie won't engage the ribs as much as Edmund did.
Will Charlie engage like a different form of barbecue? Do you have to just figure it out? Is it pulled pork that he might engage with? Perhaps brisket you could get Charlie he holds up a piece of perfectly cooked brisket?
It's not that he doesn't like ribs. It's just the manner of which he
Edmund loved ribs. Charlie merely likes them. Edmund loved ribs, had a passion for ribs. I think that's what you're trying to say here.
Yes, exactly. I mean, he went after it. He didn't care what he looked like coming back out of the break. There could be sauce all over his face. And I like that. That's a typical nose tackle approach to eating, whether it's chicken, whether it's ribs, or anything else. But Edmund delved in. I always enjoyed that. And, it led me to talk for about 10 straight minutes without him contributing because he was eating too much.
Bob, what time you guys come on the air tomorrow night? Give us the rundown.
So 6:30, that's our BetMGM kickoff show. So Rich
Who's
Wolf,
on that
Missy
this
Matthews, myself. What's that?
Who's on that this year?
Well, it's all the same characters that we've had in the past, So we'll have a lot going on there with Max Starks, A.J. Ross, people who've been part of this for a long time. So, and we'll lead up to the games at 7, and then we have a post-game show, which I believe Rich will be back at the studio with Chris Hoke for a special edition of the Ireland Contracting Nightly Sports Call, where Chris Muller will be tonight.
Bob, thank you so much. We're going to watch the Pirates fritter this game away.
Now, do you think they could come back here? I don't know.
They hit Profar again, by the way. Profar has now been hit by a pitch 4 times in this series and in all 3 games. They hit him on the toe, and he's pissed off, and I don't blame him. But with Kyle Nicholas in there,
and now Solano just fouled one off on Bart's grill on purpose. Did you just see that?
So let me ask you real quick a question. I know we're going off.
Fouled one off to his face on purpose,
yes,
you think?
You could tell there was intent.
Is Joey Bart your starter next year regardless?
Yes.
Yes.
Starting catcher?
Well, you know what? People are very hot to trot for Endy in that situation. And all I say is Joey Bart needs to be playing essentially 150-plus games. The bat needs to be in the lineup that often. And by the way, Derek Shelton looks – I don't care about Henry Davis. I don't care if they trade him to a division rival. I don't know if Henry Davis will ever be good. But you know what we really need to do, Bob? We need to make sure Ji-Hwan Bae gets into the lineup because I need somebody who can bunt a ball about 95 feet in the air, and then I get told, don't worry, there's a great baseball player living in there somewhere. Sure there is.
Bob, good luck tomorrow night. We'll be watching.
All right, guys. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
You bet. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Coming up, impromptu edition of PM Team Power Rankings. Top 5 players we're interested in watching tomorrow night in the Steelers' season-opening preseason game. Intern Dom has a headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, well, the Pirates are now losing again. Padres are up on the Buccos 7-5 going into the bottom of the 9th, and you can listen to it all over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony!
Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. If you own a metal roof, you're probably loving it, especially if you had it done with Weather Seal, because they are the experts at it. Nearly indestructible. The elements, they survive the elements. The elements get discussed when it comes to football, and football starts tomorrow. Elements not going to be a factor in Cleveland anymore, evidently. Shame on them. They got a roof on their head, it looks like. Probably wasn't built by Weather Seal. Weather Seal does an excellent job, although they do have some people that work over in Ohio, so maybe I shouldn't rush to judgment there. Anyways, it is nearly indestructible, like I said, all colors, all styles, and right now you get a roof from Weather Seal 2 years without payment. Not until late in 2026 would you get asked to pay on that roof, and a 6-inch gutter upgrade. Who wouldn't like a 6-inch upgrade? So sign up today, WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Don't delay. Check them out today. It's Weather Seal.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So we need to talk about the Thunderdome. I mean, Fight Club. I mean, Seahawks training camp practice from yesterday. And the first rule of training camp Fight Club is you do not rip a teammate's helmet off and swing it at him. Apparently, DK Metcalf forgot the first rule of training camp Fight Club. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It is time for Power Rankings. Say goodbye to your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. I'm asking Chris to power rank 5 good Pirates. Just kidding.
Joey Bart, Brian Reynolds, Paul Skeens, Mitch Keller. I can get to 4. No, I can. You know what? Aroldis Chapman has been pretty nails. I'm not even going to give him a hard time because of the Bell home run, because compared to Holderman and Bednar, he looks like prime Mariano Rivera. Or Prime or Aldis Chapman, frankly.
Let's alternate here. We'll go one, and then you'll do the next. Top
but
five.
But you can't repeat the
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I like
Top 5 Steelers. We're interested. We're curious to see tomorrow night when this preseason kicks off. I'll give you number 5.
Okay. Number 5, I'll take Peyton Wilson. I've been hearing, we know that the athletic ability's off the charts. We know he's a run-and-chase guy. We know that the hang-up with Peyton Wilson is one thing, and it's something that's probably, you better hope it's not answered in a preseason game. It's will the guy be healthy enough to last through, 4 NFL seasons? If they get 4 seasons out of Peyton Wilson where he's healthy, won't you already consider it a huge success based on what he's
I hope it's more than that,
but based on what he's supposed to be as a player, if you get the player you think you're getting for 4 years, what is he, a third-round pick?
Yep.
I would call that a major win. So I'm intrigued to see how the speed and athletic ability, I know they said he's like a prototype dime linebacker right off the bat for them. I'm intrigued to see how that looks actually on a field against other people trying to score against him.
I got to steal Pomp's Beanie Bishop. And I'm not just doing this to curry favor with my wife because he's a West Virginia guy.
You said she didn't even know who he was.
I don't think she did. I can text her and ask. But when you're undrafted and you shoot up the depth chart on the initial depth chart, which the whole point of the initial depth chart is to say, hey, rookie, you're not as good as you think you are. We're going to have you lower than you probably will be when the season starts, but you've got to earn it. When the guy's already earned it either by default, it's not by default, actually.
I think in his case, it's a little of both. They had nobody really else that slotted in, and he has done well with it, it sounds like. He intercepted that screen or whatever.
So I want to see what all the fuss is about. Beanie Bishop, 4 for me. 3?
3 for me is probably a cliche type of answer here, but don't you always want to see that year's first-round pick? Troy Fautanu, I think, is a pretty easy one here. You know what they're doing that's making me more insane than anything save Aiyuk watch, right? Dan Moore continues to be penciled in at left tackle as the starter, Jones at right tackle, and we only get little bits and pieces of both, talented first-round picks out there bookending a line of scrimmage at a time. So I want to see what Troy Fautanu looks like because it certainly seems, Pony, like his arc since they drafted him was, wow, the first practice or two looked really overwhelmed out there, but has steadily picked up business and started to look exactly like the guy they picked.
I'm going Justin Fields, number 2. Bob said he's going to play at least a series, could be more. I hope it's not just hand off to LaMichael Pirine or someone like that a couple times and get out of there. I want to see the guy, just how he looks in a Steelers uniform. Don't want him to get hurt, but I want to see some of the maybe deep ball or flash that we've heard in camp. I'm not going to put too much stock in it because it is just preseason football, and I learned my lesson from Kenny. But anytime Justin Fields is on the field, you have to watch because the dynamic athleticism is just to die for. Number 1?
I don't know if this guy would have been my number 1 because all 4 names I had so far written down are on here. But now that I think about it, we venerate the center position. I want to see Zach Frazier. I want to see Frazier out there.
When does he play? How much does he play?
And how does he look? Because we've also heard reports that he was getting steamrolled a little bit by guys like Braden Fayoko. And no offense to Braden
There was some
Fayoko,
steaming.
a very nice guy, but he's not exactly. Give me your favorite nose tackle of all time.
Casey Hampton.
He's not like he's big snack out there just working a guy over, or Ted Washington or Gilbert Brown or whatever. So we love centers in this town. People love Frazier. People felt like Frazier maybe would start day 1 even if Fautanu didn't start day 1. I want to see the center of the future, hopefully the next 10 years, do his thing.
Honorable mention, Cam Johnston. Not to be confused with former Pitt sharpshooter Cam Johnson. The Australian punter. The Australian punter has just garnered rave reviews, Mulsey. And unlike Presley Harvin, who it was the bane of our existence last year, watching that guy play ball.
Correct.
This guy, they made a priority in free agency. And so I want to see it. Also, honorable mention.
2 honorables.
Yes.
Now, is that more honorable than the first honorable mention, or is it like a PPS where it's even lower on the list?
It's a little bit lower.
Okay. Just semi-honorable mention.
I'm writing down Calvin Austin / J.R. Plumlee / Quez Watkins.
Why are you writing J.R. Plumlee on this list?
Because these are the guys who are going to probably return kicks in the game, and I am interested in seeing the Steelers' application of the new kickoff rule in the game tomorrow night because it was a dud in the Hall of Fame game. It was much ado about nothing.
I
thought in the Hall of Fame
know
game.
how I feel about that. One, it was the first maiden voyage, so teams now will have hopefully a better idea. Two, the way the receiving team has to kind of look back to the guy catching the ball and then turn gives, I think, the coverage team an inherent advantage. Three, the NFL has they have nickel and dimed this rule such and consequences for, touchback, moving it 5 yards back further to the 30 and not the 35. I think they have just tried to sabotage their own rule change because they either feel like it's too gimmicky or they feel like they don't want to get the XFL rule just directly cribbed and have people just say, well, you didn't change anything. They've set it up to fail, and it frustrates me because it could be a great thing for the league.
Text came in. One of our listeners wants to see Jack Coletto tomorrow night.
Fullback.
Yes.
That's why they want to see him. People love fullbacks. Pittsburgh is a fullback town.
Is Pittsburgh more a fullback or middle linebacker town?
I think Pittsburgh is, believe it or not, more a fullback town. How about them apples? I think it's a fullback town. People love Kreider hitting Ray Lewis. People love John Whitman, Tim Lester, the bus driver.
You know what was electric today at the Filipponi household?
What?
Sesame Street was on.
Yeah.
Big Bird came to Pittsburgh.
Did he?
Oh, got a big pop from Stella. And by the way, speaking of big pops, pop goes the Pirate season. Brian De La Cruz just struck out. Another blown save by David Bednar. The Pirates lose this game. They score a run in the ninth. It's not enough. Jackson Merrill is dancing on the field, rubbing the Pirates' face in it as the Padres came in here and swept the Pirates. And the Pirates in this big homestand, the first homestand out of the trade deadline, against two teams they were chasing in the wild card race, the Diamondbacks and Padres go 1-5. Holy crap. What a downer.
Could have been 2 of 3, and this should have been, if people do their jobs, as much as they are a flawed team, should have won today.
Last night?
Should have won last night. Should have won at least one more against Arizona.
Yep, that would make it a 4-2 homestand.
And could you not, if I'm crazy, am I missing one? Couldn't they have won all 3 against Arizona?
Yeah, they had the lead in all 3 games, even after that Luis Ortiz blow-up start.
I've got a lot of thoughts about this and a surprising one about Derek Shelton next.
Let's get your calls into. Get in queue right now as you flip over from the game or as you leave the game. 412-928-9370. Let's get your reaction next on the Pirates getting swept by the Padres and losing 5-6 at home. 412-928-9370. Who you blame, who you're most pissed at, who you're most upset by. 412-928-9370. We will do that when we come back. By the way, if you don't want to wait out traffic, Mike's Beer Bar right next door. Mike's, the beer of the month is available. Alter Genius Rescue, Kolsch benefiting Crisis Center North. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 handle that. Your call's coming up next, 412-928-9370. First, speaking of Mike's, I love Mike's. Get over to Mike's. So many beer selections over there. Great place to maybe take a long lunch break and watch some of the summer games coverage. Afternoon baseball games over at Mike's, like today's, of course. And before you know it, exhibition football. You're going to the game tomorrow night. Go over to Mike's beforehand. Go there afterwards for all the beer. 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps of local beers, 500 beers from around the world. Meet me at Mike's today. It's Mike's Beer Bar.
A hot starting pitcher or the hot offense? Which way do we go? I'm Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with BetQL. In a divisional matchup and with their ace on the mound, the BetQL model likes the Toronto Blue Jays tonight in their matchup against the Baltimore Orioles. The Jays have won 4 straight games started by Kevin Gausman, and BetQL's model has Toronto on the money line as a 5-star best bet. I'm Chris Mack. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back. not your wallet.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer. Wait, we need to finish school shopping.
We got this. The kids' favorite Good and Gather snacks at Target are now at a new lower price.
And $5 lunch boxes. Ooh, let's get Luna the Flower Bento Box.
Good idea. And for our Mega Shark Fan Max, I got the Shark Backpack. It's only $20.
Even 25-cent select crayons and $6 teas.
And we're done.
Now, where were we?
Cheers to us. When it comes to finishing your supply list, Target has your back to school.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The 2024 high school football season kicks off in style with the KDKA Classic, live from the Wolverina. 5 exhilarating high school football games, all at the historic Wolverina in Turtle Creek on Friday, August 23rd and Saturday, August 24th. McKeesport battles Ohio Power Uniontown Lake, Woodland Hills versus Erie McDowell, Steel Valley versus Clairton, Pittsburgh Central Catholic versus National Power St. Francis Academy from Maryland, Westinghouse and Beaver. The KDKA Classic, live from the Wolverina, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. For information on tickets, visit kdkaradio.com.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Have you been diagnosed with a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Has your pain been affecting the quality of your life? The treatments that you have tried were only designed to give you temporary relief or to just manage your pain. Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. I have good news for you. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, we have helped our patients fix the problem, heal their discs, and get their quality of life back. Our treatment, intradisc neutrosis, is non-surgical, safe, and gentle. Over the years, we have helped thousands of patients just like you turn their situation around once and for all. Find out if you're a candidate for our treatment. Call our office today or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. Call 412-906-9600. Call the Pittsburgh Disc Institute today, 412-906-9600.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
The text line
Is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're already seeing delays on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're backed up from 2nd Avenue into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Just another heartbreaker for the Pirates. They score 6 runs, they lose. Padres 7, Bucks 6, a 1-5 homestand. The Pirates now 2 games under 500 as they head out to L.A. to take on the first-place Dodgers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's Poni and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
2-strike pitch, struck him out, threw it right down the middle at 100, and the game ends. Another 1-run defeat. This time the Padres earn the sweep as they come back in the 9th and win 7-6.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters, in business for a half century. Just one of the worst Pirates homestands we've seen when we were still engaged and still interested, because there was the trade deadline and the moves that got everybody excited again, and obviously Paul Skeens being here. There is a lot of engagement with the Pirates, and there were a lot of eyeballs on them, and a lot of pissed off, peeved off fans right now, given how these series went 2-3 to Arizona, and now getting swept by San Diego, losing last night in extras, and then blowing this game today. San Diego scored 3 in the top of the 9th inning. We've got everybody lined up here to break this one down. Mulsey, before we go to hacked off Pirates fans, you have a take on this.
I have a take on Shelton, who I think 2 things right now are true. He's done a bad job. I don't think he has shown himself to be able to meet the moment, and yet much of my critique of Derek Shelton has been not utilizing his bullpen correctly. There have been other things, like how does Joey Bart not hit yesterday at some point? But when I take stock of this bullpen, I think I want to blame Ben Cherington more or just blame the players themselves. Bednar stinks. Holderman stinks. Chapman is the only one who's good, and he even gave up in the last 10 days, game-tying home run or a game-altering home run. To Bell, admittedly, kind of a fluky home run. We've never seen a pitch that fast get hit out before. But this team's bullpen is an absolute disaster. They have almost no margin for error. That's a Ben Cherington thing. I have said this now for a couple of weeks, watching them lose to Arizona and San Diego. They are a team with a couple very good pieces that isn't actually a good team, and good to very good teams are beating them. So I'm not giving Derek Shelton a pass here, but what's he supposed to do other than abruptly just say, Chapman, you're my closer immediately, or I need you to pitch 2 innings? I had people on the sports call last night. Why didn't they leave Chapman in for 1 more inning? Because you have guys that you are paying that are supposed to be able to do the job. Ben Cherington did not exactly build an embarrassment of riches, it turns out, nor did he exactly have a great trade deadline if the first 5 games of Brian De La Cruz's Pirates career are any indication. 3 for 22, 8 strikeouts, 1 knocked in, no extra base hits, and he has not gotten on base other than the hit.
He was 1 for 5
hits.
and left and
a 273 OPS in his first 5 games here.
So I thought Shelton had a horrible homestand. I think it's his worst as Pirates manager. I think Cruz did some unforgivable things in this game. Again, defensively, where's your head at with that, trying to get a double play when he had no business throwing that ball away, and that gave San Diego the lead back. And hustle play early in the game, too, where he gets thrown out at second base on a single. So I've got issues with both of those guys, but honestly, this game, to me, more than anything else, is on Bednar. You are an all-star closer. You are one of the best, supposedly, at your profession, at your craft. You let your team down in back-to-back nights. 3 runs. You couldn't find the strike zone. He's supposed to be an all-star player. That's not Ben Cherington's fault. My opinion, that's not Derek Shelton's fault. You give that guy the ball, clean slate, no one on base to start the 9th inning twice, back-to-back days, he can't get the job done. That's the biggest reason why I think they lost the game today. There are other things. Ortiz got off to a slow start again. But, man, if you can't count on David Bednar, the whole bullpen's a house of cards, Chris. He's supposed to be the whole thing that it's built around.
He's been bad this year, though. I mean, he had like a little stretch where it appeared he kind of got it back together. What's his ERA, 5?
His ERA now is 5.77.
He's not good.
5 blown saves. He had 3 all of last year.
Here's an unbelievable stat from our pal Adam Gretz. This almost defies belief, but it really does underscore. And by the way, if we're going to criticize Cruz and other people, Ji-Hwan Bae, terrific. He bunted a ball in the air about 70 feet. He had a bunt that had a 41-mile-an-hour exit velocity. That is horrible.
That was in the 8th inning after Hayes did something we almost never see him do, and that's get a hit. He had 2 today, but of course no extra base hits.
Adam Gretz. A Pirates starting pitcher has not taken a loss since July 23rd, a stretch of 13 games. The Pirates have won just 5 of 13 games where their starter did not take a loss. 5 and 8.
Well, that's been the story of the season and will be on their tombstone. They've gotten good starting pitching, and they've squandered it. 412-928-9370. Jimmy is leaving the game, no doubt, fired up. Hello, Jimmy.
Yeah, hello.
You're on the air, Jim.
All right, I got 3 things. So one, O'Neal Cruz got to be the laziest baseball player I've ever watched. He doesn't run when he hits the ball. Number 2, Derek Shelton is horrible. He doesn't know what he's doing, clearly. He should have pinch hit Joey Bart yesterday in the extra innings. And number 3, Bednar, don't even get me started. The guy sitting next to you, a little bald guy that's a liberal, he could pitch better than him.
Thank you, Jimmy. I did not really catch that last one.
The bald guy sitting next to you, that little liberal, he could pitch better than him. I think that's what Jimmy said.
That's little liberal?
I don't know.
Wow.
The man is angry. We got to let him and everybody else talk through his feelings.
That's
here.
Right. 412-928-9370. That leaves phone line open for you. Here's Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
If there aren't any terminations before they go on the airplane, then this franchise has become completely irrelevant. Shelton should be terminated right now, period. I mean, he's never won anything. To instill just something in these players. I mean, this is the only franchise who have turned a budding star into Mr. Irrelevant. Ski. I mean, they've blown so many of his games. He should be about 13-1 or 13-0. I mean, this is a disaster. This is worse than starting 20-8 of last year and falling apart. So why is anyone surprised? This is Groundhog Day all over again with this Pirate franchise.
I do think, just like we saw that loss, the Gensel trade, and then they lose the game to Washington that night, and they were in a funk for a very long extended period of time that they got out of, but it was too little too late. Just like we saw Jerry Meals with the Pirates in 2011. I think that, or was it 12?
It was 11.
It was 11? Okay, thank you. I think we're going to look back on Sunday's game against Arizona and say that's where the season went south. I just think all the wind came out of their sails, Chris. I just think it's a punch to the face they haven't recovered from yet.
Unlike the 2011 team, I think people actually believe this team could hang in it. You could watch that 2011 team and realize they were playing way over their heads based on pedigree. This team had Skeens and had the starting pitching. But what turns out to be the case here, and why the main person I'm mad at right now is Ben Cherington. He's been on the job since 2019, since late 2019. What has he built? Where are all the reinforcements? Seriously,
he's built an average team.
I don't even think they're average. I think if their record looks average, it's because they have the best pitcher in baseball, which I will only give him mild credit for because he picked him over a guy that was thought of as a legitimate, alternative number one pick. And they have brought along Skeens in a way that has obviously been working because Skeens has been so dominant. I'll give him some credit for Jones. I guess I'll give him and give his staff some credit for the way Keller's turned his career around ultimately. The bottom line is the guy has been almost over in developing any kind of real, consistent positional talent. What is the best pound for pound? So you can't take like Paul Skeens here because he's a 1-1 guy. I know he's spectacular. The best pound-for-pound move Ben Cherington maybe has made in a long time is Joey Bart.
Yeah, by far. Sensational move, actually.
One guy, though. It's one guy. Where's everybody else? You've been doing this how long? And this team is this thin? And you're forcing me to tell her. You tell me Ji-Hwan Bae is one of the best options you can bring up to augment this team? You're not doing a good job. Why should Ben, if they lose, which seems plausible now with the way that they are collapsing and the cascading effects where they might shut pitchers down. If they lose something like 84, 85 games, why should Ben Cherington have a job next year here?
Because it would be an admission that they picked the wrong GM after firing Neil Huntington, and that guy might want to come here and start from scratch and blow some parts of it up again, and I don't think they want to do that.
What parts?
I'm playing devil's advocate,
That person would have to be an insane person to blow up anything that we actually care about, which is the starting rotation they seemingly have assembled. And what? Who else? I guess somebody would probably say, no, I'm not.
Brian Reynolds?
And O'Neal Cruz.
Yeah.
Because somebody's still going to say, I'll put him in the outfield and he'll be fine defensively. And maybe keep Joey Bart. Can't forget about him. Seriously, there are so much detritus in this organization. So much it's like a shipwreck. They're the Pirates. It's a bunch of floating pieces of cracked timber that nobody would want.
Pirates lose to the Padres 7-6. David Bednar gives up 3 runs in the 9th, blows the save. They lose another 1-run game. Their comeback fell short in the bottom of the 9th, just like their comeback fell short in extra innings last night. 412-928-9370. So many of you are fired up about this. Let's get Sam in Wilkinsburg in next. Hello, Sam.
Hey, I really think Shelton's got to be fired mid-season. He's just toxic to this team, these players. I don't think. And, of course, he cannot be the one going forward that leads us in these following years, the potential Paul Skeens playoff runs. Like, he just can't be the one. And I've got to agree with Chris, too, that Cherington deserves more criticism. I felt like a lot of people were ready to just kiss his feet after the trade deadline. But I thought it was a very, very mediocre trade deadline out of him.
Well, I would be one of those people, so you're calling me out. I didn't think they gave up much, and I thought they made their team better. So far, I've been proven wrong. I think IKF looks like he has a role with this team both this year and next year. He was good again last night. So I can't see how you could poke holes or criticize that trade for Charles McAdoo to get someone that can play.
What about De La Cruz?
The De La Cruz move right now looks bad.
What if
he's
what
in
if
a
he
wicked
just
slump.
what if he's in a huge funk and they non-tender him next year or something? I'm just saying, like, what if they did? They didn't give up much. They say, screw this. He has the 27th ranked system. What do you mean? Like Ben Cherington has assembled by, I think, most of like those baseball ranking systems, your MLB pipelines, your Baseball Americas. They're down near the bottom. 27th right now is one ranking. What has he been doing this whole time? Where are all the players? Where is a Jackson Merrill? To say, I'm not even asking for a Gunnar Henderson or
they've missed
Jackson
on those guys. Chris, they picked Henry Davis first overall, and he's at AAA, and he's
missed colossally.
200 hitter in his career.
They've missed colossally. Like, Merrill is the guy who made the difference in this series. He wins the game last night sends the game to extra innings.
What has Ben Cherington done? I think the best thing I can say about him is he has built a starting rotation that is the envy of many in baseball. That's what he's done, and that's really it. The bullpen has largely underachieved big time. So many of their young hitters have taken colossal steps back. He made a great trade for Joey Bart, which the Joey Bart thing is almost like the 49ers drafting Brock Purdy after they got Trey Lance wrong. You bring Joey Bart in, and that helps offset the big mistake that was using a first pick on Henry Davis. 412-928-9370. Here's Pat in Bethel Park. Hello, Pat.
Gentlemen, how we doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, guys. Today was the white flag day. I am so fired up right now. I'm so fed up with this team, from the bullpen to the fact that we've had 6 starting fielders with a batting average under 200. I mean, I don't even know where to start with this team. I am so fed up. Shelton needs to go. The bullpen needs restructured. I mean, honestly, if we didn't have the starting pitching we had, we'd be a 50-win team at best. I mean, it's embarrassing. It really is. We have all this young talent. You hear about this year after year. This was supposed to be the start of the, World Series team, or whatever you wanted to call it. It's a joke. This organization has become a joke, and I am so fed up, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Pat.
I feel like that part is what he just said is closer. What Pat just said is closer to the truth than not. They have really good starting pitching. They have nothing else. I mean, they are not an average baseball team really by any stretch. Well, they are a house of cards. They found out what a really good baseball team looks like in a couple of these series.
And they might continue to get that out west because they're going to play the Padres again, and they've got the Dodgers in between. They've got Brian Reynolds, who has had an awesome year, deserved to be an all-star. He did not have a great game today, but whatever. I mean, I still think that's an organization win. Cruz is one of these guys, Chris, that depending on which day we're talking about him, we're either singing the guy's praises because he went 5 for 5 or hit 2 home runs in a game. We're talking about the fact that they would have had a much bigger inning in the 6th if he had not gotten thrown out at second base because he dogged it out of the box. And then the unbelievably stupid play.
He doesn't even have the out at second. Did he have the out at second?
No.
They didn't even have the out at second. And
no, they did get the out at second.
They did call it out.
Yes.
Okay, then he tries to gun it with, I would say, under a 1% chance of actually, even with his strong arm, getting the runner out. And in so doing, allows the go-ahead run to score.
And to me, Shelton, I think, babies some of these guys so much. But then he takes Colin Holderman to task. He destroyed Holderman after Sunday's game, but he's not the least bit critical when Cruz has these brain fart moments. And I get it. Young players, they're temperamental, they're emotional. Maybe you think there's going to be such a big negative reaction if you call them out publicly that you're not going to get them back. But,
no, I'm not in a mood to defend O'Neal Cruz at all today, and I've tried to sometimes on the grounds that when he gives you the good stuff, it's so good that you put up with this, but there's been way more bad than good.
But where's the manager
No, there's no excuse for dogging it out of the box and then deciding you're going to turn it on. He has gotten away with that a couple times this year. Like he'll have an opportunity where he can look at it for 2 or 3 steps, and then he's usually so fast that he gets in there. I'm not going to be one of those people, and there is a group of people out there that are like, oh, stop questioning effort. Like, no, it's okay to run hard out of the box. Really good players do it all the time. It's not something that you don't have to look cool out there.
I think he's an enormous talent. I don't think he's going to reach his ceiling under this management. When I say management, I mean Shelton and the coaching staff that he's assembled. Here's Abram in Robinson. Hello, Abram.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
First, I want to start off by saying I'm typically a glass half full kind of guy. So, 2 games above 500 on August 8th, although we should be much, much, much higher than that. At least we get to watch them with
2
hopes
under,
of
not
getting
over, by the way. 2 under.
2 under, my bad. Yeah, it's my bad. 2 under should be 10 over. But 2 under right now, and that's not horrible. If we could just squeak in, we have the starting pitching. But with that being said, the guy that we have to look at here is Shelton. The inconsistency in the lineup every single day, day in and day out. If you go into your job and you don't know what to expect, it is hard to be consistent on a daily basis. And I think that this is what these players are experiencing right now. These young players are experiencing. On top of that, if you know that Bednar is struggling in a one-run game, why not put the veteran out there in Chapman that has done this for years, know that he could do this? Thanks for taking my call. That's all I have.
Yep.
They've been married to their roles with those guys. That's one thing. I mean, they've been very married to their roles. It's been, generally speaking, Chapman 7th. I know he's pitched some 8th innings. I know he's closed a couple times, although when they had him trying to close, he was wild early in the year. But they've had the role definition laid out there. I think
I'm thinking here, I'm looking at this. They brought Nicholas in, they brought Beeks in for Nicholas in the 7th for one guy to get a rise, and then Chapman pitched the 8th. You could have brought Beeks back for the 8th and then had Chapman pitch the 9th and just
Wait, you mean no, Nicholas pitched later. They brought Beeks in for Santana in this game. Talking today, right?
Yeah, I'm talking today.
It was Ortiz for 6, Santana for 2/3 of an inning.
Okay.
And then Beeks came in to get that last out because Santana had also given up a hit. Chapman comes in for the 8th, and then it was Bednar.
No, but I'm saying, how did they get through the 7th again?
In this game?
Yes.
Santana for 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit.
Yep.
And then Beeks for 1/3 of an inning.
Right, so what I'm saying is...
Could have brought... Yeah, I understand that.
Beeks,
I was just...
Yeah, you're just...
The Kyle Nicholas pitched later. Not, it was
bad.
for Santana, not
what
Nicholas.
I'm saying, have Beeks come out and pitch the 8th.
Sure, he threw 4 pitches. And he's a lefty, so if Chapman was left in there for matchup purposes, and I can't even think, who did Chapman face in the 8th inning?
He faced Profar switch hitter, Solano pinch hitter, righty, and then Machado.
Okay, so 3 righties.
Three righties.
Yeah, 3 righties, because Profar would have been
Which is what they would have done with Beeks,
That's my point. You're not like, you could have done it, but you know what Shelton's done? He did this with Holderman, and then he threw him under the bus after it didn't work. He said, no, I wanted to basically get his confidence up. Don't you think Shelton's the kind of, good vibes coach who wants Bednar out there?
They feel like they've been rewarded on patience all year. Patience with Bednar early. Then he got it back together. Patience in Rowdy. Now he's one of their better hitters. Patience in Michael Taylor. He had a good July. But then we also have examples like Jack Sawinski where patience got them bupkis, got them nowhere. Here's Jim on the fan. Hello, Jim.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
And I almost hung up because you guys are talking about it already, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. What the hell are they going to do with Cruz next year? This guy has lost 2 games for us, arguably today, and definitely last Wednesday, in 8 days. I mean, he does so many stupid things out there, and what do you do with him? I mean, you can't keep him at shortstop. How many games is he going to lose for us?
Well, he also made that great, but again, he made that great play at shortstop last night, that diving play that kept them in the game, that preserved the game.
I feel pretty set on my thought on him. He's got the rest of this season to prove he can play smarter, better baseball at shortstop. Otherwise, he should get moved in the offseason somewhere else because on the diamond. I guess I just don't have nearly the level of anger towards him. He frustrates me, don't get me wrong, because I know that there's a ton there to offer that could be mined out of him, and they need to figure out a way to get it.
That's my point.
That's
I don't think they have the guy to get that out of him.
I'm just so frustrated, so much more frustrated with guys, with the mere existence on the roster of a Ji-Hwan Bae or somebody like that who offers you very little, yet is placed in this position and then makes plays every bit as bad or worse than Cruz makes out there.
Chris, I hear you, but to me, the guy that is maybe ranked as your 30th best player in your organization is not a make or break player.
I'm
turning
frustrated.
O'Neal Cruz into a star.
Yes, I get it. I'm frustrated existentially that the 30th ranked player in your organization is actually up here right now. That's all you've got. That's the best you can do as an organization. You lost for how many years in a row? Where are all the fruits of all that losing?
412 412-928-9370. We're going to come back with more of your calls here. We'll get Derek Shelton's comments on the Pirates blowing it. Again today, a 1-5 homestand, a gotta-have-it homestand against the two teams they were chasing. They needed 5-1. They went 1-5. 412-928-9370. Back with more of you next. First, the headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Padres beat the Pirates a little bit ago, 7-6. David Bednar gets another blown save, and the Buccos are now 56-58. They're back in action tomorrow on the West Coast against the Dodgers, and you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Love Wet Go. My favorite place was there last night on my way home. My wife said, "Why are you a little bit late?" And I said, "I went to Wet Go." My car, spick and span, filled up on gas, even got myself a snack. Malsey has turned me into a beef jerky fan and beef stick fan. The beef stick, not bad. I'll tell you what else isn't bad, and that's the Wet Go special right now. Buy your first month, get your second month free, unlimited car washes, and you're paying nothing for that second month over at Wet Go. Sign up now, getgocafe.com/wetgo. Go unlimited today and keep that car clean and keep feeling good about yourself with the Wet Go car wash. Go unlimited.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
Another black and gold season is upon us. This season, celebrate in style with the Coach T Collection, a collection of Coach Tomlin's famous sayings on a t-shirt. Get the training camp special by using code FAN at checkout to get 15% off your entire Coach T order. Go to kayatomlin.us.
Share the fun of 2 parks in one at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splash-tastic slides, wave pool, and the lazy river of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at idlewild.com.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to Kickoff presented by Hyundai. First up is Kansas City, looking to become the first team to three-peat in the modern era. Of course, it starts and ends with their 2-time MVP winning quarterback. The reigning champs added a solid weapon at wide receiver that should bolster their offense alongside their Hall of Fame tight end. Will their defense come along for the ride again this year? The Journey to Kickoff is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure.
Cloudy with rain tonight, the low 71.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball towards second. Slowly hit. They'll go to second to get one. Relay thrown away. And the tying run and go-ahead run will score. And now it is 6-5 San Diego.
Just like that, from up 5-4 to down 6-5, that force out and then that error by O'Neal Cruz, completely preventable, helped add to the unraveling that occurred with David Bednar in the ninth inning. We've got frustrated calls on Cruz, frustrated calls on Bednar, frustrated takes on Derek Shelton.
Don't forget Ben Cherington.
And Ben Cherington is, I'm not as down on Cherington as you are.
More I think big picture, I'm very down on him.
I mean, if they fired him, I would not be pissed about it. But I'm willing to give him more benefit of the doubt that I am the manager. Because to go back to what Anthony in Oakland said, there's literally nothing on his resume that suggests he's good at this job.
There's 1 year on Ben Cherington's and a whole lot of bad ones.
But it's not a good year, though. It's an amazing year.
And when did that happen? 11 years ago.
Correct.
It's been 11 years since he did anything as a GM other than finish last.
He didn't finish last year.
I'm sorry. 10 out of those 11 years since he's finished last. Thank you for the correction.
You're welcome.
That was a bang-up job he did last year with that team.
Here's Rob on the Fan. Hello, Rob.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing, man?
Hey, man. Rob, I know these Pirates get you worked up. They get the blood pressure up for Rob.
Oh, my goodness. I was down there Sunday, man. I seen that debacle, man. That was oh, my.
Now, why didn't you come over and see me, Rob? Why didn't you come by and see me? I was in 117.
I know. I heard the next day. I think that night I heard you was in 117. I would have came over and brought you a beer, man.
I know. I would have gotten you, too.
I know, because y'all brought me one before when I got out of work down at the hotel across the street from the old Civic Arena about maybe 3-4 years ago.
All right, so what's really sticking in your craw right now, Rob? What's really got you hacked off?
Everything. It starts with Ben Cherington. Like, what is a position player besides Kutch that came out of the minor league and done some good? G1 Bay, you got one job to do. One. If you're not good at button, what are you doing up here? But Shelton's been doing this since he's been our manager, but it's just now being noticed because of what's going on. Like, we're in a race to win something. He's been terrible. And Bednar, I know he's a reliever, but you need somebody up to throw some gas, man. Gas. The way he just blew these last two games, it's crazy, man. It's like when you see Skeens, we was up 4-0. I looked at my cousin. I said, this game is over, man. This game is over. When you see your best pitcher losing, well, he didn't lose. He got no decision. That took the air out of him. I really think the season's done. I'm going to continue to watch and support him. But it starts with Ben Cherington, man.
Thanks, Rob. We've given this team credit because there's been a resiliency, and even in these last two games that they've lost,
they keep fighting back.
They chip back away.
Well, even I think in the last two times they've scored runs, that's been really enraging. They've scored runs when they've been down 2 in the ninth inning and brought the tying run to the plate or gotten it on base still.
I'm not going to completely count them out, but I feel like the organization's putting some barriers and obstacles up in front of them. And I gave Cherington credit for the trade deadline because of how he was able to play it and get good players and not have to give up much in return. Although, to your point, De La Cruz has been awful. I feel like Shelton, if you flip the managers and you have Lovello managing the Pirates against the Diamondbacks and you have Schilt managing the Pirates against the Padres, just that move alone, they go from 1-5 to at worst 3-3.
Because of bullpen usage?
Chris, I think Schilt pinch hits.
Probably.
I guess I shouldn't say De La Cruz because he stinks right now.
Bart.
But he doesn't let. Yes, he doesn't.
No, I don't think Shelton. I've said this a bunch of times. I'll say it again, too. Shelton is managing these last couple of weeks the first serious games of his entire managerial career, and he's been failing miserably. And I'm conflicted about how much I want to put on him because I think he's got bad options in the bullpen right now. But, yeah, he's got better options he's leaving on the bench in hitting situations. He probably could have pulled the ripcord on some of these bullpen arms before he did. And he seems way more concerned with making sure everybody's confidence stays high than actually putting the guys out there who are best suited to do the job.
Well, he didn't want to hurt Grandal's feelings last night because he's a veteran catcher and he calls him Yaz, and they've got such a hunky.
No. Hold on. His citation for why he did not pinch hit Joey Bart in that situation and why he specifically
was?
He's 0 for 3 against that pitcher lifetime, and Yaz has been good this month. Who gives a rat's ass if he is 0 for 3? Small sample sizes don't matter. Joey Bart has been one of your 2 or 3 best hitters every time he's been in the lineup.
And he showed it again today why he's that.
Hit a
Home
ball
run,
420 feet.
Big double in the 9th inning.
Come on, what are we doing here? You're going to cite an 0 for 3, and, well, they're all 3 of them are strikeouts? Give me a break.
Lewis is in Squirrel Hill now. He's on the Fan. Hello, Lou.
Hey, guys. How are you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Man. You bet.
Hey, 2 questions. First part is, do the Pirates seriously think Ji-Hwan Bae is a Major League Baseball player? If he cannot lay down a bunt, then what are we doing here? I mean, there's 10-year-olds playing baseball in North Huntington tonight who could put down a better bunt than that.
He's a guy, to your point, when you're in spring training, he should be working on that hours a day. He should be a bunt guy and a hit the ball on the ground guy and a take pitches and learn the strike zone guy because of his speed. That's all he should do. You should treat him like a throwback baseball player who tries to hit the ball on the ground, run things out, and get on base.
But throwback baseball players also know how to play in the field.
His baseball IQ is horrendous. It's absolutely atrocious.
The play yesterday, all he thinks of that's going through his head for a foul ball is, I'm going to run as fast as I can and kind of try to be cool and be maximum
Lewis
effort
is right.
guy.
The guy, to me, is a complete waste of space. You DFA Olivares today, I would be thrilled if this guy eventually gets DFA'd. There's no place for him on a major league team. He's a quad A player at best.
That's being charitable. And I think that I'm not saying that it was this regime that got tortured by Billy Hamilton. That was in the Neil Huntington era. I just think they see a guy that's like that. That's a pest who gets on base. Billy Hamilton was Vince Coleman compared to this guy.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. No debrief because Donnie is hosting tonight at 6, so we'll come back with more of your reaction to this devastating Pirates loss and horrendous homestand. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Intern Dom has a headline, and we'll return right after this.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Padres beat the Pirates 7-6, so the Buccos go 1-5 in this homestand and have lost 4 in a row and 6 of their last 7. Pirates are back in action tomorrow in L.A. against the Dodgers, 10 o'clock right here on 93.7 The Fan. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Remember Skinny Lamar? You know, when Lamar Jackson showed up to OTAs and the internet just freaked out because he looked really fit, really slim. He leaned out. Well, now we know why. We didn't at that time, but he has since explained to CBS Sports the origin of Skinny Lamar was actually Fat Lamar. His words, not mine. I'm Jim Rome.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh. There are 2 things everyone loves: saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington, and Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940, or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington, and Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
The world comes to Washington County for the Princescape Pony League World Series August 9th through the 14th. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princescape Pony League World Series, sponsored by the Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency. Don't miss it for the world.
PGT Trucking is fueled by the best drivers in the flatbed industry. This is Pat Bostic. For more than 40 years, PGT Trucking has been driven by the proud professionals. Fueled by the promise of great pay, reliable home time, quality equipment, respect, and family. Take the wheel in your career path and join the proud professionals at PGT, a 2024 Best Fleets to Drive For company. Visit pgttrucking.com.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
I'm seeing some backups leaving the city on the parkways. Outbound Parkway West is backed up from 2nd Avenue through Green Tree. Outbound Parkway East is backed up to Technology Drive. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Poni and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Disastrous loss for the Pirates, and it was a microcosm of this homestand from hell. They lose 7-6 today. Another David Bednar blown save. The situation dire. They are currently 4 games out in the wild card race because Atlanta got swept by Milwaukee. And so they're 4, but if the Mets win and they're up 7-0 in Colorado, it will be 4.5.
It feels like that you say all this, and these are the numbers, and these are factual things. It almost feels like it doesn't matter. It feels like they're in one of those they're never going to win again situations.
They're 9 out in the division.
They're done, man.
Greg Brown started this series by saying you're still in the division. You lost 4 in a row, and the Brewers have won 3 in a row. They swept Atlanta.
They're done. They're done because they have a bad bullpen. They're done because they are a house of cards that's been propped up by exceptional starting pitching for the majority of the year. And these chickens now are finally coming home to roost. Their general manager has had years to stockpile the system with usable talent. And other than these pitchers, has made virtually none of that come to fruition. Henry Davis.
Nick Gonzalez would be a success story, but he's hurt. It wasn't even for that long of a time.
Apparently, Liover Peguero is so in their doghouse that despite playing a lot last year, they won't even bring him up.
And that's a good one because that was his first major trade for Marte. They could have had Perdomo in that deal, who's a nice player for Arizona. He's a starting shortstop. You picked Peguero, you could have had Perdomo. You screwed up the Perdomo-Peguero debate.
And anytime you screw that up, it's just bad news all the way around. The bottom line...
My guy over here loves a good old-fashioned, doesn't he? He said yes. Sorry to interrupt.
The bottom line is they have identified the wrong talent, then they've developed it poorly, so they've gotten the wrong guys way more often than they should, and then they've double whammied themselves by doing a bad job of getting whatever it is out there in those players to begin with. I know people want to rip Shelton. I know people want to rip individual players.
And they should.
The guy at
and I will continue to do so.
Fine. The guy at the very top of the heap, other than the owner, has done a wretched job. And I am not in any kind of mood to hear about the couple of good things he's done.
I don't know. I would back off wretched, but I don't think he's done a good job. But again, what you said about O'Neal Cruz, I'm really in no mood to argue that or debate that against you right now, given the current state of the team. First 4-game losing streak since May. Here is Scott on the Fan, or April. Here's Scott on the Fan. Hello, Scott.
Hey, guys. How are you? Can you hear me?
Man. Yep.
Hey, I think the season's probably over at this point, but, I got 2 other points to make. You made a comment before about he hasn't mishandled the bullpen. I thought the other day you guys were talking about the Tuesday game where he had Holderman pitch to, and forgive me, I cannot remember his name.
Peterson, that was Sunday.
He's got like 350 better points against right-handers than left-handers. And he left him in when he had 2 good lefties sitting in the bullpen. So
we did not say he's handled the bullpen well. We did not say that. You must be misunderstanding or misrepresenting.
The only thing I've said is there are times where you could argue, what was he going to do? Bring this guy in over that guy when all of them suck, which has been my genesis of ripping Charrington here or just ripping the players. But no, he still hasn't handled them well in the bullpen here.
Well, the one that sucked the most is Holderman, and the guy's obstinance and stubbornness with that has cost the Pirates a couple of games here.
I would agree with that. Holderman, I think, is almost public enemy number 1. The thing I hate the most about Shelton and how he handled Holderman is he sent him back out there after the first blow-up in Houston. Hey, he's got to get his confidence back. And when the guy let him down again, there was no consistency there. The second it happened, it was, I'm rolling the bus over him.
I don't think he'll change Bednar's role. I don't think he'll elevate Chapman to closer, even though he's pitching 105 right now, Chris. I think he'll stick with Chapman I think he'll stick with Bednar as the closer because that's the way he's always done things, and he wants to quote back his guy. Here is Dave in Coriopolis. Hello, Dave.
First-time caller. How are you today, gentlemen?
Hi, Dave.
We
can't hear you. Is that the Pirates' new theme song?
Only if they've started winning.
Dave, I live near Coriopolis, but are you in the same one, or are you in one that's more close to Columbus, Ohio, a suburb perhaps near Westerville?
No. It's actually in Pennsylvania where I'm at. I'm just walking around the Armory right now.
Have you ever been to Steubenville?
Yes, many a times. It's Senator of all things fine of this area.
Anything on the Pirates game today, Dave?
Yeah. I expected the wheels to fall off. I think they were a success this year. I expected the wheels to fall off at the All-Star break and not as late. To Pittsburgh, this is like a championship season. So I think everyone should be happy.
What do you have to say in closing here?
Hold on. I don't want to get to that yet. David Coriopoulos' reaction that Kyle McCord is going to lead Syracuse to the college football playoff per intern Dom.
Well, it's like I saw on that Twitter thing said that Ohio State has a tradition of getting their unwanted, slightly used toys to the needy and the poverty-stricken. So that's just part of their tradition. From
what was Ryan Day's recruiting budget this year? Was it bigger than most teams in the NFL spent in free agency?
Or the Pirates' payroll?
Over $20 million to retain the current team, not including the transfer portal.
You in the Booster Club? You helping chip in there?
And Coriopoulos, oh yes.
No. I'm just a poor barber, just a poor man.
Anything else?
OHIO.
I didn't know Dave was also in the barbery business.
Did you say sinecure?
Yes, he did.
I didn't think they used those words at barber school.
I thought Dave in Coriopoulos was a mortician.
A mortician?
I had heard that on another show, yes.
Well, that's interesting. Well, the Pirates appear to be in need of one right now, their season.
Here's Ryan in Beachview. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, guys. It's Brian, by the way. But that's okay.
Sorry, Brian.
That's okay. Guys, my opinion is you're just seeing an organization from top to bottom, players, coaches, everybody that do not know how to win. Like you guys stated a couple days ago, they need to play almost every game like it's Game 7, and they're just not capable. And I think it goes back to this. It takes time to need to learn how to win, and I don't think they have anybody in that organization, especially the manager, that can handle the pressures. It takes a lot to win. And you have
they have no margin for error because they have so little offense by and large. I think that's the real story.
I'm going to agree with Chris on this point about Ben Cherington. If he wants to attach himself at the hip or hitch his wagon to Derek Shelton, I think it's going to lead to his own undoing here. We've seen that with tandems in Pittsburgh sports. I think that's why Ray Shero ultimately got the axe with the Penguins, because he wanted to ride it out with Dan Bilesma. I think that Huntington and Hurdle became is Siamese twins still socially acceptable, or is there conjoined twins?
Wait, why would Siamese be bad?
I don't know. I don't know if it's now verboten to say that.
Well, why don't you go with conjoined?
I felt like they were conjoined twins at the end. And Cherington has always publicly backed Shelton. We don't know if there's behind the scenes. There should be behind the scenes angst over the job the guy has done as manager. Whenever you're doing something for the first time and there's nothing to draw on, not even minor league managing experience, Mulsey has made this point. The guy never managed past single A. It's not like in double A and triple A he had all this trial and error and all this experience of learning how to manage personalities and being the big guy. He was always the second in command. You don't, like Dick LeBeau, you don't know if being a great defensive coordinator is going to, if it's going to translate to being a great head coach. It never did for him. The guy's better served as a hitting coach, Chris, which is ironic because they could probably use a good one right now.
I think you're just seeing Derek Shelton's lack of experience manifest in the worst possible ways. He doesn't have a feel for the bullpen. He doesn't have a feel for situation. I also think there's this. Guy who's managed before, I think baseball, the best managers understand that it's a 162-game season. When things are going well for the Pirates, we didn't laugh at Clint Hurdle saying shower well. We were like, that's actually a pretty good mantra.
Well, that's kind of like a Tomlinism.
It is, but it worked because they were winning a lot of baseball games back then, and it was good for that team to have that outlook from a guy who had at least been there, done that once with the Rocktober team. I don't know if Derek Shelton he definitely isn't managing like he knows this. The gravity of these games they've been playing. They are trying
zero urgency.
We always talk about Poni, how games against divisional opponents are extra important because they're like double games. You knock them back and pull closer to them. How many games now have you had? 6 with Arizona. It'll be 6 with San Diego. 12 games against teams you are trying to hunt down.
They don't have a winning record against any of the teams they're chasing or around in the wild card race. 412-928-9370. More of your calls on the Pirates' 7-6 disaster loss to the Padres. Here is Ed in Shaler. Hello, Ed.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call.
You bet, Ed.
Tony, I have to agree with you in a lot of areas. Shelton needs to go, definitely. He is not a teacher. He is not a manager. He has no control on how to teach these guys. I think Cruz, being young, is teachable. If you get in Cruz's butt and tell him, run everything out. Pay attention to what's going on around you. Don't act like you're lackadaisical. Just like, what's his name, benched the guy for not running out of play to first base a couple of years ago. That's what Cruz needs. He needs to be.
Well, Hurdle famously did that with McCutchen very early in his tenure, which took balls because McCutchen was looked at as the face of the franchise and the future of the team. Hurdle did that.
I don't think it went over great with McCutchen either, but he dealt with it.
Yeah.
And it ended up not working out.
I just think the issue with Cruz for me is it's not one thing that you can put a finger on. It's not just physical errors where it's great effort and he just botches the play. There's unbelievable mental gaffes that you expect 99.9% of major league players to not commit that kind of blunder.
He lacks polish, bottom line, in a lot of facets. And I think he takes his problems in the field to the plate and his problems at the plate to the field.
And I hate to say this about the Pirates, but I feel like if he were in another organization, if he had stayed with the Dodgers or if he had stayed with the Yankees or if he had been with if he's with the Rays or Cardinals, he's better at a lot of those things, Chris. Because I think I was going to say beat it into him, but I think like that's instilled in him even at the lower levels.
It's a lot
of
easier.
Baseball.
It's a lot easier if you have a guy who has prodigious natural gifts, but maybe isn't always fully engaged in the game, and however that manifests. It's a lot easier if you are the Dodgers or you are the Yankees and you have that kind of tradition to get a guy to buy in, or even the Cardinals, to get a guy to buy into your way of doing things and have that message take hold when you have had the success they have had.
412-928-9370. A lot of great calls, a lot of emotional and revved up Pirates fans right now after this horrible loss to the Padres. 412-928-9370 to get your voice heard on it. We're here until 6 o'clock. Then Donnie goes from 6 to 10:35. Mulsey has the nightly sports call. Don't miss out on this chance to get in the Pirates. And is their season coming to an end here? We still have almost 2 months to go and a quarter of the baseball season left. But they've lost 5 of 6 to teams they're competing with for a playoff spot, and they're now 2 games under 500. 412-928-9370. Quick timeout and then a long commercial-free segment here until 6 is the PM team.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet, Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Raid wants to know, what would you do if you could confidently face every day knowing you and your loved ones are protected? Would you sing along to your favorite song at the top of your lungs? Turn off the GPS and let your heart do the guiding? Go to the drive-thru and order one of everything. Feel the buzz of confidence of knowing you are protected with 65 years of insect science in your hands. Raid. Protection for everyone.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Ready for all those summer get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Their Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items. Barbecue parties or graduations are easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. Learn more at gianteagle.com.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. Looking for a little less iPad time for you and the kids? Check out Pins. At Pins, it's all about connecting in real life. Play duck pin bowling, pinball, or some of our old school arcade games. Grab a cocktail or a draft beer. Bring the kids. Bring your friends. Heck, even bring your dogs. Make Pins your next hangout spot with friends or family and connect with them for real. Pins. That's how we roll.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
We're seeing some serious congestion going outbound on the parkways. Outbound Parkway West is backed up from 2nd Avenue through Green Tree. Outbound Parkway East starts to move slowly around the bend at Bates, and the outbound side of 65 slows down approaching the McKees Rocks Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Pirates have lost 4 in a row, swept by the San Diego Padres, the team they were chasing in the wild card race, or one of the 3 teams when this series started. 7-6 losers today. Pirates had the lead going into the 9th inning, a blown save by David Bednar with an assist from O'Neal Cruz on a very dumb fielding mistake. And so the Pirates now are 2 games under 500, and they are headed out west to take on the first-place Dodgers and the red-hot Padres again. No bueno. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Poni and Muller.
Afternoons with Poni and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Derek Shelton, Ben Cherington, David Bednar, O'Neal Cruz, G1 Bay, all catching hell for the Pirates losing today, getting swept by the Padres. Not included in that, Colin Holderman, because he was put on the IL with a wrist injury, in air quotes, today.
Do we have Pony, hold on. I have to stop you right there. What will David Bednar's phantom injury be to send him to the IL?
Lat strain.
Perhaps an ear cartilage issue? Perhaps a strained scapula for David Bednar? Hangnail? Maybe even plantar fasciitis.
2 blown saves in a row, so he's at 5, which is 2 more than last year. And the Pirates, in a pivotal series, we were all looking forward to them coming home and playing Arizona and San Diego, especially after taking 2 or 3 from Houston. Instead, they get their, brains bashed in, but they find ways to lose these games. A lot of self-inflicted wounds, a lot of bad managing.
I think
a lot of things that drive fans nuts.
I think brains bashed in would have been easier to handle. You just get stomped by a bunch of teams, by 2 teams that look much better than you on paper and are. Instead, how many of these 6 games that they went 1-5 in did they hold a lead like beyond the 5th inning? Of the 5 losses,
they did on Friday against Arizona.
We know they held a lead today late.
They did Sunday against Arizona, so there's 2.
They held a lead today, that's 3.
And then last night, 4.
So 4 out of the 5 losses they suffered, they held a lead late in the game. At a point, let me put it this way, Pony. At a point in the game where the way they were constructed before the season and we were told they would be constructed, they would be putting those things away like it was the Shark Tank all over again.
412-928-9370. We promised we'd get your thoughts on it because fans were excited after the trade deadline moves, only to be let down by this team's performance since. It's really reminiscent of after the Archer trade, Chris. Mm-hmm. It's like eerily similar to that. They got red hot at the deadline. They traded for Archer. There was a palpable buzz, and then they went 10-17 in August. After that move.
This team, I mean, it was the first meaningful baseball I feel like I've watched probably since that year, right?
And the fans were craving it all weekend against Arizona. The Sunday game with Skeens was electric, only to blow that game with the Jock Peterson home run.
Pony, the fans were even very engaged in yesterday's game.
Yeah.
Like, they were pissed off when the Arise hit by pitch was being reviewed. They were booing. It was like, that crowd yesterday, I'll give them a tip of the cap here. That crowd felt like a Yankees crowd or a Red Sox crowd, a very engaged crowd that in a baseball town where they're really getting after the ump, and the team just absolutely let them down. It landed with a thud.
If your closer comes through, you take 2 or 3, and then that's not to say anything of Tuesday's game where there was a delay because of a drainage issue that dragged on longer than the game itself, which knocked San Diego's best pitcher out of the game early in the game after only 1 inning, and you couldn't muster anything off of their bums who came in after that.
Before we forget, Keller should have been pitching in this game.
Great call. Yep.
I'm stealing it from you, but I didn't want to forget it.
Saturday, he only pitched 50, I think it was 60 pitches.
4 innings.
Because of rain, and it would have been regular rest. I know he prefers regular rest, but they went with Ortiz again, and it was the same story with Ortiz, where you end up giving him credit for keeping the Pirates in the game, but you first have to say that he
gave up 4 runs
by giving up 2 home runs in the first 2 innings to put him down 4-0. Here's Justin on the Fan. Hello, Justin.
Hey, guys. you just stole one of the points I was going to make about Keller not starting. I cannot believe that decision. You get him on the regular rest, and then you get him again next week against the Padres when, Ortiz, like you just said, kept us in the game after he dug us a hole. Going out to L.A. would have been better at 500. It still wouldn't have felt great, but it's a lot better than going in 2 games under, and the wheels are going to fall off. It's already started. But the big point that I wanted to make was I would have left Chapman in the game today even more so than yesterday. The guy just threw 13 pitches today. They had 2 lefties coming up, one who homered off of Bednar last night. It just is a baffling decision. Chapman's a vet. He could have handled it. I don't even know where to begin.
I would have just had Bednar. I would have just not used Bednar and had Chapman ready to go in the 9th inning for a conventional save. I get what you're saying. I haven't seen Chapman has Chapman gotten 2 innings all year? I'll have intern Dom look that up. Has he gotten a 2 inning? Not that he can't do it, but honestly, if they decided to go out with Chapman for the 9th inning after watching Bednar pitch the night before, I would have been fine with it. I think Bednar's given up a run in his last 4 outings.
Holderman, I think, has been on the same kind of run of horrible pitching.
The point about Keller not pitching today, it just, again, makes it seem like the focus is not on this year.
100%. They're making calculated, but even then, Keller threw like 190 plus last